The marshals just positioning it on the start line now, and we just await the return. In fact, the course cars are back down into the at the hill start, and we will be getting underway any moment now. And away then goes Mark Gold to kick off today's competition. Ends up under the bridge, and up to the line comes car number 3, which is Nicholas Coates in his Austin 7 EA. Car dates from 1930. Mark Gold's car from 1928. Mark just taking the bit of hill that doesn't normally get used these days, with the which sort of cuts out the loop around the Torres hairpin. He's into Pardon around left-hand hairpin. On up the hill he goes. As away goes Nicholas Coates, then the second car to run today. Mark Gold coming up into the S's. On the line now, it's car 2, Peter Johnson in his 1929 Austin 7. Mark Gold coming towards the end of his run. As away goes Peter Johnson. Mark Gold sets a time of 82.46. It's time for the rest of the class to beat, and Nicholas Coates certainly trying hard to do that as he heads up the hill. He's into semicircle, very wide on the exit of semicircle, but keeps it on the black stuff under the finish line and does a 65.08. So obviously that's the quickest time so far. Car 4 is on the start line. That's Thomas Coates in the Austin 7 GE Cup car. Peter Johnson's time, car 2, is a 63.35. Thomas Coates looking quick so far on his run up the hill. And away goes car 6, that's Hester Marsh in the Austin 7 from 1930. Thomas Coates' time then is 60.06. Quickest scratch time, of course there are handicaps to be considered as well, but that's the quickest scratch time so far as car 7 waits to get away. That's Stephen Jones in the Austin Ulster Sports. Car 9 on the line now is Peter Howard in his Austin 7 Ulster from 1931. Hester Marsh's time, 62.47 seconds. Away goes Peter Howard. And next up to the line is Patrick Teague in his Austin 7 Ulster, again from 1929. Time Stephen Jones set. It is a 59.87, so the quickest scratch time in the class so far for Stephen Jones as Peter Howard waits on the line. So Patrick Teague, who goes away in car 10. Car 11 is Harry Hoskins in the Austin 7 Tourer. On his way, a 60.62 for Peter Howard. And up now we get car 15, William Marsh, who currently leads this class in the Speed Championship. Won VSCC's Loisett Trophy last year. Patrick Teague sets a time of 59.71, so the quickest scratch time so far in the class. And we move on now to class 2, standard and modified sports cars and saloon cars. 751 to 1100cc and supercharged, we're up to 750cc supercharged. First car up is car 22, driven by Thomas Pringle. This is the Amilcar CGS. This is the largest class in terms of numbers of entries. Harry Hoskins, incidentally, is in a 56.68. Dick Patton brings the Fiat 508S Balilla, a relatively rare sight in this country. William Marsh, then, our class leader in the championship, has just done a 51.63. Thomas Pringle going well also. As away goes the Fiat. On the line, it's car 28. It's Stuart Sargent in the Riley Brooklands. So 66.63 for Thomas Pringle. Stuart Sargent is on the hill, and on the line it is car number 30. And that's Charles Ping in his Austin 7 Ulster, supercharged Austin 7 Ulster. Dick Patton's time is 65.44. And off goes Charles. Up to the line comes car 34, and that's Hagen Krantz in the Riley Brooklands from 1928. Stuart Sargent in the Riley Brooklands sets a time of exactly 73 seconds as Hagen goes away up the hill, and up to the line comes Fergus Gunn in the Austin 7 Ulster supercharged car again. As Ping just rounding semicircle and up to the line. And his time, a 60.99, quickest scratch time in class so far, as Fergus Gunn gets away. And up up comes car number 27, Steve Reese in the MGJ2. Heading towards the finish line and does a time of 56.54, so a quick time then for the Riley Brooklands as Steve Reese heads away. Up next comes car 31, Hamish Patterson in his Riley Imp from 1935. Fergus Gunn's time is a 66.93. As Hamish Patterson heads away. Up now comes car 36, William Lowe in the Vauxhall Special. Lovely looking car. These cars that were built in Maida Vale back in the day. Time for Steve Reese, car 27, the MGJ2 is a 60.77. Off goes William then in the Vauxhall Special. And now we have one of our two driver cars back to Class 1. It is Daniel Hunter in Class 707, the Austin Ulster Sports, a car that Stephen Jones is also driving. Hamish Patterson sets a time of 65.88 seconds. In the Riley Imp, Daniel Hunter is on his way up the hill. And up now comes car 37, that's Oscar Dobbin in the Austin 7 Ulster Supercharged machine from 1930, this model. Time for William Lowe is a 57.62, so second quickest I think in class at the moment. On scratch times, just behind Hayden Grants, William Lowe there in the Vauxhall Special with a 57.62. And Oscar Dobbin heads away in the Austin 7 Ulster. Up now to the line comes car 40. That's Duncan Cartwright in the Riley Ulster Imp. Time for Daniel Hunter, car 707 in Class 1 is a 61.93. So away goes Duncan Cartwright in that Riley Ulster Imp. Next up will be Jonathan Lamb in the Riley Brooklands. Oscar Dobbing's time, car 37, a 58.83. Car 42 is Richard Ashford in the Austin 7 Ulster. Again, a supercharged Austin 7. Coming to the line now is Duncan Cartwright, who sets a time of 56.60. So the quickest scratch time in class, I think. As Richard Ashford heads away, Jonathan Lamb continues his run up the hill in the Riley Brooklands. Richard Ashford going well at the moment. Rufus Flan is also on the hill now in the Austin 7 Super Sports Car 43. Just rounding the pardon as Richard Ashford sets another quick time, 52.12 for Richard then, car 42. Quickest in class to date. Rufus Flan continues his run up the hill in the Austin 7 Super Sports. Simon Thorpe is also on the hill now in the Riley Brooklands as Rufus comes to the end of his run and does a 53.93, which moves him into second place on scratch times in Class 2. Simon Thorpe then just coming up towards the S's. His Riley Brooklands. So 2 Rileys up there at the moment. Simon Thorpe records a time of 56.55, just 100th of a second slower than Hagen Krantz was on his run. So that puts Simon 4 faster so far. As William around there pushes his Riley on uphill. Harry Baxter is in the HRG 1100. So next. Oliver Chilton is on his way up the hill. Good time then for Harry Baxter, 51.88. As Oliver Chilton rounds Pardon and John Burgess on the start line in the GN. Coming into semicircle, rounding that on towards the finish line, and a time of 52.11 for Oliver Chilton, second quickest in class so far. Archie Collins sits on the start line. Archie running in Class 1, of course, and won this class in this, the equivalent meeting here at Prescott last year. As John Burgess continues on up the hill. Time at 98.93 then for John Burgess as Archie Collins pushing on towards Barton, really pressing on, and in that Austin 7 Ulster. Nigel Dowden in the Riley Brooklands is unbeaten in Class 2 so far this season, and he makes his way up out of Pardon. Archie Collins with a 52.95. Is on the hill in the rail special as Nigel Dowding goes, and the Finnish Bunner does a 50.37, goes quickest in the class, and for the moment at least looks set to retain his unbeaten record in class. As Raymond Knight brings the rail special up the hill. Martin Morris sits on the line in the Morgan Super Aero. We'll be moving in a moment anyway into Class 3, which is the standard modified sports cars and saloon cars, 1101 to 1500cc unsupercharged, or 751 to 1100cc supercharged. Raymond Knight's time of 56.78, car 736. Morris, I think, has had a change of class, possibly. 271. So he goes under the line and does a 56.09. As John Fletcher then coming out of Pardon. Wendy Webber is on the hill, again running in Class 3 in the Riley Sprite. John Fletcher coming up into semicircle. As Wendy Webber heads into Pardon. So John Fletcher's time in the Riley Lynx is 68.46. Wendy Webber in the S's, throwing the car around a bit there through the Riley Sprite, pushing hard on up towards semicircle, and goes Wendy. David Johnson just getting off the line in the Lee Francis Cross Ellis. So what's Wendy's time? It is a 62.38. David Johnson then heading up towards Pardon in the Lee Francis. Car 728 is sitting on the start line, as David Johnson continues on up through the S's. 7:28 is Sean Slater in the Riley Brooklands, running in Class 2. David Johnson coming towards the end of his run in that Lee Francis and does a time of 62.67 seconds. Sean Slater though on way up under the bridge in the Riley Brooklands. And pardon goes the Riley. Alice Dobbin leaving, or Elizabeth Dobbin, sorry, leaving the start line in the shade. Austin 7 Ulster running in Class 2. We're back now to Class 3. Sean Slater's time is a 62, in fact still running, sorry. 69.85 then for Sean. Going up to the semicircle. On to the finish line, and it is a time then of 64.01 for Alice. Sophie Wiseman is in the Frazer Nash Interceptor, car 55, running in Class 3. Sophie then out of pardon. On up towards the S's. And Sophie's time is 63.1. No, that was an intermediate time, sorry. We'll try that again in just a moment. Ian Standing is running in Class 2. He's one of the two driver cars in Class 2 in the Riley Brooklands. Sophie Wiseman does a 76.56. Ian Standing with a good time, 51.26, puts him second in class behind Nigel Dowden on scratch times. Seth Stanbury then under the bridge in the GN, car 725, also running in Class 2. He goes on up towards Pardon. Semicircle goes Seth Stanbury, around Pardon goes Craig McWilliam in the Frazer Nash Super Sports, running in Class 3. And the time for Seth Stanbury is a 96.73. Craig McWilliam going well in the Frazer Nash at the moment. Just coming in to semicircle. Volstoff is also in the hill in the Frazer Nash line. Craig McWilliam 55.82 moves him to the top of Class 3 on scratch time so far. Eric Volstock, meanwhile, in the Frazer Nash out of Pardon on up the hill. Around semicircle then goes Eric. And on up to the line. Setting a time of 64.66, which moves him currently into 4th place, but still quite a few cars to come in this class as Stuart Rich presses on up in the GN Anzani. He heads around semicircle. Pushing hard by the looks of it as he comes up to the finish line to set a time of 56.64, second quickest behind Craig McWilliam on scratch times. Stephen Webber heads towards Pardon in the Riley Sprite, car number 753, car that he is sharing with Wendy Webber. The S's then comes out behind the sprite. On up to semicircle. And up to the finish line to set a time of 59.83, third quickest so far. As another Riley Sprite exits Pardon, that's Nicholas Lees. Car 63. Michael Kershaw is awaiting on the line, but Nicholas Lee is coming up to semicircle. What time can the Riley Sprite set? It is a 60.23, fourth quickest of the 9 cars to have run in this class so far. Not sure if Michael Kershaw possibly has a problem on the HRG, just being pushed back off the start line. And up to the line now then comes car 65. And that's David Saxel in the Riley TT Sprite in the classic turquoise and cream colours. So away then goes David. And up to the line comes car 66, and that's Andy Corley in the Frazer Nash Super Sports. 1929 as David Saxel goes on up towards Pardon, exits the hairpin. See little bits of the absorbent powder on the track still from yesterday. We had a couple of cars dropping oil, unfortunately. Through the S's then, David Saxel on up towards semicircle. As Andy Corley makes his way up the hill in the Frazer Nash Super Sport, just coming up towards Pardon now. David Saxel's time of 53.16, quickest scratch time in Class 3 so far. And this is Andy Corley in Frazer Nash. Semicircle as Ian Robertson gets off the line in the MGJ2 under the finish. Down there goes Andy Corley to do his 56.00, third quickest in class to date. Ian Robertson there in the MGJ2 going under the bridge and on up. Ian is just turned into Pardon, a little bit wide on the exit maybe, but continues on up safely. The S's, there's the MGJ2. Richard Baxter leaves the line in the Frazer Nash Ulster car 67 around and the bridge. Ian Robertson coming to finish off his run with a 65.96, but Richard Baxter then heading to Pardon now. Out of the hairpin, that left-hand hairpin he goes. The S's. Frazer Nash Ulster coming up now to semicircle. And semicircle towards the finish banner, and the time to beat 59.21.
Good morning everybody and welcome to Prescott as usual. Welcome to the live stream if you're watching from somewhere else. It's going to be a fantastic day, and if you're not in England or the British Isles, even more of a welcome. We very much welcome your messages, and we usually get a lot of messages from all over the world, and it's fun to get to hear from people in Indonesia, in America. We have a fairly faithful gathering in Maryland, I think. Tom in France. Bonjour. Guten Morgen, wenn Sie in Deutschland sind. Hey, good Tag, du in Sverige. And good day if you're staying up in Australia to watch this lovely meeting. It's the Blue Ribbon event, really, for the Vintage Sports Car Club at Prescott. Attracts a huge entry, and lots of people spend most of their day looking at the wonderful vintage cars in the car park. Peter Hughes will take over the commentary in just a second, but we've started, and we've got some incredible cars competing here today, including two Type 59 Bugattis. I don't think I've ever seen two side by side before, but later on you'll see them. We've got the first outing of the newly rebuilt GP2 ERA, which is having its shakedown, and it's shaking down really nicely. James Baxter and his team at Tip Top have done a fantastic job over 2.5 years restoring this car right down to the bare chassis, correcting all the mistakes that ERA made, and it is perfectly wonderful. So we look forward to that. In the meantime, lots of Austin 7s, lots of Frazer Nashes, lots of 3098 Vauxhalls. We've got it all, and enjoy your day. On the line we've got Andy Newbound in a Frazer Nash Exeter, probably celebrating a Frazer Nash success at the Exeter trial. Count the exhaust pipes, 3 exhaust pipes coming out of a 4-cylinder engine on the left-hand side of the bonnet, indicates a Meadows engine. The Meadows, the two center cylinders are Siamesed, in other words they exit from one exhaust pipe. No exhaust pipes coming out of the left-hand side. Often is an Anzani engine, 6 exhaust pipes coming out of the left-hand side indicates usually an AC engine. So car number 70 is Jonathan Mellor, Frazer Nash Boulogne, celebrating the success of Frazer Nash of the Boulogne Trophy. Again, Meadows powered. Times, we've got some times. Let's go back to Richard Baxter, 59.21, Colin Pointer, 5:55.07, Rebecca Wiseman, 69.19, and James Beddoes into the 50s with a 57.9. Andy Newbound still bounding up the hill, and Jonathan Mellor has just taken off from the start line. My co-commentator, Peter Hughes, is going to take over till about 11 o'clock, and I'll be back then.
Well, thanks to Chris for that. Dominic Hall goes under the bridge on up towards Pardon in the Frazer Nash TT replica, car number 71. I think Jonathan Mellor, I'm not sure if Chris was able to give you the time for Jonathan Mellor. It was quite a good time. It was a 53.99 for him, car 70. As it looks like there's a problem, unfortunately. Well, Dominic Hall seemed to slow right down and is still going very slowly up the hill at the moment. He is continuing though into the S's as Michael Kershaw gets away from the line in the HRG. Kershaw there goes under the line. Is that? I'm not sure if that is a final time that I'm seeing for Dominic Hall. It's 68 zeros exactly. Oh, it is a problem then for Dominic Hall. Red flags are out. And that is, I think, because Dominic Hall has stopped somewhere on the hill. He's just going under the finish line, just under there. But the red flags were out, and he stopped right on the finish line. So we'll have to wait for his car to be recovered. There'll be a rerun for Michael Kershaw, no doubt. On So the marshals making their way up to Dominic Hall's car. Dominic is out of the car. Not quite sure whether that will be classified as a fail or whether he will be given a time, because he did just about, by the looks of it, get under the finish line. I'm not sure if he tripped the timing beam or not at the finish. We'll wait and see what happens with that one. No doubt that Michael Kershaw will need a rerun. Sitting on the line at the moment, it is car number 72, Joe Blakeney Edwards, who must be amongst the front runners in this class, or should be amongst the front runners in this class, in the Frazer Nash Super Sport. And most of the quicker cars on paper, at least in this class, still to run. Joe Blakeney Edwards, to say, Jonathan Fanning, and Patrick Blakeney Edwards, and possibly Tony Wood as well. All of those still to run at the moment then. Messages coming in on HillClimb.TV from France, from Portugal. Good to see people around the continent, indeed around the world, watching the action here. What about New Zealand? You're awake? Well, Craig Hepburn in New Zealand, I'm glad to hear it. I hope you're enjoying the action. Greetings from Finland as well. So those of you here at the Hill, you've got friends all over the world watching. Another one from Spain. Nice to see so many old cars. It's always good to see vintage cars in action, isn't it? It's 5:05 in the morning in Ohio. Well, congratulations on getting up that early to watch this. It's great to have you with us. And in Hanover, we've got somebody in Hanover as well. As, sitting on the line, waiting patiently, is Joe Blakeney Edwards in that Frazer Nash Super Sports, whilst the car of Dominic Hall is recovered. Riley Sprites certainly are lovely cars. So people continuing to join the live feed from all over the world. Really wonderful. It's such a lovely sight just to walk around the paddock. It's so full, first of all, and so many different beautiful cars. It's almost like a history of the automobile. It's just sat in the Prescott paddock this weekend. So Dominic Hall is now off the hill. I presume Michael Kershaw has returned in readiness for a rerun. Well, at the moment, still sitting on the hill waiting for the OK to either head on up or head back down to clear the hill. We get a good morning from the beautiful Madeira Island. It certainly is beautiful, Madeira. And thanks for the live feed. Well, it's a pleasure to bring it to you. Hello to all fans around the world. That goes from us as well. Hello to you all, wherever you are, including those of you, obviously, who are here at Prescott this weekend. Another message from New Zealand to say hello from there. Compliments on the nice paddock shot. It was lovely to see. Well, there we have it. It is absolute joy to see all those cars here. Somebody watching whilst eating lunch in Azerbaijan. Well, enjoy your lunch and enjoy the hill climb. So I think Michael Kershaw is about to come back down off the hill. Just sat there at halfway at the moment. Now that car, 64, Michael Kershaw, now continuing on up the hill, and hopefully the red flags will be coming in very shortly and we'll get the action back underway. Red flags are coming in as Michael Kershaw about to go over the finish line. Obviously we'll get a rerun because it was not his fault that he was red flagged. But after a bit of a wait, Joe Blakeney Edwards should be able to get underway now in that lovely Frazer Nash Super Sports, and it'll be interesting to see what sort of time Joe can set. So the Frazer Nash fires up. We're back underway here at Prescott and up to the line now as Joe goes under the bridge and on up. Jonathan Fenning brings the Frazer Nash Emerson to the line, but Joe is into Pardon and looking quick at the moment as he powers away out, and through the S's. 53.16 is the scratch time to beat as the car continues on up the hill. Jonathan Fenning under the bridge in the Frazer Nash Emerson. And Joe's time of 48.61 is the quickest time in class so far, but Jonathan Fenning going well as well in the Emerson Frazer Nash. Tony Woods sits on the line in the Frazer Nash Super Sport. Oh, and Jonathan really pressing on there, really pushing hard and just hanging the tail up just that little bit, but I think it's paying off at the moment as he rounds semicircle and Tony Wood goes under the bridge, and Jonathan coming towards the end of his run. It's a 47.12, quickest time so far. Tony Wood then comes out of Pardon. Mary Baxter is underway in the Frazer Nash Ulster, but Tony Wood continuing up to semicircle. was Cricket Pardon. I think he's dropped a little bit of time possibly since then, but coming up to the finish line, 47.74. Second quickest, just a little over half a second slower than Jonathan Fenning, but quicker than Joe Blakeney Edwards into second place on scratch times. As maybe Baxter exits Pardon, carries on up the hill in the Frazer Nash Ulster through Midway and into the S's. As David Bond goes off the line in the Morris Cowley two-seater. Amy Baxter still pushing on up towards semicircle. Around semicircle, then goes the Frazer Nash Ulster up to the line. And the time is 59.99, so a respectable time. Oh, and a rear wheel being lifted out of Pardon there by David Bond in the Morris Cowley. Interesting line to take there. David, the first trial runners in class 4. And therefore obviously the quickest so far, but really throwing that car around. It's entertaining to watch, to say the least. I'm sure that those of you watching on the live stream are thoroughly enjoying this run. As he comes around halfway up to the line, and his time is a spectacular 62.99. Lucy Delaney is on the hill in the Lee Francis Hyper, also running in class 4, rounding Pardon. Class 4 standard and modified sports cars and saloons, 1501 to 2000 unsupercharged, or 1101 to 1500cc supercharged. Lucy Delaney continuing on up the hill in that Lee Francis Hyper. Looks like it could be a quicker time than David Bond's, so far at least. So she runs semicircle up to the line at a time of 60.80, and that is first on scratch but second on handicap by the looks of it. Michael Kershaw, car 64, back in class 3. Yeah. Rounding Pardon. Richard Gatley in the Frazer Nash BMW 319 Type 45 Saloon. A little bit wide on the exit of Pardon there. Running in class 4. Michael Kershaw's time is 61.58. Saloon is getting thrown around like it wasn't really designed to be thrown around, I think, but going well so far. Richard Gatley in class 4. Can he claim quickest scratch time to date? Under the finish line, he is quickest on scratch, second quickest on handicap, as Richard Holgate comes on up in the Lee Francis Hyper replica. Geraint Owen gets away in the Frazer Nash TT replica. This is a new car for Geraint. Is the Frazer Nash TT replica going up towards semicircle, looking like a good time so far for Geraint Owen. As Jeffrey Radford in the MG goes into Pardon. Geraint Owen, claims faster scratch time, but not in the top 3 by the looks of it on handicap in his class. We're now looking at Class 5 in the shape of Jeffrey Radford's MG 18100 Mark Tigris, 2.5 litre engine, cast from 1930. This class for standard and modified sports cars and cylinders 2001 to 3000 cc and supercharged 1501 to 2000 cc supercharged. As the Bentley 3 litre of Ian Warner rounds pardon, Jeffrey Radford sets a time of 68.80. Bentley continuing on the S's. Dick Wilkinson is on the hill as well in the Elvis Silver Eagle Sports, just rounding pardon. And what time can Ian Warner set in the Bentley? It is a 67.29, so quickest scratch time. It looks like both Ian Warner and Jeffrey Radford are tied. No, in fact, it's Ian Warner who has the better time on handicap. Dick Wilkinson going well in the Elvis. As Alexander Leach goes under the bridge in the Talbot 90. Dick Wilkinson's time of 59.37, which is best scratch time, but puts him second on handicap behind Ian Warner at this stage. Alexander Leach in the Talbot 90 coming through the S's. Andrew Hunter and that lovely Alfa Romeo 6C just gone under the bridge, 1750cc super sport car. Andrew Leach does a 59.11, quickest scratch time, but again not in the top 3 on handicap by the looks of it. As the Andrew Hunter's Alfa Romeo continues on up the hill. 2 Alfa Romeo 6Cs on the hill at the moment, because Alex Pilkington is also in car 95 also on the hill. But it's Andrew Hunter who is coming towards the end of his run as Alex Pilkington rounds pardon. So a time for Andrew Hunter of 65.24. Alex Pilkington continuing on up the hill in his 6C, going around semicircle up to the line, and the time is 58.56, quickest scratch time so far, as Jeffrey Delaney in the Lee Francis Hyper car 781 rounds pardon. Jeffrey running in the Class 4. Led Jeffrey Delaney in the Lee Francis into semicircle up to line to set a time of 60.59, fourth quickest in class to date, as John Paulson brings his Roche Talbot AV105 up the hill, hanging the tail a little bit there. Tobias Bruce in the relatively rare Bean 1850 coming up towards pardon for the first time on this run. John Paulson's time of 52.25, quickest on scratch and best on handicap as well in the class so far, as Tobias Bruce continues making his way up the hill in the beam. Guys and coming up into semicircle. He goes on towards the line. What can he do as he comes to the finish line? He does a 62.18, and that's the 5th quickest on scratch, but best result on handicap so far in this class. Alistair Littlewood just coming out of Pardon in the Bentley 4.5 litre. Sliding it through the S's there. Up to semicircle. Here's Trevelyan, and the first of a number of Vauxhall 3098s that we have out this weekend going into Pardon. This is a car that appears to have rebuilt himself relatively recently. Time for Alistair Littlewood was a 57.42. Piers continues on up into the S's. Second of our Vauxhall 3098s is Saul Stevens. He's coming into Pardon. Piers Trevelyan comes towards the end of his run and does a 64.58. So that is the time to beat in Class 6. The over 3 litre unsupercharged and over 2 litre supercharged sports and saloon cars. Stevens going well. Currently car 102. Annabelle Jones goes under the bridge in her Vauxhall 3098. So Saul Stevens does a 64.40, so quicker by a little under 0.2 of a second than Piers Trevelyan. Annabelle Jones out of Pardon, coming on up. Another Vauxhall 3098 sitting on the line, and that's Andrew Dixie. Annabelle Jones coming through the S's now. On up to to semicircles. Under the bridge comes Andrew Dixie in his car 105. And that right-hander brings him up to Pardon. Annabelle Jones' time is 70.51. So on scratch it's Saul Stevens who leads. On handicap it's Piers Trevelyan leading the way. What can Andrew Dixie do about that? He's into the S's. And on up to semicircle goes the Vauxhall of Andrew Dixie. To the line, I think this is going to be the best scratch time. It is a 60.37, but he goes into second place on handicap as Matilda Jones brings her 3098 Wensum out of Pardon and on up the hill. Through the S's then comes the silver machine of Matilda Jones. Matilda's time is 62.42. Tom Duffin is on the hill now, again in the Vauxhall 3098, car number 107. Through the SSN goes Tom. he does a 59.37, quickest on scratch, third on handicap, as Roger Thorpe exits Pardon in the 3098 Tourer. He goes through the S's. Bringing a little bit of variety to the class, we've got the Lagonda LG45, car 109, Nicholas Morley just rounding Pardon at the moment. Looking fairly quick at this early stage on the hill. Tom Duffin did a 59.37, fastest scratch time, third on handicap. Lagonda through the S's. Another different model is the Delahaye 135M of Roland Deuce, car 112. He's at Pardon. Nicholas Morley dropped a little bit of time in the later sections of the hill, but still quickest on scratch with a 58.80, and in second place currently on handicap. Roland Deuce continues up the hill in the Delahaye. Back to the Vauxhall 3098s, the relics of Noel Runnels Moss coming into Pardon. Roland Deuce has just done a 63-second run, which puts him into second place on handicap. Noel Runnels Moss going well, certainly in terms of scratch time, as he goes into semicircle. And then we see one of normally one of the quickest of the Vauxhall pilots, that's Hamish Monroe, just coming up towards Pardon now, in his four-seater Tourer. S's on the opposite lock as he comes up towards semicircle. Up to the finish line, what can he do? He does 53.53, quickest scratch time, not in the top three on handicap by the looks of it. John Fack in the Railton Light Sports, car 115. Is out of Pardon on up towards the S's, and picking up time as he goes further up the hill by the looks of it. He's around semicircle, and his time is going to be a good scratch time, certainly. It's 52.70, quickest in Class 6 so far, but again not in the top three when the handicaps are applied. John Guyot is in the Talbot Largo T150C, car 116, and he is into the S's, and he again is going pretty quickly at the moment. We're going to have a change of class in just a moment, but John rounding semicircle. Under the line, it's a time of 52.67, so the quickest scratch time, again not in the top three on handicap. And we've now moved to Class 7, the automobile engine, the Edwardian cars, and the first of those is Graham Figg in his Otard cycle car. into the S's. Not that much rubber in contact with the road on these cycle cars. But doesn't seem to be troubling him as he goes on up towards semicircle. Up to the line and setting a time of 68.61. Let me see Roger Collins in the Zus Brixia, built in Brescia, these cars. Roger, former president of the Vintage Sports Car Club, was telling me yesterday that the combined age of the car and driver is in excess of 200 years, but still trying. And he has been at this Prescott hill in excess now of 260 times in his career, which spans a little over half a century, I believe. So he continues on towards semicircle. As under the bridge comes Christopher Crook in the Sunbeam 1620. Roger's time in the Zus Brixia, 75.67 seconds. Mr. Crook, meanwhile, is just coming out of Pardon. Oh, 122 is the Sunbeam of Chris. I think this could be quite a good time for him as he comes into semicircle. Meanwhile, Jean de Verve in his Singer 124 is around Pardon. Chris Crook's time is 67.11. Quickest on scratch puts him in second place on handicap. Both he and Graham Big have beaten their handicap time by the looks of it. John de Verve though in that Singer, very early Singer, coming through the S's. Harry Calver is in the Vauxhall 3098, which is about to go into Pardon. Running in class 7. Looks like this could be a quick time, certainly on scratch. About to go in under the line, and it is 58.66 is the quickest by quite some way on scratch. Second on handicap is just a little bit wide there is Andy Lloyd in the Charmer 17, but he gets it around and on up to Pardon. You can see absolutely everything that the driver's doing on this car. So very little bodywork to obscure your view as he comes into the S's, leaning into the corners there. Semicircle, really leaning into the side of the car as it comes around there, over the line to set a 64.46. Second quickest on scratch. Archie Miller is in his Hudson Super 6 American built car. Coming into the S's now, car 129. Jones, meanwhile, in the Talbot 25 horsepower sporting model, as Archie Miller sets a time of 61.37 seconds. second quickest on scratch. David Jones then, car 130 through the S's, Talbot. Lovely looking machine. Behind David we have the Dodge Hornsted of Matthew Burkett, just coming up to Pardon. David Jones with a 57.01, quickest scratch time in the class, second on handicap at the moment. Matthew Burkett continuing on into the S's, that car built by the Dodge brothers, and in the USA of course. Round semicircle on up to the line, and the time 60.20, third quickest time of on scratch in this class, but second then on handicap behind Graham Figg. Andrew Howe Davis in the Straker Squire TT Racer. Andrew Straker Squire, who actually started building cars in Bristol, I believe, and then fixed up a number of years initially. On up to semicircle, but under the bridge goes something a bit special. That's Ben Collins in the Mercedes 120. Ben, son of Roger Collins. It's a lovely, very early Mercedes, pushing hard. Probably one of the quickest cars in the class, I would have thought. Ben looking to get the most out of it. He comes around semicircle now. Under the finish line banner. And a 52.7 for the quickest scratch time by some distance, but again not in the top three on handicap. Jamie Quatermain is at Vauxhall 3098 Velox, car number 713, so we've slipped back a class across to class 6, and he is coming up towards semicircle as James Collins brings the Hudson Super 6 under the bridge. Next on up towards Pardon as Jamie Quatermain sets a time of 55.89, which is fourth on scratch, but third on handicap in that class. As we see James Collins going through the S's. Semicircle then goes the Hudson Super 6 towards the line. What's the time? 52.64, quickest scratch time in class 7 by a tenth of a second, as Tamara Morley rounds Pardon in the Lagonda LG45, running in class 6. Up the hill. Jamie Quatermain's time was a 55.89. He's now third on handicap in class 6 as Tamara comes under the bridge in that lovely Lagonda. In fact, that's Chris Chilcott, of course, in the Alvis, who's just come under the bridge because Tamara was much further up the hill. And Tamara's done a time of 59.40. Into the up towards the S's goes Chris Chilcott in the Alvis. to halfway goes Chris Chilcott then, to semicircle rather, as Francois van der Straten Ponthos in the Vauxhall Schrader Aero machine is the first of the non-automobile engined Edwardian cars, Class 7A. Some very interesting machinery indeed in this class. Chris Chilcott's time was a 63.78. Francois then into the S's in that Aero Special. Plenty of opposite lock there as he was coming up towards semicircle. Around there he goes up to the finishing line, and he does a time of 54.8 seconds, beating his handicap time of 56.5 as Pino Lombardi in the Luxio goes up towards Pardon and out of there. Through the S's and into the Luxio. We go back to Class 7, the automobile engine Edwardian cars for the next car, 722. Hickey Hickling in the Sunbeam 1620. Pino Lombardi, meanwhile, has done a 56.07. So second on scratch and on handicap at the moment as Hickey Hickling goes to Pardon in the Sunbeam. So the Sunbeam through the S's on up towards semicircle. And on to the finish line to set a time of 68.88. Jonathan Miller in the Hudson Super 6 on the hill now. Jonathan also running in Class 7, one of the two driver cars. Goes around Pardon and in that Hudson. On to semicircle, then goes the Hudson Super 6. Finish banner to set a time of 64.64 into the top 10 in class as Tony Carasso comes out of Pardon in the Talbot 25 horsepower sporting model, another of the shared machines in this class. Through the S's and goes to Talbot at the wheel. Already seen this car, of course, in the hands of David Jones, and we see Julian Grimwade in the remarkable Oakland Romano Special. An amazing car this. I believe it's a replica of the car that won the first Pikes Peak HillClimb. Neil Goff is in the crit, rounding Pardon. Julian Grimwade does a 54.18. Quickest on scratch time, but only third on handicap. As Neil Goff continues to make his way up the hill in that crit. into semicircle. Looks like this could be a good time as he comes up to the finish line. Goes quickest on scratch, 53.54. Doesn't treble the handicappers though. John Flan is in the Curtis Lazare special, and he seems to be flying at the moment through the S's. On to semicircle. Around he goes. It's going to be a good scratch time, certainly. And it is a 49.31. Excellent on scratch. Meanwhile, Sally Benny is now in the Mercedes 120, car 733. Just going around to the right to Odds Pardon. On up then. So the S's. Sally really learning this car. I'm not sure that she'd driven it prior to this weekend. Coming up to semicircle then. Up to the finish line to set the time of 64.98. As Ruben Cartwright brings the Wiley Ulster Imp, car 740 up the hill, running in class 2, so we go back some way. 50.37, the quickest time in class so far. That was Nigel Dowding who set that, not surprisingly. So, the Ulster Imp going on up towards semicircle as Julian Hindle brings the MGJ2 under the bridge. Charlie Hindle sits on the start line behind him. What's the time for Ruben Cartwright? It's a 63.92 for Ruben as Julian Hindle exits Pardon in the MG. Running in Class 8. So the first of the cars we've seen from Class 8, the special sports cars and saloon cars, up to 1100 unsupercharged and 750cc supercharged. And he comes up to semicircle as Charlie Hindle in his Austin 7 Ulster heads into Pardon. Out of the hairpin then goes Charlie. Julian sets a time of 56.16. Obviously the quickest time in class so far because he's the first of the cars from Class 8 to complete his run. What can Charlie do? He goes through the S's. On towards semicircle and goes the Austin 7 Ulster. There's another Austin 7 Ulster, or Austin 7 Ulster replica behind him, just gone under the bridge. That's Andrew Cox, car 151. Charlie Hindle's time is 59.77, so he's looking at the handicap times. But that puts him in the lead on handicap. Andrew Cox continuing his way up in the Austin 7 Ulster replica. He goes into the S's. Adam Oliver meanwhile in the Riley 9 special coming up towards Pardon. Andrew Cox sets a time of 68.60. Puts him third both on scratch and handicap at the moment. As Adam Oliver comes up towards the S's in the Riley 9 special. 152. Kit Jackson in the Austin 7 Ulster just coming out of Pardon hairpin. as Adam Oliver comes towards the finish line and sets a time of 64.88. Puts him second on handicap. But Jackson then coming through the S's, car 153. That's Austin 7 Ulster. He comes up towards semicircle. Up towards the line. A little bit smoky as he goes over the finish line. Does a 68.63. Tom Golland is in the distinctive sounding and looking Morganero, the three-wheeler with a one-wheel at the rear, of course, and that V-twin engine powering it. He's into the S's, quite nimble handling classes. And around semicircle he goes. Class 8, and he sets a time of 57.02, which is quickest time on, or second quickest time on scratch, third on handicap, as Alistair Bailey rounds pardon in the Riley 9. We're still in class 8. Alistair quick on the early sections of the hills, seems to have lost a little bit of time further up. Graham Becker is in the Austin 7 Simplicity, car 159. Alistair Bailey does a 57.94, third on scratch, not in the top 3 on handicap. Graham Becker in that Austin 7 Simplicity, going up towards the S's.
So we've got as far as class 8 special sports cars and saloon cars up to 1100cc unsupercharged and up to 750cc supercharged. And on the line, number 163 is Ian Muir in Riley Brooklands replica, looking for all the world like the real thing. Interesting story of the Riley Brooklands. They produced the little Riley 9 engine, which was revolutionary with its twin camshafts and twin overhead valves in a hemispherical combustion chamber, far more efficient than the general run-of-the-mill in those days. This is in the late 20s, when you were up against side valve wheezing Morris Minors and Fords, struggling to put out 20 horsepower and 3,000 RPM. And up came this little Riley, revving up to 7,000 RPM without bursting a cylinder and producing plenty of power. And pretty soon, of course, the guys at Brooklands, particularly Freddie Dixon and co., saw the potential of this engine and started producing the Brooklands Riley with this very low chassis. The idea was that you ought to be able to reach the ground with your hand, and immediately sensational, and pretty soon it was being built in large numbers, and we've got a lot of them here this weekend. Time for Ian Muir, 54.69. Here's Jack Bond, driving 738. Jack, of course, works with James Baxter. Major contribution towards the reconstruction, the rebuild, the restoration of ERA GP2. And if you haven't admired GP2 in the paddock, you must. It's a work of art. 2.5 years of really hard work from tip-top to produce this wonderful GP2 back in better than original condition. 751 is Oliver Cox, an Austin Ulster replica, and on the line is the toy, well-known Austin 7 Special. That's David Furnell in the toy. Looks as if David has got the British Empire Medal. Not sure what for. Creative Austin 7 building. 165 on the line is Malcolm Hills and another very nice Austin 7 Special, looking for all the world like an Ulster. Oliver Cox's time, 64.58, still running. Jack Bond did a 57.98 in 7.38. Now a change from Austin 7s on the line. 170 brings us into class 9. Sports cars and saloons up to 1101cc to 1500cc unsupercharged, and 750 to 1100 supercharged, and 170 is an Austin 12.6. So whether it started as a saloon called a heavy 12, I don't know, but it looks extremely good. And 761 is Ian Patton, who used to be general manager here and had a great success, instituted La Vion Bleu and the American meetings, which was huge success. He did a great job, Ian did. And he also scrutineers at Goodwood, although I think he's slowing down and not doing as much as he used to. But it's great to see him sharing this lovely Amel car with Terry McGrath. Classic Amel car with the offset passenger seat, so your girlfriend put her arm around you when you were driving your Amel car back to the Hunt Ball, or back from the Hunt Ball. Amel car were officially sold in this country. They sold quite a few. They were pretty expensive, of course, compared with the competition in the form of Morris MG midgets and Austin 7s. Here's 760. This is Eleanor Bergman sharing number 160 with Clive. I don't know if it's a husband-wife battle for who does the washing up this evening, but this is 760, this is Eleanor. Nice little Austin 7 special. But here's another interesting engine, 171. Is the Lagonda Rapier. The Lagonda Rapier had I think the only engine that Lagonda built themselves, a little 1100cc twin overhead camshaft engine, highly efficient, but a bit too small often for these big saloon bodies that it was put into, and they struggled to pull the skin off a rice pudding. And Lagonda tended after that to specialize or to utilize the Meadows 4.5 litre engine. Time for Ian Patton, 57.13. Eleanor still going strong. Mark Carroll, a fairly hesitant start, cost him a second and a half off the line. And I'm sure everybody knows the purpose of the timing beam across the hill at 64 feet from the start line. If you don't know what that's for, wave your arms and I'll explain. Nobody waving their arms, so everybody knows. 172 MG J2. The J2 was the first little MG midget with the slab tank at the back, which led to the fashion all the way up to the TF in the 50s. The J2 was a big advance on its predecessor, which was the M-type, which had a canvas body, pointed tail. Saw one here yesterday, maybe it's back again today. On his way, Klaus-Peter Murchler, who comes over from Deutschland, number 173 in a TT replica Frazer Nash. And up to the line is an interesting car, the Riley Special, very attractive Riley Special, with a BRDC badge on the side. So it's driven by Gerald Parker, who must have a distinguished racing history. Either he has or the car has. You don't join the British Racing Drivers Club just by paying yourself. You've got to be invited, and to be invited, you've got to have won some races. Another Riley up to the line. Jack Butler's Riley Special. 4-cylinder, the amazing, well, in this case a 1500cc engine, but from 1927. The famous twin cam engine, revolutionary, apparently designed by Percy Riley himself, who apparently was a genius amateur engineer. Even when he was a teenager, he would mend things in the factory when they went wrong. Another Riley Special is number 177, but this is the 12.4 Special with a very attractive body. I'm talking about the car. .178 is driven by diploma engineer Tammo Voigt, who I guess has come over from Germany. So you don't get to be a diploma engineer without a lot of study and hard work. In this country, we regard an engineer as the man who comes and mends your washing machine, but in Germany, engineer is a very distinguished title, and engineers in the factory get a lot of respect, and quite right too. Jonathan Bowyer still climbing. Jack Butler, 54.65. 182, another one, another Riley 12.4 Special. Smart start, 2.83 is a rapid start for vintage cars. So we're into Riley land at the moment. 184 is Steve White in the Riley Falcon special. The Falcon, if I remember right, was a saloon Riley. Not a big one with the 1500cc engine. But it means your special has a longer wheelbase than the majority of them. Nice start, 3.13 is okay. 185 up to the line. Guess what? A Riley 12.4 special. Interesting that they all seem to have manual gearboxes. They don't have the pre-selector gearbox that so many riders did get. If you're watching online, we're getting lovely pictures from the cameras that Richard has put up all the way up, right up to the finish. And it shows you how pretty the countryside around Prescott is. Do send us messages if you're somewhere a long way away. We love getting them, particularly if they're complimentary. We'll read them out. .186. I'll let you guess what it is. Yeah, you guessed right. It was a Riley special. Now we're back to Austin Simmons with the toy again. Burnell family. 764. This is Claire Burnell Williams driving the toy. Complete with cuddly toy behind the mirror. Dennis Bingham comes to the line with another Riley Falcon special, 1500cc. Nicely built body. Doesn't waste weight putting paint on it. He's got a pre-selector gearbox. Interesting. You have to remember which gear you're in now and which one you want next, because you pre-select your next gear that you need, and then a kick on the sort of clutch pedal kicks it in. David Pryke in the Morgan Riley. Now what does that mean? I think that means Morgan chassis, Riley engine, and David has had a number of really interesting cars. He's on the committee here. Yeah, that doesn't sound Morgan-like at all. We move on to class 10. No, we don't. We're still on Michael James with a Riley TT Sprite replica. Shorter wheelbase. A lot of fiddling behind the steering wheel. I'm not sure what that means. It's got a pre-selector, so maybe it's just sorting out the elastic band, which I think indicates neutral. The pre-selector gearbox is technically very interesting. Epicycling with bands selecting the gears, and the bands do wear out and have to be changed every now and then. And if you have a pre-selector pre-selector box in your ERA and you do a good season's racing, it probably needs a rebuild at the end of the season. 775 is William Butler sharing with J.H. Butler, Rally Special. Sounds very healthy, but up to the line comes an interesting car, number 341. 341 takes us way. And this is Peter Cundy, right here, into class. We've got a red flag. Is it 341 when the numbers don't go up that high? But it's Peter Cundy. There he is. Professor Peter Cundy, who professes to drive an MG NA, only 1300cc, but it's a 6-cylinder. They had a habit in the 30s for little 6-cylinder cars, I think for taxation reasons, but I'm not sure. They taxed cars in those days by what they called horsepower, so you had a 9 HP Riley, it was taxed less than a 12 horsepower Austin, for example. But what the formula was based on, I really don't know, except that it resulted in engines with very long strokes and narrow bores. So it must have had something to do with the stroke of the crankshaft. Luckily, post-war it was dropped.
To British engines being particularly long stroke and slow revving.
Red flags coming in. I can't see any reason for it. Maybe it was a bit of sweeping that needed doing. But anyway, Peter Cundy has started the engine of the MG. It's still in class 9. Pre-selector box, but this time with the gear lever on the floor rather than on the starting column. Well, the steering column, what am I talking about? The red flags were to allow car number 71 to emerge from the slot at the S's and proceed up the hill, so in order to get back to the paddock. Car number 71 must have had a whoopsie in the S's earlier in the day. And it's Dominic Hall in a Frazer Nash Super Sports. If you've got a screen to look at, nice picture of this Frazer Nash, clearly undamaged, which is good news, and clearly got front wheel brakes. A bit later on, this is a 1929 car, a few years later, the Aldington brothers who ran Frazer Nash had the foresight to talk nicely to BMW and get the agency for BMW cars in Great Britain. And they were called Frazer Nash BMWs when they arrived. And they sold, they were highly respected. People were astonished at how sophisticated particularly the 328 BMW was. 327 was a very elegant touring car. Now, for some reason, the Nash is going back into the slot. Maybe they're having difficulty getting it going. Or maybe it's going to go back down the hill to the paddock. We shall see. It's best to be here, of course, but the second best is to have Prescott on the live stream. Wonderful pictures, brilliant camera work. Gives you a great idea of what Prescott was like. Dermello, these cars seem to have really great fun to do what they were built for instead of resting in a museum. Greetings, aus Bayern from Bavaria. Thanks, Der. Yeah, there's nothing worse for a historic car than to sit in a museum not doing anything. And when I bought a relatively classic car, a Subaru SVX, which is a very rare car, I said to the Subaru dealer, what do I do to keep this thing in good health? He said, use it every week, for heaven's sake. Don't let it sit and dry out and all the electrics to go. And I faithfully followed his advice and never had a minute's trouble with it. So thanks for that message, dear. I hope we get lots more. Peter Cundy fires up the MG NA with its little six-cylinder engine. Makes nice noises, as straight sixes tend to do. Particularly when the only silencer is the Fishdale Brooklands silencer right at the back of the exhaust pipe. Here's an interesting car. 201 is Peter Loxton in the Talbot BD75, made out of probably a big saloon. Talbot were very successful building cars in the Black Country. It ended up as part of the Anglo-French Talbot. And it got so complicated with Talbot, Sunbeam, Darracq. But in the end, Talbot in this country stopped building cars, and Mr. Largo built the remains of the French business and constructed some Grand Prix cars. Peter Cundy's finished with a 56.1. William Butler, good time, 51.55. But look at the time for Michael James, car number 190, 45.78. That was the Riley TT Sprite replica, goes up in 45.78, which is an astonishingly quick time in the vintage meeting. Peter Loxton 60.44 on the line. Off the line, Andrew Oliver, car number 786, shared car, sharing it with Dr. Morley. and replaced on the line by 203, an immaculate and very pretty Riley 15.6 special. We haven't seen a 15.6 engine up to now. 1726 cc, 6 cylinders. Is it again a pre-selected gearbox? It is. Placed on the line by Tony Norton in a 1928 Alvis 1250. Not exactly low slung. Alvis, highly respected manufacturer in Coventry, went on until the early 50s when decided that it would be more profitable to make military vehicles than expensive luxury cars, trying to compete with Jaguar. They made some nice cars though. Leading results on handicap in this class are Roland Woodley and Peter Longston. That's just come up on my screen. Away goes Paul Tunnicliffe. Frazer Nash Colmore, which I suspect celebrates a Frazer Nash win in the Colmore trial. Now, people might well be wondering why we're using the short course today, and the reason is that Prescott, when the estate came on the market in 1937, was discovered by the Vintage Sports Car Club, who saw that the drive up to the house would make the ideal hill climb, and were determined to buy it, but they couldn't raise the funds, so they spoke to their rich friends in the Bugatti Owners Club, who said, well, we'll buy it. And part of the deal was that every year the VSCC would run their own event at Prescott and have always used the original short course. The extension up to Ettores came in, I think, 1956. So it's always been traditional that this famous two-day August meeting of the VSCC at Prescott should be on the short course. There is always someone who forgets and goes charging up towards the Tories and turns around slightly red-faced. Anthony Norton has taken over leading result on handicap in this class. Slightly 2.37% better than his handicap. 206 on the line is Charles Pither in a very pretty bodied Frazer Nash Ulster. It's a unique body. I've never seen it. It's got a very interesting windscreen that folds up and down. Elegant Frazer Nash. 1931, they stopped making chain drive Nashes. Well, they went on until the war, I think, but pretty soon they were focusing on importing and selling BMWs. Now, Maurice Gleason, his Riley Special has a 2.5 litre engine, well, 2.443, which I think was the engine, four-cylinder engine that went into the Healy's Silverstone in the 50s. A very good engine. Now, interesting, the Riley Grebe of Jim Catnach, I don't think it's got a Riley engine. It might have, but the 1991 cc 6-cylinder engine often indicates the straight 6 AC engine, although I think If it had an AC engine, it would have said so, but we'll find out. Now, the Wolseley Hornet was a successful sports car for Wolseley in the 30s, and on the line, or off the line now, is Jack Pepiat's version with a supercharged 1600cc engine. And lovely to see an Alvis Silver Eagle on the line, unencumbered by paint, and with a bunny rabbit on the radiator cap. And a nice noise from the 2.2 litre supercharged engine. And now the classic TT replica, probably the most popular bodywork for Frazer Nash's, with the curved tail and the low-down petrol tank at the back. Oops, she's rolled back. I think it'll have to be pushed forward again. Get the timing strut lined up with the timing beam. 212, Glenn Burnage. This has got a BMW engine, the famous 1971cc straight six engine that became the Bristol engine post-war. And Bristol made them much better than BMW did, because wartime developed huge advances in metallurgy, and so the Bristol engine was made with aircraft spec materials, which means it lasts forever. 213. The result of an interesting meeting between an MG and a Riley. This is the Riley MG Riley Special of Roy Newton with a 1500cc supercharged engine. And we've got a Wolseley Hornet Special again, 214, in the hands of Lawton Green. Supercharged 1842 engine. You see the big blower on the left-hand side in front of the two SU carburetors, gives it plenty of grunt. Notable times again. Chris Downham, car number 188, is in the 40s with a 49.32. And we're back a bit to car number 110. In fact, we're back a long way to class 6, and Peter Garland has turned up in his Vauxhall 3098 Velox. The Velox, the standard bodywork, 4-seater Tourer bodywork of the Velox. Special bodies on 3098s were often named after rivers, like the Wensum. He's replaced on the line by Paul Weston in the Frazer Nash TT replica. This one with the 6-cylinder AC engine, built by AC down in Surrey for a long time, 1919 to about 1967 or 8. It's a long period of time for an engine pretty much unchanged in all that time, and included powering the early AC Aces before they ended up getting Bristol engines or Ford engines. Now this is an interesting car on the line. This lovely Lancia Special with its V8 engine, narrow V Lancia habit. So one cylinder head covered both banks of the engine. And Lancia used that for the Aprilia with a V4, with the Aurelia with its V6, and this car with its V8. Lancia Astura Steady Special. I guess the Lancia Astura was a luxurious limousine. with its 3-litre V8 engine. But this is a fascinating car, and we haven't seen it here for a long, long time. Alex Herndon, very pleased to bring it along, and it's been much admired, not least by me. David Wiley's Frazer Nash again has the AC engine, as has Paul Baker's, who's brought it to the line now. And after these two Nashes, a really interesting car, the GN Gnome. And I've always thought the GN Gnome was a late GN, but it's not. It's 1921, but very different from all the other GNs of the period, with a much more substantial chassis, nice bodywork, and a supercharged. Well, I think this has got the AC engine again, but it's supercharged, 1992cc, so it's clearly been re-engined. I must find out more about it. Theodore Hunt. Hunt family have a lovely collection of Frazer Nashes, both pre-war and post-war. And Theodore races them all, and races them with great success, as does his dad. Last runner in this class is Jeremy Brewster, well-known name, particularly, I think, Jeremy for restoring Lee Francis cars, but in this case, in a Frazer Nash called the Morris Gergen Frazer Nash. What Morris had to do with this one, I don't know. Followed to the line by our first runner in 11, this amazing Delage D8S of Ian Ferguson. That's a whole melange of different bits and pieces. It's a Delage chassis, it's a straight 8 Bentley engine. It's got a Rolls-Royce gearbox, and Ian has stamped all these major components Delage to fool the scrutineers. .233 is Jonathan Bennett. But something's gone funny, because 233 in the program is a Frazer Nash Ford Special, but actually 233 on the start line is 3098 Vauxhall. Yes, it is Jonathan Bennett, but not in the Frazer Nash, but in the 3098. Now, I'm not sure about this Derby Bentley. I love the front of it. It's very elegant. Not sure about the tail end, which clearly has been designed to accommodate a vertical spare wheel, but somehow, it's just me being opinionated. I think it spoils the looks of it. But the 4¼ litre Bentley, built by Rolls-Royce after they rather nefariously managed to buy the Bentley company away from W.A. Bentley. They came with a 3 litre and a 4¼ litre touring car, which was quiet, comfortable, reliable, and sold well. Whereas they knew that if they had continued making the original Bentley design, it wouldn't have been a great commercial success. Now on the line, Jaguar SS100. SS100 was a very swoopy and elegant sports car. But this one, much modified. Driver needs his overalls done up. This has got quite a famous racing history and looks highly efficient on twin rear wheels. And that doesn't have to go. This is Nick Finberg, off the line in 2.79. .236 is Craig Collins in the DR70 Delage with its 5-litre aircraft engine. Which means it nips along and makes a lovely touring car. Disappointment today that Vijay Mallya hasn't been able to come with the Samyuk Tigress, nor has Tony Lee's been able to come in the Wolseley Viper. Two non-starters much missed. Here comes Craig into the S's in the Delage. Off the line comes Rob Hubbard in a very raughty sounding Vauxhall H-Type 3098, 4.2 litres. And here's a mystery car to me, the D-Type MG, car number 181. We go back a page or two in the programme. And I think the D-Type was a competition version of the J2. I could well be wrong. If I can speak to the cornerman who's driving this, I'm not sure where he comes from. Alvis Firefly Special in the hands of Trevor Hurst with a 3.5-litre Alvis engine, which has powered a great many successful racing cars, including the Norris Special, blue one, which is here, of course. But on the line is Justin Hart in his Big 4 Special, and I think Justin put in some extremely quick times yesterday. Okay, start in 2.89. Nick Finberg did a good time in number 235, 50.21. He wishes he could get in the 40s, but not quite. Here's 233 back again, but 833. I think this is another husband and wife duo. Let's look at Justin Hart's time. Yeah, it's quick, 47.54. This is Nicola Quatermain in the Vauxhall 1440, and up to the line then a really interesting single-seater Austin 7. Looks like a Chris Ragg body, for all the world like the pre-war works Austin 7 racing cars, the last of which had a very sophisticated twin-cam engine driven by the likes of Bert Hadley. Kay Peter used to drive them. Sadly had a nasty collision with Reg Parnell at Brooklands. But she was okay, she recovered and went on. I think she was still racing after Ward, I'm not sure. Now the penetrator comes to the line, having penetrated a stoat or a ferret on the way because it's stuck to the radiator grille. Martin Hunter in the single-seater Austin proceeding nicely. And Liz Corley takes off in the penetrator. Poor Chris Ragg, who built a lot of these single-seater Austin 7 bodies for specials. I think he died in a skiing or a climbing accident up in the mountains. I hope I'm wrong, but I think I'm right. Sam Ely and an interesting Singer Jr. You see the suffering ferret on the front. Singer were pretty much respected. Their engine was used in all sorts of cars and capable of a lot of development. Singer cars themselves tended to be a bit dull and ornery. In the 50s, of course, they were snapped up by the Roots group, and then their cars got even less exciting. Now 257 is interesting. This is Mike Fountain's Gillow Special with a 1-litre engine, and it's another one of these mystery engines with 3 exhaust pipes coming out of a four-cylinder. But is it a Meadows? It could be a small Meadows engine. Mike Fountain on his way in the Gillow Special. On the 9259 is India Walker in her Austin 7 Special. Makes an excellent start, 2.95 off the line. 257. Gillow Special heading towards semicircle. 260 is the Adro Special. This is a quick car, quick and scruffy, how they should be. Sounds like a V-twin engine. 260, 1 litre. Yeah, sounds rather Morgan-like, doesn't it? Cravens, Austin 7 Special on the line. Sporting a 3-speed gearbox, which is quite a handicap here, but even more of a handicap up Chelsea Walsh, which is a steep hill. It is another ammo car. This is a Grand Prix ammo car. Hands of Matthew Blake. Quick car, single-seater, no pretense of a passenger seat. despite being definitely a racing car, it actually is road registered, as is 264, another Amocar, in the hands of Ian Roche. Amocar CASS. Definitely 2 seats. And if you're watching on the live stream, you'll see that the live stream is blanked. We tend not to focus on accidents until it's quite clear that the driver's okay.
Good morning, Christopher.
Is that Mr. Upton in person?
It is indeed, sir.
Are you in comfort in the top commentary box, along with the wasps and the spiders?
Actually, the BOC have cleaned out all the wasps and spiders. What I can tell you is a redundant swallow's nest here, but there's a little note on. We've hatched 4, of which we believe in the next 6 weeks we'll be going back to Africa. So I think we could say we've had a successful brood up here at Torres. As we got to a small interval, whilst the situation is being carefully looked at by our clerk of the course, it's probably appropriate because you and I have a history of Christopher.
Nick, sorry, can I interrupt you for a second?
Of course.
On behalf of Matthew Blake's family, he looks as if he's fine. So that's good news.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. There's normally a recipe for the day. This started some years ago when we had an incident at Silverstone that took a little while to be organized and arranged. And the commentators and myself managed to deal with 2.5 hours or so of keeping, hopefully, most of you entertained, I think is the word, and the word recipe started to come. And I remember going back to the paddock and somebody say, "You obviously do a bit of cooking, Nick." Well, just occasionally. So I thought I have a note here, which is really in retrospect of the hairy bikers, who, of course, one of the 2 of them died earlier this year and was celebrated by, I think it was something like, was it 12 or 15,000 motorbikes that went up to have a reflection upon his wonderful career and his interest in motorbikes. I think that's the number, was it not, Christopher?
It was getting on that way. It certainly caused good old chaos on the motorway.
Well, I must admit, I was on the motorway, and I think we had about 20 of the either BMWs or the Harleys coming past, and we all pulled over to the far left-hand side, and as they went past at about X miles per hour, we all hooted, waved through the windows and turned on the lights. So this is it's called Rev Up Freshness of the Hairy Biker's new cookery book. It's a white bean and tuna salad Very, very, very simple. Get a nice can of cannellini beans, drain it obviously. Few pitted black olives, roughly chop them up. Rocket, which of course you can get in any decent supermarket at this time of year. A little bit of red chicory. Baby tomatoes, which are lovely and sweet this time of year, and a very small red onion.
Are people writing this down?
Of course they are. We know they are, because when I come back to the paddock later, somebody will say, "You sure you got the recipe right? We always use..." And they give me a comment about either the olives or which oil I may have not used. So olive oil, best one of course. Zip across to Italy and go to the markets in Florence or and come back with the very best. Remember, you can get really 15 or 20-year oil, which is the best, but put that really on your salad. Little zest of lemon, sherry vinegar, Dijon whole grain mustard, and you have the leaves. Now, the important bit there is, of course, you've got your minced pork. Yum! Leading on to that one, you can have a pasta with a meatballs and chard, which is even easier. You can wrap that up, as you've all got grandchildren this weekend, or probably, we have, certainly. So you get minced pork, clove, bit of fennel seeds, wrap them up, makes 16 balls out of 400. The pasta sauce is easy. 1 onion, finely chopped, little bit of chard, garlic cloves, bits and pieces, white wine, which is always important, 100 ml, a little short pasta, which you're going to buy fresh from any decent supermarket, and a little bit of cream cheese. Look after the pork briefly on a hot pan. Just a little bit of brown, take it off. Then you make your sauce, which is your white wine and those various bits that go with it. Put your pasta on for 2.5, 3 minutes. Put back everything into the pasta dish when it's nice and warm. Stir up the cream cheese, make it nice and rich, so it's a nice creamy sauce. Pour it over the top, bung it on the table. I tell you, 16 meatballs go through 4 grandchildren like wonder. All right, back to you, Christopher. At lunchtime, after the final initial run, we will have Roland Duce's Bugatti, which has been sitting outside the clubhouse for some time. And through the courtesy of the clerk of the course and the Bugatti Owners Club, and of course the VSCC, who are our guests this weekend, that will be taken up the hill. And that's got a story and a half, but in the meantime, you've all been able to look at this magnificent beast sitting quietly, waiting to be woken. And it'll be woken and driven up the hill. The other car that is being delivered today, which is the Type 35B, 1926, that is the ex-Sir Malcolm Campbell and Bernard Kane. And of course, Bernard Kane was a great official here at the BOC. I believe he was both our chairman and certainly our president for a great number of years. The particular car is, of course, some 65, what are we, 65, 75, 1924 was the first Type 35 Bugatti, which of course we celebrated yesterday at Lyon, which was the first Type 35Bs that came out. Tori took them to the Lyon Grand Prix, and they competed. They had a few difficulties, basically, with the Dunlop tyres, but they did manage, I think it was the 7th place, and that particular car, which was driven by Frédéric, is in the trust and exhibited as part of a wonderful exhibition that Angela Hoyk has put in for you, which shows a map of the Grand Prix circuit. The car itself, which, as I said, celebrated as part and parcel of the Bugatti team, and wonderful elements of memorabilia with it. In addition, on the R, there is a Pathé News, I would imagine it may be, of certain parts of the race, which is wonderful to watch. And yesterday at 3 o'clock, we celebrated a pickup with the other Bugatti boys who are in France to celebrate on the start and finishing line, and a birthday cake was blown out with the appropriate candles. So the celebration is there for 100 years for the Type 35B. Two other machines that Roland has been generous enough to both compete with and, more importantly, today to celebrate here is one of the ERAs, which had a little bit of a stutter yesterday. I think there was a bit of an oil pressure concern, but they've been working on it, I know, and hopefully that'll be coming up shortly. And that's that lovely soft pea green, driven by, I think, David today, but I'm not sure. There might be a change of owners. The other car that Roland was bringing was the Ghost, but that was Edinburgh Ghost, 1913, London to Edinburgh Ghost. And that he popped across to Norway some 5 weeks ago, travelled some 1,500 miles, toured the mountains, accompanied by almost another dozen early Ghosts. As he said in his note to me on Friday, the car did not miss a beat despite the heights above the snow line with glasses beside us. What a glorious, glorious photograph. So cars of that age, driven by enthusiasts of the like of who are all part and parcel of the VSCC, you have to be congratulated. You don't tuck them away in a museum. You use the beast to enjoy. You mentioned a few minutes earlier, Christopher, the domination of Shelsley Walsh in terms of the sheer power that you need to use on that particular hill. As you have been one of the senior commentators there for some considerable years, you must have seen some wonderful adventures, both on the more modern single-seaters, but also the VSCC when they come and take over Shelsley for a whole weekend.
Actually, Nick, Chris has handed over to me now, so you'll have to ask him that question a little bit later on.
We have the Welsh voice now. Jolly good. A change of humour.
If you say so. Humour? What's that?
Your humour only disappears when you lose against England in the appropriate rugger matches, sir.
We try not to talk about that.
You haven't been beaten most recently, though. You did quite well in the world, didn't you?
Not bad. Better than I expected, to be honest. But still a long way from our heyday, shall we say.
Why is that? I think we go through periods, don't we? Is it sometimes we keep changing, or, I mean, it's very important to bring younger athletes early in, but there's always a slight tendency, well, we've been successful with X team, we might, and again, it's the rhythm of the team that works together, isn't it?
Yes, that's very true. There's a whole host of reasons as well. I think, you know, the structure of the sport these days, that we've got a number of very good Welsh players who aren't under the current rules eligible to play for Wales because they're playing their club rugby outside the country, and I'm not personally not convinced that rule is a good rule, which says, you know, that unless you have, I think these days it's 30 caps, if you don't play in Wales then you can't play for Wales. So we are sort of depriving ourselves of some good players.
Was that instigated by the clubs where they themselves have had financial concerns the last number of years, in point of fact where a number have actually gone bankrupt, haven't they?
They have, although in fact more so in England, and curiously enough, than in Wales. I mean, I used to regularly cover games at Worcester, and I really miss going to see them. They were a great club, great support, and now they're gone, of course. But I think it was instigated actually by the Welsh Rugby Union themselves in the hope of encouraging Welsh players to stay in the country to play, because I think they thought that winning caps would be so important to players that they wouldn't want to so give them that opportunity, even if they were offered more money to go elsewhere. But as the saying goes, I think money talks.
Well, looking at some of the figures that the rugby players were able to achieve in English clubs through their performance, but of course you then have to balance, I suppose, economically, how long does a top rugby player actually be able to perform. It's not dissimilar, I suppose, into when we delve into the world of football too.
Absolutely, and although the top rugby players are doing what I would say is very well financially, it's dwarfed by what many of the football players are receiving.
And then we transfer to sort of motor racing and Formula One, and you hear the figures of somewhere between 40 and 50 million a year paid for the very top 3 or 4 players. And then you go further down the line, and it's almost back to the early principles of almost amateur payment. Would you drive my car? We might be able to give you an element of performance if you come in the top 10 on a Grand Prix. It's a strangulated system, isn't it? Top, you go home with rewards which are staggering, and other elements that go with it, whether it's speaking or watches or cars or whatever. And at the bottom end, you can see an element of struggling, even in Formula One on the grid.
That's very true, yeah. And again, if you look at World Rallying, there are 1 or 2 drivers who get pretty well paid to go rallying. There are other drivers at fairly high level in World Rallying that are paying for the privilege of being there.
And again, it's always the balance, isn't it?
Absolutely, we don't ever seem to get these things right where money is concerned, shall we say.
No. So Peter, have you managed to go up to the Bonhams tent today?
I'm afraid I haven't been up there yet today, but I'm going to make a point of getting there before the end of the day.
Good. I apologise, I didn't arrive yesterday evening after the last to go and enjoy a glass of their normally delicious beer or cider or a glass of wine, so I apologise for that. I also haven't got a list of those wonderful cars, but I know there's a K3 which I can see from here on the right hand side, which I know has a history of being driven by Prince Bera, in the Irish Ards. I think he was persuaded to drive, and he was exhilarated by the performance of the car itself. I think there is also, I can see a red Porsche, but a little bit out of our 1939 period. There's certainly a little MG in green, surrounded by people. I think that is that was a post K3s, which was unsupercharged.
Well, certainly we're going up there to have a look around, but I'm sure you understand, as a true Welshman, the beer and wine has absolutely no appeal to me.
Well, to be fair, you did produce one Welsh car, which was a Gilburn, wasn't it? I think it's right, isn't it? The Gilburn?
The Gilburn, yeah, which was produced by 2 people, one of whom was the local butcher in Pontypridd, and they produced it behind the butcher's shop initially.
How lovely, a butcher deciding to make a very elegant... Which engine did that have? Was it a Ford or was it 2 litre?
It was the 3 litre Ford engine, I think they used, certainly for most of the cars that they produced. But the first one they produced, apparently, when they finished building it, they realised they couldn't get it out of the workshop unless they cut a tree down to make way. So the tree had to be sacrificed. But there have been other Welsh cars, the Davrian being one. There was one other car made in very small quantities, and I can't think of it. And Kieft began life in Wales, building racing cars in the Bridgend area, and then moved to the Midlands. And obviously over the years we've had a lot of component manufacturers in Wales as well.
It's interesting because people like Bugatti and other French cars, particularly that period, tended to build the car from nuts and bolts right to the finish, didn't they? The component people started to come in, I suppose, later, particularly the English, whether it was Riley. Not everything was done in-house, I think. I have to be correct by Ian Patton on that very comment. I may have got it completely wrong, but that was my understanding. So the introduction of other elements of mechanical workings for the cars were brought in rather than in-house. And maybe that made a difference in terms of performance or repair or whatever.
Yes, that's true. And I mean, my original hometown was Cwmbran in South Wales, and we had a very large factory there owned by Girling, producing brakes and brake components, for instance.
An element of pride too, probably, when it finishes. I mean, the Morgan factory, which of course has had the most extraordinary careers. I mean, in Paris, I think in 1912, and then post the First World War, 1918, 1919, 1920 onwards, they had a major showroom for Morgan cars, and they first went across with their wonderfully exciting three-wheelers, which of course were also made under license, I think, in Paris. And they took an exhibition, I think it was either 10 or 12 of the three-wheelers in the most wonderful, smarty colours: yellow, blue, green, pink, black, of course, dark green. And they took over the whole of the showroom and caused quite a stir. But of course they were, as a three-wheeler, and the rating of property in France for cars was exciting and preferential, should I say. They caused quite a stir. Have we got any three-wheelers this weekend? I can't see Sue, who normally completes. I know she's part of the VSCC new library, parting with Fergus, and she's a huge addition to the new team in their library, which I'm sure one or two of us have been there already and managed to look at books and the layout, which is much simpler than it was before, and certainly worthwhile from my point of view, going there for collecting and referencing and adding to one's collection of knowledge about pre-war cars for the VSCC. Yep. Probably a bit too far for you to travel to, Peter, isn't it?
Unfortunately, yes. Yeah. With regard to your question about three-wheelers, we've got at least one Morgan Aero here this weekend, with, of course, the V-twin engine.
I've never driven with one or been in one that has been driven with speed and panache. Have you?
No, I haven't. No, actually, I'm just looking, and it's the one I referred to is parked right virtually alongside the commentary box down here by the start line. It was due to come up the hill very soon when the red flags went out.
I mean, yesterday we raised some money for the Friends of Prescott by using a Vauxhall, did we not?
We did. I well remember a former chair of Bugatti Owners Club telling me how he was going to arrange for me to have a run up the hill one day in a Bugatti. It hasn't happened.
Can you just remind me who the gentleman is? We can now recite that very offer. I tell you what, it could either be Julian Eckersley, who of course unfortunately is in France, and he would never let you down. The other person who again would not let you down if you reminded him could be of course Charles Trevelyan.
It was actually not a Bugatti. Well, basically,
we have a fault in it. Tell me.
You were arranging it for me, Nick, but we won't talk too much
in
about
that case, I apologise. You should have started that dictum of criticism. I will therefore make sure.
I was trying to be tactful.
You don't need to be with me. Just hit me direct. Are you here for the next VSCC meeting, which is the long course in September?
Unfortunately not, no. I'm actually, where am I? I think I'm covering the rallycross that day.
Oh, which is a pity. I've just organised you for that Bugatti ride up the hill. Oh well. Maybe 2025, Peter.
Yes, I won't hold my breath.
I'll carry it out, don't worry. I carry burdens of responsibility heavily on my shoulders. Right, how are we getting on, do you think?
Well, certainly the car has been recovered, and I think there's just a little bit of clearing up work to be done at the scene of the incident, and then we should be able to get back underway.
Right, well, we're obviously putting down what looks like pancake flour on the immediate exit on the short course. Thank you, marshals. They're standing on at the moment. Add an egg and a little bit of salt and milk. Make a really good pancake mixture. Pancakes seem to be my grandchildren's favourite at something like 7 o'clock in the morning. You can hear them squeaking like chicks for food. Parents, of course, by then still sleeping, so it's up to grandfather to feed the little darlings.
That's the whole reason for grandparents' existence.
I embrace it, actually. Thoroughly enjoy it. I feed them with pancakes, take them up the hill, go and see the horses, and the only criticism was I was taking them out too early and spending too long away before. It was about 2 hours before I returned home. And by then parents were becoming anxious that one, where their children were, second, had I fed them, so I could answer both. They were in my company, which does cause an element of anxiety at times, I know, but in terms of feeding them, they were fed. Laura's just joined me. Excellent, jolly good. Our photojournalist with the fast lady comment. Whilst we got a little bit of quiet, would you like to talk? Let me give you a couple of minutes to grab your notes and bits and pieces. Laura and I have been putting together, as you know, for some months now, or a big month, yes, a little interlude at respective lunch hours and these to talk about some of the wonderfully exciting female drivers, women drivers, that were the early 30s up to 1939, and a period of excitement of cars that they drove, whether they were Bugattis, De La Haye's, ERAs, throughout those champion years of excitement, and not only drove well, but were exceedingly successful. And over the years, we put together a number of excellent notes, and Gemma's now turning this into a podcast. Unfortunately, not with the individuals, although yesterday we were lucky enough to meet. It has to be a grandson, doesn't it? Whose great aunt was one of the champion drivers in that period, which we'll come to in a second. And he has a box of her notes, box of her programs where she had competed both in France and England, all over Europe, photographs, and the most wonderful collection. And it was pure by chance. I think it was one of the rapiers. It was an either 1100 or 1500 rapier, and we spoke to him and his daughter, and we picked up this wonderful link. Right, I can now give the excellent introduction.
Hill climbing is one of the most popular forms of motorsport. Drivers compete against the clock over a tarmac course, typically around 1 to 1.5 kilometres long. It attracts a whole range of cars, from road-going saloons to specialised single-seater racing cars. The British Hill Climb Championship is the pinnacle of the sport, with over 150 drivers tackling 14 events around the UK, including Northern Ireland and the Channel Islands. The contest for the title of British Hill Climb Champion is dominated by powerful race cars, with reigning champion Wallace Menges driving a Gould single-seater powered by a 3.3-litre Cosworth engine designed for the Indy race car series in the USA. The BHC Cup runs alongside the main championship and is fought out between a wide range of cars, all running in classes of similar type of vehicles, from road-going saloons all the way through to specialised single-seater race cars.
With James Baxter and Jolyon Harrison. Talk about a labour of love. What an incredible achievement in a year, or not much more than a year.
No. To be fair, it's been 2.5.
2.5.
Yeah.
That's even better. But Julian bought GP2. This is the famous ERA GP2 that's gone through all sorts of iterations, including at one stage having a streamlined body and a Jaguar engine. But Jolyon, when you acquired it, what state was it in?
It has obviously seen better times. It had got slightly different bodywork on it. It had got a straight-through prop shaft that needed altering to a drop-down prop shaft. There are all sorts of things that needed doing. But the basis was there. Yeah. Lots of parts were stamped GP2, so lots of original parts. And so
was that all the work of Gordon Chapman? Because he started the rebuild from the Jaguar.
Yeah, he started it. But there are all sorts of things that hadn't been done to it, and we had to sort of pick up the challenge from that point.
And James, your aim was to make it better than original, cutting out all Peter Berthen's mistakes?
Well, yeah, that's a real deep question, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, better than original. So original was not very successful, as we all know.
Yeah.
We wanted to put it back to a specification that we liked, that we can use. Which involved making it look cool, which is the straight-through bodyline. But that's putting it back to original spec.
Right.
So they ran it like that for a year before they went for the straight-through prop. So we felt wholly justified in doing it, putting it back as it should be. And we've got loads of photos of it looking like this. So we copied bonnet catchers and detail like that, but also more fundamental things from photographs. And we felt we were doing our duty.
Absolutely. Putting it right.
Yeah.
After all these years. Because Peter, in a way, he was imitating Mercedes without really knowing what he was doing.
Well, even like today, there's a lot of looking over shoulders in paddocks, isn't there, in Formula One? And it was happening back then, of course. The similarities are massive. And then the iteration straight on to BRM after this, you don't need to screw your eyes up too much to see that as well.
Let's have a look at the car in its beautiful condition. It's immaculate. What is the body new?
Well, the tail is the same one it has that when we bought it, and it's the same nose. We didn't have to replace the bonnet, but we did for more accurate detail. Right. And then obviously the three-quarter back panel is new because it's well dropped. But after that, you're into mechanics of rear axle, all the transmission and all the engine, which is all genuine original. All the swinging arms, the radius arms, the torsion bars inside, they're all absolutely original.
Well, it was lucky that it survived that period as a two-seater Jaguar.
Yes, it was, because they kept all the transmission in there. Yeah. I think they got rid of first and second gears, I've read somewhere. So effectively they had an overdrive. They could have used third and fourth with the ERA box, and then a Jaguar engine and gearbox up ahead. So the world was their oyster. They had almost infinite gear ratios.
Did they muck around with the chassis as well?
No, don't believe so. When we had it stripped down here 2 years ago, as you remember.
Yeah, I do.
And we can see welds from different periods because they use different techniques. And we can say, oh, this is a Gordon Chapman job. This is right back to original because it's been gas welded. Yeah. And we don't think it's ever been crashed or altered in any way, shape or form. And so the history books agree as well.
Is it very different from GP1?
No, I think it's extremely similar. Yeah. Yeah.
Jolyon, did you know what you were taking on when you bought it?
Yes, I think so. And when you're talking about various iterations, I mean, in 1951, Peter King, a young apprentice at BRM, was told to call the scrap man and tell him to take that car away. And in fact, the scrap man came along and pulled his leg and said, "It's all different materials. Can you take it apart for me and I'll come back tomorrow?" Instead of that, Peter King went to his bosses and said, "Can I buy it with my tool money?" And so they said yes, and so that saved the car. Otherwise, it would have been scrapped.
Yeah.
And he was 19 years old at the time in 1951.
Did you do some work on it?
Not much.
Not very much at all. He eventually sold it in order to pay for his wedding, and we contacted him 2.5 years ago, and he was very poorly. And when he asked me where I lived, I said in York. He said, "Oh, my daughter lives in York." So I said, "Where about?" "A mile away from where I live."
Wow.
And so he came up to stay with his daughter, and he came to look at the car with his wife, and you could see all the memories flowing back, and that's part of the history of the car.
Yeah. Let's have a closer look. 2-litre engine.
No, it was 2 litre when we got it, but
Yeah.
we've put it back to original spec 1500.
Oh, have you?
So we've taken the moral high ground, you might say, but it's genuine 1500. But of course, that's short stroke.
Yes.
So there's
And
a benefit.
Is it a lighter engine too?
Well, it's the same block.
Right.
We put a new crank and rods in it,
Yeah.
which are about the same weight, but there's a lot of modern technology gone into it because it's made by Arrow, and brand new pistons.
Yeah.
But to 7.5 compression ratio, there's no trick bits in it.
No. I mean, Tom says the 1.5 is almost as quick as a 2-litre. It's just out of slow corners it loses a bit.
It's all to play for.
It is. And then transmission, you had to drop the transmission, drop the drive shaft.
That's right. So it comes out of the bell housing, drops down with a pair of bevel gears,
Right.
prop shaft under your bum, bevel gears back up again. So you're picking up the gearbox with the lower shaft.
Yes. Was that the original design? It was.
Yeah. So you're absolutely as low as you can be. The prop shaft is about 1/2 inch under your bum.
Well, you
Very close.
keep your fingers crossed.
Let's go. It'll get interesting.
Yeah. 4-speed gears,
Yes, that's right.
but not a
Synchromesh.
pre-selector.
Not pre-select, no. Yeah, so it's all in the back there, joined onto the final drive, which is a ZF diff, and then you've got a Didion rear end, so there's a trunnion block in the rear, which is...
Slides up and down.
That's right.
Yeah. And when you took it to test it last week, any surprises?
How nice it felt, to be honest. Yeah. Oh God, yeah. God, yeah. I mean, I don't know how to sort of put into words that you feel you're in something special. It's busy. There's a lot going on. Although it's just a 6-cylinder engine, there's supercharger going round. There's a lot of gears, and you kind of feel the importance of it. You ain't just jumping in a go-kart. It feels like a lot of motor car.
And front suspension similar to R4D.
It's identical, yeah.
Yeah.
And the same as the C-Type. So C, D and E are all the same.
Yeah.
Torsion bars going across. But of course the E-Type's got torsion rear as well.
And handling okay?
Gorgeous.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
Straight out of the box?
Straight out of the box. We've replaced a lot of bushes and things.
Yes.
So we're kind of not surprised. It's got twin leading shoe brakes on all 4 corners, so the brakes are good. There's a little bit too much travel, that's fine tuning. And we need to move the pedal so we can toe and heel it and stuff like that. But yeah, you can turn into corners, it feels absolutely lovely. It's got suspension, it's got shock absorbers that work.
And hydraulic brakes rather than cable.
Yeah, that's right.
It feels like a big circuit car.
Yeah,
It feels definitely it'd be at home at Silverstone or Brands Hatch or somewhere like that.
So what's going to be its first race meeting?
Well, I don't know. I'm going to HillClimb it exclusively, but James can race it as much as he wants. So
That's all right.
It's up to James.
We've nudged Goodwood.
It ought to be at Revival.
We would like it to be there. It would be lovely. I think it would be highly appropriate, but we're awaiting our invitation. There's VSCC Mallory as well in between. That might be a nice little run.
Yeah, should be. Well, congratulations, A, on buying it, and B, on fixing it. A wonderful job, and I never dreamt that we would see it this year, complete and running at Prescott. What a treat. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
A pleasure.
Thank you.
Their students who'd gone out for various activities at night in their cars found their way back to their appropriate accommodation. But these, of course, were stripped away from our lovely countryside. You can still find many in France when you're traveling through. Very few in Italy, although when you go on the Targa Florio, go to Palermo and Sicily, as you go up in the mountains, you'll see certain rock faces with names like Vasarely written across in white. So there are still historic marks, but you're all celebrating next week in Stratford-upon-Avon. Stratford-upon-Avon still has 2 marker stones leading into Stratford on the Shipston and Star line, or road, I beg your pardon, and village, and Stratford. One going to Stratford says 4.5 miles, and the other one back to Shipston on Star, which I think is 6.2, 6.3. So you are tracing history, ladies and gentlemen of the VSCC. So if your sat-nav does not work on the rally on Saturday or whenever days you're out, just look for those 2 road signs and you know you're going to be safely going back to the racetrack.
Nick, forgive me for interrupting, but we are about to get back underway, I'm pleased to say, with the time.
Excellent.
I hope we can hear more of what you've both been talking about, perhaps at lunchtime or whatever, because it is absolutely fascinating. And just to round off very quickly one story about Stirling Moss and Jenks doing the Mille Miglia. There was a wonderful BBC play made back, I think, in the very late 60s, written by the South African playwright Athol Fugard, about their experiences on the Mille Miglia. I haven't thought if there is still a recording of that available somewhere, it would be great to put a showing of it on somewhere for motorsport fans.
How interesting. We were celebrating Raymond Mays here at the BOC a few weeks ago, and if you listen to Desert Island Disc, which occasionally has some really cracking ones, some leave me cold, but then that's fine. Historically, I found out that Raymond Mays had a Desert Island interview, and I proposed to whoever's doing the commentary here that they ought to listen to that and take some element of that, because to listen to the voice brings all those wonderful recordings back and all those histories and the voice tone. And there's a link here of what Lara is doing with regarding your podcast, isn't there?
There is indeed. It's the VSCC podcast that we're going to hope to launch in November, and we're collecting together lots and lots of stories. So I shall let you get back to some of these drivers now. But yeah, look out for the podcast.
Well, before you die on that one, who are you interviewing today?
Roger Collins.
Correct. And who were you interviewing last week?
Duncan Pittaway.
Correct. So you just have a taste of the people. Now the reason behind this is that we have so many hugely valuable people within the VSCC, whether they are drivers, whether they're mechanics, whether they are entrepreneurs, whether they are curators, whatever, or they just love the cars. And we do not wish to lose that valuable element of history within the club. So the VSCC introduced the idea to Lara. Lara has grabbed it and she's producing a real quality response. And it comes out in August, is it? November, late November. But the VSCC will write. Right, over to you, go.
Thanks very much. Well, Oliver Tomlin has completed his run in the Morgan Aero and has gone quickest on scratch in Class 13, the 341 racing cars up to 1100cc, and quickest on handicap at the moment as well. So a good run for him. On the hill at the moment is Mark Daniel in the MGPB. Matthew Moore has done a time of 51.51. Mark Daniel coming up to semicircle now and really throwing that MG around, coming under the finish banner, and his time is a 47.36, which now puts him quickest on both scratch and handicap, as Harry Jones brings the Austin Ulster into Pardon and on up. But some good times being put in by these race car class drivers at the moment. Harry Jones in that Austin Ulster going up to the S's. Ian Roche is also on the hill in his Amel car. Harry Jones comes to semicircle. And heads to the finish line. Time for Harry Jones is a 61.33. Mark Atkinson is on the hill in Austin Slippery Ann as well. But the ammo car of Ian Roche coming through the S's at the moment. And looking very impressive, in fact. It's Mark Atkinson, who has just rounded Pardon in Slippery Ann.
Peter, we have a screen up here, but it's just showing the historic runs of yesterday afternoon, lending Duke Corley, Robin Tooley and Harry Leston, but it won't give me anything else at all. So can you give me a link in what number car we're up to so I can pick it up the next period? We are
on car, at the moment, the car that has just finished is car 255, Mark Atkinson, who's done a 56.10, and 853, Bertie Corley, is on the hill. 268, James Burmester, has just left the line.
Ah, this is part of the Piglet family, isn't it? Then this is the youngest Corley.
Yeah, in the Austin 7 Special, yeah.
Very, very pretty car. Austin, of course, have just come out with that wonderful book, haven't they? How they produced the Austin single-seater and the two-seater Austin Cambridge, which was introduced by the Austin factory to give work to the disabled. And it was retrospectively reported on it by John Staveley and Bugantics fairly recently.
Yeah, well, they initially, that was the idea, wasn't it, behind the pedal, the Austin pedal car? Was it the J40?
Absolutely correct. I had a single-seater one in pale blue, very similar to the one that just gone whisking up the hill. And it was crashed in at one of my birthday parties by a young boy who came to the party. There was a long hill from the garage to gates at the end of our particular home. And he stole the car out of the garage. I use the word stole because Father had locked it. And it went down the hill and it crashed into the blue gates and it broke the front offside wheel. I was suitably angry with him.
Yeah, they were actually built in a factory in the Hengoed area in the South Wales Valleys, those cars. I remember a friend of mine having one Christmas, in fact.
They were sold for about £170, weren't they? Now I think you could put 17,000 on them.
Yes, absolutely. But, yeah, the whole rationale for that was to give work for, well, initially I think it was for, they were going to do it for Austin workers who became disabled.
Ah, right.
But then they moved it away to South Wales in the end to do the work there. And it was disabled people, but not necessarily Austin workers.
Produced a good, skilled workforce to give those interested life over and above the damage that had been dealt with them by the war or whatever.
Absolutely, yeah. It was. Yeah, that was the original plan, that it would be former Austin workers who'd come back from the war and couldn't go back to their previous jobs, who were going to build these cars, but that just got changed for whatever reason.
A principle, a lovely human spirit of looking after others. Great, love it. So where are we? Are we in class 14 now?
We are in class 13 still at the moment. Just about to go over the finish line is Phil Ely, car number 754. Does a time of 58.63. 861 on the hill is Benjamin Craven in the Austin 7. And then it will be car 273, so still class 13, the Eccles Rapier Special of Tim Metcalf.
They are magnificent looking pieces of machinery, aren't they? There, I think if I went back to a little Austin to have tucked away in the garage for somebody to work on and enjoy and drive, it would be one based on this. I think they're magnificent examples of that period and excitement.
Absolutely, yeah. Just looking for times. Benjamin Craven's just in a 55.16, and Tim Metcalf coming up to to the finish line in the Eccles Rapier Special, and he does a 50.15. And just leaving the line, a car that I absolutely love, it's the Nat. John Wiseman car 272 in the Nat is on the hill now.
Taking a very wide turn, cutting up a little bit of the custard powder on the exit, happily through Pardon. Hear him coming through the S's, coming up to Rolt Corner. You can hear that quieting down, and then there'll be a burst coming through. Here we are, he's carefully through Rolt Corner, coming up to semicircles, passing the marshals, and away. You can hear full power.
Over the line with a 50.42, and Granny is on the hill now because Gary Clare is out in Granny car 274. He's into the S's.
I think rather than calling it Granny, I mean the speed he goes round, I think you'd call him Nephew, wouldn't you, really?
Yes, possibly so, yeah. It's grounding the semicircle now, coming up to the line. This looks like a good time, 48.53. So that is second quickest scratch time in class at the moment. John Giles now in the Morgan GN Salome is rounding, and hanging the tail out a bit there out of Pardon.
I think you'd say rather like a Spanish grass top dancer coming through up into Pardon, sashaying his or her way through very comfortably, the car that is, rather than the driver.
Those V-twin engines, I think, are really remarkable power units.
Lovely, collected it beautifully, coming up to Pardon, giving it a real bit of power, kept the power right on the far exit of Pardon, coming through the S's.
Louis McNair and GN Catipo, 278. And hanging the tail out a bit to the S's as well.
Of course, you can see absolutely everything on your screen. I picked them up briefly going through and then coming up to the semicircle, but you've got them on the screen all the way through, haven't you?
Certainly have, yeah. Louis is over the line with a 48.77, fourth quickest scratch time in class. Archie Bullitt round in Pardon at the moment in the GN Vitesse. Goes up on towards the S's. Looking like a quick time on the intermediate time so far.
There are going to be some very good photographs here at Orchard, particularly on the exit where that nice bit of flour is put down to stop the oil causing concern. There's a nice puff of white smoke from those that go in really wide, come out really wide, which is lovely. So a great photography section there for you boys in front of the Bonham's tent.
James Surridge on the hill at the moment, coming through the S's in the Riley Special, and this looks like quite a good run as well as Timothy Robson leaves the line with the MG Magna. Archie Bullitt's time is 62.28, car 58, which puts him, well, he was quickest in class, but a 50.98 for James Surridge makes him quickest in class. Now, they're the only two cars to have run in this class of 14 at the moment.
Having slight difficulty finding the right gear from Orchard up to Pardon, but he managed it by the time he got 2/3 to Pardon.
That's Timothy Robson. The class is the pre-41 racing cars, 1101 to 1500 cc. And Timothy Robson rounding semicircle is Dick Smith in the Frazer Nash Nürburgring, comes under the bridge and on up towards Pardon.
One of our great exponents of this wonderful, wonderful Nürburgring, of which 3 were produced in this particular. And I think James Baxter and his father managed to acquire 2 of them over the years. I remember seeing all 3 at Oulton and at Cadwell. Dick, of course, was a great exponent with Freddie Giles for many, many years. The 2 of them were hot favourites in their respective Nashes. Dick is used to be a dentist in the Lake District, where he used to exercise both extracting cars and putting gears back into his Nashes. He and his sons are hugely successful exponents of these wonderful, wonderful cars. Great company, great company.
Sorry, another Frazer Nash just coming up to pardon now. That's Dick Smith in the Frazer Nash. Sorry, it's Andrew Wilson in the Frazer Nash Norris Special.
Yeah, that's the Norris Special, isn't it, of which there were two. This was the first, the 1500 supercharged, and another one appeared about 4 or 5 years ago here. The first time I think we saw the Norris was either at Kerbra, or indeed it could have been at, I think it was Kerbra, or maybe Lone Park.
We have a red flag on the hill, but I don't think it's been shown to Andrew Wilson. I think his time, he's in a 51.29, which puts him...
It's down here at Orchard. There is a red flag, but it's briefly fluttered and it's now gone back again. Maybe it was just waving at a friend.
I think it was a little bit of debris possibly that's been recovered, and we're going to get straight back underway.
It could be a bit of a chain, you mean?
Well, yes, quite conceivably.
Good heavens above. There used to be a fine, of course, but nowadays the chains have been maybe more rigorously put together, so we don't see quite as many. I remember somebody naughtily saying at Cadwell, after a day of racing with the Nashes, you could put the chain from start to finish on the track. Very unfair, I feel.
Well, on the line, about to get away, is Jane Metcalf in the Eccles Rapier Special, car 773, heading up to the bridge now.
It's slightly coming out of race order, isn't he? He's in class 13. Is that right? It's 273?
It's 773 that we have on the hill.
Ah, shared one. Thank you. Of course, Eccles is Harry Seacombe, isn't it?
Yes.
Can you do a Harry Seacombe?
I can't, no, I'm sorry.
Oh, come on, you've got to have a try. It's worth it.
Much as I love the goons, I'm afraid that's not something that's within my abilities. Nick Leston is on the hill in the Morgan RIP Special.
Is this part of the famous Leston family?
That's a very good question. It was one I was asking myself yesterday, and I haven't found the answer to it yet.
I have a feeling it may be. I've certainly seen the name racing here with us at Alton Park a couple of years ago, and I'm sure it was Les Leston, wasn't it, that you and I used to see as schoolboys selling, what was it, motor factors or jackets, or...
Did he do racing overalls at some point?
Yes, that's right, overalls. We were probably too young then to be able to buy them, let alone to use them properly.
I definitely was.
No response from me on that one.
On the line now, one of the cars that I've really been looking forward to watching this weekend. It is the... sorry, just gone blank for a minute. It's the...
Jolyon Morgan?
Yes.
No.
Julian Harrison.
ERA, GP2, E-Type.
Yeah.
No, listen to this. Come on, Julian.
I think he may have a problem. Oh, he seems to be picking up a little bit of speed now. But, I thought for a moment there was possibly a problem. But, next up will be the other ERA, the AJM1, being driven by
what a
Tom
magnificent piece of machinery. And it's been put together with Jolyon and, of course, James Baker. And this will be his first real season coming to exhibit, and it'll be coming well into the future with these two who put together the most wonderful historic product. We could actually spend 5 minutes talking about it, but I think we'll save that for another occasion. Maybe they'll come back for the long course, which might suit it even better, actually.
Absolutely. Tom Hardman is going under the bridge now in that AJM1, and the time for Jolyon Harrison was a 60.02.
Well, forget about the time, just enjoy the wonderful exhibition of a fabulous piece of machinery. Tom had a little bit of a hiccup yesterday, didn't he? He found he was looking back towards Pardon rather than looking forward towards rolled corner, which gave him a bit of a heartfelt. What's his time going to be, Peter? I think that could be a bit more competitive today, but probably not quite the raw win, or a big one, the raw time that he'd really appreciate.
44.43, it's a good time for Tom. Michael James in the Riley 12-4 Cotton Special on the hill. And rounding Pardon now. There's no anything to do with Billy Cotton, is it?
Yep, Billy Cotton had this for a period of time. There were a lot of Birmingham boys who drove ERAs in that period of time. I've got a list actually of when the first ERAs came here and competed. They're most extraordinary actually. The first one was 38, that was R.E. Ansell, which of course is a pub boy. Monkhouse in 38 with Ansell. Raymond Mays here in 39 in R4D, and of course the R4D owner of that was appeared here today, which of course is part and parcel. He was first with a 46.14. Whitehead, Gerard and Ansell back into 46 post the Second War. Then of course we have Connell, Gerard and Ansell. So they had some cracking times. So we've had the wonderful history of ERAs here at Prescott in all that respective period.
Well, the twin rear wheel setup on the MGNA takes Steve McElroy over the line of 47.3, but another interesting car behind him. It's Simon Blakeney Edwards in the Richard Bolster Special.
Twin rear wheels, that was I think first introduced, Christopher would tell us, at Shelsley to give them extra grip going through the top S's. Blakeney Edwards with sharp top into Pardon. Nicely controlled, kept all the speed up, lost a little bit, just a tiny little bit.
So Nick Leston back on the hill now in that.
Coming through the S's. What was his speed up to the, or time up to the bridge, Peter? Split time?
Haven't got it on my screen at the moment, I'm afraid.
All right, that's right, that's right.
But a Bugatti starts the run. It's the Type 35 of Winston Teague that is on the hill now, as Nick Leston is about to go under the finish banner. 54.71 for Nick. Under the bridge and on up towards Pardon goes Winston Teague in that Type 35.
What enormous congratulations to Winston of the period he's put together. I was talking to John Stabley yesterday, and he reckoned that the chassis on this particular car, which you'll be able to read in the very, very good put together brochure, has to be the very last, if not the last chassis that was produced by a Tory Bugatti, and he's put it together with the wonderful support of huge numbers of people. Julian Eckersley, I spoke to the other day, he's given him some bits and pieces and he's put it together, and here we are being presented with that wonderful piece of machinery. I do hope he comes back and competes with us here at the Bugatti Owners Club in the Williams Trophy, where of course he's fully eligible. So thank you, Winston, for putting that magnificent piece of machinery back and exhibiting to us.
I just noticed Marshall going out onto the hill at the moment. I think hopefully they can recover whatever it is needs recovering without a red flag. But Eddie Williams in the it's Rob Lewis in the Austin 12-4 Special that is heading up the hill at the moment. Eddie Williams in the Frazer Nash is on the start line.
What was Winston Teague's time?
It was a 52.21.
So he's starting to knock on the door on his handicap, but he's 53, so he's already started to go down.
Yeah, 1.5%. Oh, hanging the tail out there, Eddie Williams. Yeah, it was Eddie Williams. Yeah.
Well, you are a Nash. I mean, they don't go in straight lines, do they?
No, you need a differential to do that, don't you?
If you did, then you'd change your car. You'd never drive a Nash again, would you?
No, that's true. And he's obviously likes the Frazer Nash technique. Looks like he's having great fun around semicircle. Over the line, 44.04, quickest time in class currently in the pre-41 racing cars up to 1100cc. Roy Tubby in the GN Glowworm is on the hill.
I have to admit, I know nothing about the Glowworm, other than the last time I saw one was in North Wales on a holiday, playing down at Harlech, playing golf late in the afternoon, early evening, and we came back to the last 2 holes, and the whole of the side of the fairway were covered in glowworms. Magical, absolutely magical.
I can remember as a child, there was a path down to my grandmother's house that was always in the summer be alight with glowworms. You never see them these days.
Well, now we have electric cars instead, probably.
Bob Druitt is on the hill in the Austin Maggot, which is a favourite of mine. It's not exactly the prettiest car on the hill, but there's something about it, something special. I think it's just rounding pardon now.
I agree. Normally seen on a hook, drop into the water to catch a carp. But a very effective piece of machinery. Driver sitting right over the back axle, gives you a long view, but it must be fairly exciting on a corner like road to go around, because most of the bonnet has disappeared before you actually arrive yourself.
True.
Good time it will be.
Yeah, another Type 35 on the hill, and incidentally it's Richard Wiseman now. Now 304 as Bob Druitt's time, 57.19 for the Maggot, which puts him second quickest on scratch times in the class at the moment.
Richard Wiseman, the Bugatti Type 35, 1925. Richard, of course, competes in all the VSCC meetings, always out on the racetrack. I have to admit, he only occasionally comes to visit us here at Prescott, which is normally this weekend under your auspices of the VSCC and the September meeting too. So, Richard, now that you've got Winston here, maybe the two of you will come and join us for more BOC activity and compete for us against the Williams Trophy, which is our magnificent 1929 Williams Trophy that was the very first one won at Monaco by Williams in a Type 35B.
53.56 the time for Richard, second quickest in class. Yu Shen Ng in his Type 35 is heading up towards the S's at the moment.
Is that Yu Shan coming up in the Type 35?
It is, yes.
It is. Yu Shan is a strong member of the BOC and the VSCC, a delightful character, always a nice smile. Normally you and I will see him in a Nash or a Nash, but he normally spends more time underneath the Nash than actually sitting in the Nash and driving it. So the Bugattis that he has are slightly more reliable at the moment than the Nash.
Just rounding pardon is Jade Dealing in the GN Ariel KN4.
The GNs, of course, the chassis were used for so many subsequently exciting specials. This one being a classic with the Ariel, and it's KN4. Well, you can imagine how many earlier cars have been exposed to life and expired in life, and this is number 1B.
So Jade coming up to the finish line, records a time of 55.49 to go third in class, and well, there's a very iconic machine on the line at the moment, because it is the ERA B-type of David Ellison that waits to start as Grant Crawley comes through the S's in the Riley Special.
Yes, it's one of Roland Druce's material cars, and David Ellison is driving in it because David has worked, of course, on R4B for so many, many years. He has an understanding of these 2-litre Riley engines. Has he fired off the line yet?
Yes, he's
right. I'll keep quiet, but just listen to this glorious note. Pre-selector box was taking a little bit of time to find its way into Orchard, and then there was a quick jerk, as you can see David putting his right stamp hard down. So there was a couple of malfunctions yesterday, so it wasn't quite on the form that we would expect, but I think he'll be temporarily disappointed, but he'll work on that before we have his second and last run this afternoon.
48.65 puts him quickest in class at this stage, and on the hill into pardon goes Julian Harrison. and the ACGN Cognac.
Of course, this was a Freddie Giles car for many, many years. Hugely successful on our hills. Quite often, of course, took class record. In fact, if you look at the top of your program, you'll see the Freddie Giles Cognac Special back in 1994, 42.63. James followed that, not in R4A, with a 39.66. So those are the two gentlemen who are looking after, of course, ERGP2. So it'll be fun to see those two competing against each other in their respective classes.
So on the line is the holder of the Bugatti record. Broke the record earlier this year. That's Ed Burgess in the Type 51. I'm sure everybody knows the difference between a Type 35 and a Type 51 now, but for the three people who maybe don't, Type 51 has the twin cam version of the engine, straight bottom end of the engine, just the same as before, but with this twin cam head developed from the Miller, the American manufacturer. And it gave the Type 35 about another 20 or 30 horsepower and enabled Grover Williams to win the first Monaco Grand Prix in a Type 51. He was an interesting character and a hero during the war, fought in the resistance, got captured and of course suffered the ultimate fate, as did Robert Benoit and a number of racing people.
Ettore, of course, picked up the Miller cars there when he was working in the First World War through his factory, and interest that the Americans had invited him across to look at an aero engine, wasn't it?
I think so. And I think it was Jean's idea for Ettore to look at the twin cam head. And of course, Ettore and Miller were good friends, so it wasn't a case of industrial espionage. And in fact, a couple of Millers came over to France, and Bugatti took them to pieces and got the secrets of the twin cam head, although actually the Miller version was more efficient than the Bugatti version. But
that's a very good summation, Christopher. Congratulations. Absolutely bang on with that comment.
Philately will get you everywhere.
No, it wasn't flattery. It was your analysis was absolutely on the spot. You're correct.
For those of us who are spotting the difference between a Type 35 and a Type 51, Type 51 characterized by the two filler caps behind the driver. Now, let's see what Ed has done. 44, of course, it's short circuit, it's short course, so the Bugatti record doesn't count. But Ed went up in 44.99. Patrick Blake Edwards has gone up in 44.67, whereas Nick Topless in R2A, 43.28. Now, what can Ben Fiddler do in R4D? Potentially, well, 42.81, potentially the quickest.
We've got Ian Baxter, who could split them.
Now, onto the line comes the Richard Bolster Special. Yes, what can Ian do?
He was telling me this time last year he put a foot wrong on a long course which broke part of the steering column, and he looked...
Oh, now Ian has done a 41.29 FTD so far. On the line, the Richard Bolster Special. What I don't know is what engine this has. I think it's an MG, but Richard Bolster, John Bolster's younger brother, tragically killed during the war, but he and John used to construct some amazing machines as particularly HillClimb specials, including the famous Bloody Mary, which was the most successful of all. They built one with 4 single-cylinder engine, or I think it was 4 twin-cylinder motorbike engines, so 8 cylinders, and wondered why it never worked properly.
Chelsea was their playground, wasn't it?
Yeah, it
many
was.
years.
And John nearly killed himself. There's a famous video of him flipping Bloody Mary on his head and tipping him out. Now then, up to the line. Look at this, folks. Don't miss this. This is the wonderful Type 59 Bugatti, Ettore last Grand Prix car, designed on old-fashioned lines because he was a very conservative gentleman, and effectively he designed a big Type 35 with a 3.3 litre straight 8 engine, those extraordinary wheels that the spokes don't drive. It's driven by internal and external cogs on the hub and on the wheel. Never successful, never won a Grand Prix, because of course the Germans were coming with the Mercedes with much more up-to-date suspension, aerodynamics, everything was new, and the poor old Type 59, although beautiful and dramatic and quite quick, 175 miles an hour, wasn't competitive. But this one was built in New Zealand by Louis' dad, and he's done a wonderful job. They're good engineers out in New Zealand. He's had a lot of help from the Bugatti specialists in this country, but what a wonderful job.
A lot of the drawings, of course, and the specification has come from the access into the wonderful trust, has it not?
Yeah, indeed. Now there's a good pub quiz question for motorists. If you want to start by hand winding your Bugatti Type 59, where do you put the starting handle? And the answer,
lovely, good question.
The answer is in the side, because the 8-cylinder engine is 2 4-cylinders joined together with the drive in the middle. So you shove your starting handle in the side and give a hefty heave. If you're lucky, it'll start. Now on the line is the Menasco Pirate Riley chassis Menasco aircraft engine, and interestingly enough, Menasco are still in business in America after all these years. They specialize in landing gear, and in fact they produced, I think, the landing gear for the shuttle. So it's a good news story that a distinguished aircraft company during the First World War and Second World War still survived.
Robin, of course, was part of the engineering program of the Formula One for Mercedes, was he not?
Yeah, he was. Robin was a director of Bentley cars and gave them a lot of technical help. He's also given a lot of help to the MotoGP, really evolving the design of the MotoGP motorcycle Grand Prix car. We're watching Charlie Martin, who's got a guest drive in this lovely Type 35B Bugatti, one we've never seen before. I've never seen it before at Prescott. Interesting colour, because it's not Bugatti blue, it's a kind of eau de Nil.
The only colour, the other colour was Madame Junek. All her cars, all of her Bugattis were yellow, were they?
I believe they were. I don't know why.
Oh, we know why. What? How do we know?
No, we don't know why. Now the Rip Special, it's a fascinating machine. It weighs about 300 weight. Canvas body, Morgan bits and pieces, driven by Charlie Martin, both on the circuits and on the hills. It's incredibly quick, and it's pretty quick in the hands of Harry Leston. Scary.
It satches its way up the hill. I don't think there's a single moment it is in a straight line.
No, it's a busy car to drive. Slight oversteer into top S, and oversteer out of the S's. Tom Rote corner, so named after the famous author and canal builder and steam specialist Tom Rote. And Harry does a 46.49. Meanwhile, Charles McAvoy in his relatively newly acquired Bellevue Special,
which of course was rolled out in many years by Tom, wasn't it not?
Yes, it was. And you used to be able to rent this car pre-war from the Evans family garage, Bellevue garage, and I'm told that 25 quid will buy you a weekend racing this car at Brooklyn. I find that hard to believe. Can't be 25.
Why not? Why not?
A bit of a bargain. But Charles is really enjoying it. Sorted out the road holding. Tom raced it at Goodwood successfully. Here's Doodle Crawley in Piglet, and Piglet is a Frazer Nash with a Ford Model A 3.3 litre engine, which is a very effective combination. But I think Doodle has also appeared at Prescott this weekend with a brand new GN.
Correct. Well, that was probably the eldest Piglet in the family, taking a very, very tight line in terms of pardon. That'll give him an enormous disadvantage in terms of the time that'll come up on your screen now, probably.
Okay, the big news is that it's lunchtime now. And so enjoy your lunch. All sorts of opportunities for eating and drinking. Clubhouse is open. And we aim to kick off again at 2 o'clock. So enjoy lunchtime. I'm not sure what Richard is going to put on the screen for people watching live stream. He's had a busy morning, and so maybe it might be just a fixed picture of the scene at Prescott. But enjoy your lunchtime, enjoy your lunch at home if you're in Australia somewhere. Well, it won't be lunch in Australia, will it? It's middle of the night.
It means have a beer time.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's every hour of the day, isn't it?
Possibly. We've got 2 questions, or one, we've got the answer to you in terms of the colour. Laura's dug it out for you, and the answer to that is?
So, Madame Junac and her husband bought the Type 30 in 1922 and painted the Bugatti yellow, said to be because of the clump of buttercups in front of the Chateau Saint-Jean in Molsheim, where they were taking delivery of the car.
Good enough reason.
And then we do have Roland Douce's Bugatti, which will come out on the hill very shortly. I know I can hear it. It has been started in the paddock, or in fact it was up by the clubhouse, and it'll come down, and the clerk of the course, Andrew, has very courteously provided access to the car under license.
Is the body a Jean Bugatti design?
The story is the Bugatti was discovered in the 1970s, bricked up in a garage in the south of France, which I imagine had been tucked away as a result of the German encampment in Paris in 40, and then the split of the country between the north and the Vichy in the south. It had been there since 1940, so presumably both pre and post-war it was tucked away and briefly used, then put away. It was found by Michael Glass, the wealthy son of the man who started what you and I remember as schoolboys, Glass's Guide to Car Values.
Yeah.
The car, the comment he's made to me is the car had never been used, and at that point had never had a body, so clearly it had come out of the factory pre-Second World War, tucked away for safety. The late Charles Howard bought it from Michael, but did apparently nothing with it, and finally sold it on to Roland. He set about what you and I call, as most of us do enthusiastically, called a light restoration. Still unused, and with the help and support of Hugh Conway Sr., who of course was the original trustee and original setup of the trust that you see here today. From there he got the original factory drawings, and from also the greatest body ever on this T46-50. Partway through the project, Abba Kogan persuaded Roland to sell him the car. Reluctantly is the comment. He gave the job of finishing the work he had started, that is Roland, to Keith Bowley of Ashton Keynes, and they kept the car there for many years working upon it. Roland started to buy back the car about 6 or 7 years ago and finally bought it back 3 years. He sent the car to Charles Neil Jones of Tula, who is going to drive the car for Roland and for us today, to go through it fully, and following the work Charles joined me, and in due course James and Kim do the Pebble Beach Motoring Classic with him, with Roland. And that, as all of us know, it goes the rally from Seattle to Pebble Beach, where you have the concourse, through the Oregon mountains and down through the west coast. I think some 1,600 miles, most wonderful photographs.
Nick, shall I tell you a Hugh Conway story that not
Please.
Many people know?
Go.
Hugh Conway was in charge of a committee to design the new 50p piece. And they came up with a very clever design. I don't know if you realise that the 7-sided 50p piece, if you roll it between two surfaces, it's a perfect roller. And what not many people know is that the budget for designing the 50p piece went on the Concorde expense.
Fantastic.
Because Hugh was down in Bristol consulting for British Aerospace.
How lovely.
So we've all paid for the 50p piece.
I remember getting caught in Belgium coming back with the children from Amsterdam. My wallet had been stolen, with it my passport. Anyway, I was allowed through, in the final gate they asked me to go into a little glass box and pick up a telephone. I picked up the telephone and a voice said, "I understand you are XXX, correct?" He said, "Your date of birth, X." He said, "One security." He said, "How many sizes of threepenny piece?" And I was able to answer. He said, "Fine, you're clear to go through security, sir."
Lovely. Nick, I'm going to leave you.
Well, we're only doing this last bit, down the West Coast, and of course, they're in California. So thanks to Charles, the car has never missed a beat. So Charles, nothing like leaving you with a little bit of responsibility to drive up this wonderful T4650. So over to you, Charles, and I believe also the Eureka Band. I think they come out at lunchtime.
I can hear them behind me. I'll talk to you later. We're starting again at 2 o'clock.
We are indeed. Thank you.
With Ben Collins, still sporting all the muck from the last time it raced in 1910, is this amazing Mercedes, which, Ben, you've effectively put it together.
Yeah, we had an original chassis and axles and running gear, and then we had to make an engine because we had no engine. So
does that include castings?
Yeah, all of it. But no, it's turned out, it's a really lovely road car, and obviously, being 13.5 litres, it's not quite as fast as the Blitzen Benz, which is 21. So I've been slightly spoilt with that, but it'll still romp along nicely, sort of 100 mile an hour, 1500 RPM.
Makes a nice road car.
A lovely road.
Until it rains.
Yeah. We drove it to Montlhéry with Duncan and Mark in the two other Landspeed record cars, and no, it was a riot. Starting them all up on the ferry, hundreds of litres of cars starting up was very funny. The French didn't know what to make of it. But I've just changed my sprockets.
Yep.
So I've had
got
some
better gearing.
Yeah, so slightly better gearing, and we'll see. I think there'll be 7 gear changes on the hill.
7? I thought you'd only need 1.
Yeah, well, so this morning I only did 1 with the road sprockets, and I wanted to try. So because it has a relatively limited rev range.
What is the rev range? Up to 2.5 or so?
No, 1500.
Really?
So 100 miles an hour is 1500 RPM.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So how many gears now? 7.
So I'll come into Orchard in top, and then change down to third, and then to second for Pardon, and then back into third again, and then maybe top through the S's. I'm not sure yet, but you've got to try different things. Otherwise, you just come back every year, and chisel away. Your time doesn't really change.
Has it taken a long time to find a foundry that does really good quality castings?
Not too long. It's the skills are still in this country, but they are petering out a bit.
Did you have it at Festival Speed?
Yeah, Archie, my son, was driving at the festival, and I was in the 1908 Grand Prix car. So we had a good needle match.
I bet. Who was quickest?
In the end, it was me. Just. Yeah.
Well,
I'll open the bonnet and then.
Do. Let's have a look. So two times 2.
Yeah. So overhead inlet valve via those big rockers, and then side exhaust.
Camshaft down the bottom.
Yeah. So this is the inlet camshaft, and the exhaust one is the other side, and it's got 2 spark plugs per cylinder.
Brilliant.
And then a big fanned flywheel, so when the bonnet's shut, it slowly sucks air through the radiator to keep it cool.
Wonderful. And reliable. No dramas.
Yeah, not too bad. Yeah. Yeah.
So how long does it take you to get home?
Just same as it would you and your modern.
Yeah. Except you've got people photographing you all the way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Funny. Well, Ben, have fun this afternoon.
Brilliant. Thanks.
Who's driving it?
I'm sharing it with my sister because my My son's Austin 7 has run its big ends,
right.
so she's driving this with me.
First time she's driven it?
Yes, never done it before. So she went out this morning and loved it.
Beat your time?
No.
Brilliant, Ben. Thanks so much. It's lovely.
Great.
Don't clean it.
No.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you give them a good clap as they walk down the hill, and the Eureka Band and the Eureka Jazz Band, give them a good old clap and a wave as they're walking down the hill. Had Nick singing here in the club in the commentary box at the top. We're just waiting for the band to get down the hill, and we're going to continue with a little bit of commentary about some ladies that have raced in the past before the racing this afternoon begins again. So, give them a good clap as they walk down the hill.
so heartfelt, Jack. Just stop. Miniature bit. Stop. Right, boys. Boys, we're saying I'm the rat resistant. No, don't sit on the daddy. I was joking. What?
Do you want somebody more plump?
Oh no, he is getting good at the rope. Yeah.
Starts getting 2 o'clock, but we're only going to stay till after.
With James Baxter and Jolyon Harrison. Talk about a labour of love. What an incredible achievement in a year, or not much more than a year.
No. To be fair, it's been 2.5.
2.5.
Yeah.
That's even better. But Julian bought GP2. This is the famous ERA GP2 that's gone through all sorts of iterations, including at one stage having a streamlined body and a Jaguar engine. But Jolyon, when you acquired it, what state was it in?
It has obviously seen better times. It had got slightly different bodywork on it. It had got a straight-through prop shaft that needed altering to a drop-down prop shaft. There are all sorts of things that needed doing. But the basis was there. Yeah. Lots of parts were stamped GP2, so lots of original parts. And so
was that all the work of Gordon Chapman? Because he started the rebuild from the Jaguar.
Yeah, he started it. But there are all sorts of things that hadn't been done to it, and we had to sort of pick up the challenge from that point.
And James, your aim was to make it better than original, cutting out all Peter Berthen's mistakes?
Well, yeah, that's a real deep question, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, better than original. So original was not very successful, as we all know.
Yeah.
We wanted to put it back to a specification that we liked, that we can use.
Just tell you about an interesting event
making it look cool, which is the
that's going to happen on the 25th of August
so
in
they
the
ran it like that
clubhouse
for a year before
here
they went
at
for the straight-through
Prescott.
prop. So we felt wholly justified in doing it, putting it back as it should be. And we've got loads of photos of it looking like this. So we copied bonnet catchers and detail like that, but also more fundamental things from photographs. And we felt we were doing our duty.
Absolutely, putting it right.
Yeah.
After all these years, because Peter was, in a way, he was imitating Mercedes without really knowing what he was doing.
Well, even like today, there's a lot of looking over shoulders in paddocks, isn't there, in Formula One? And it was happening back then, of course. The similarities are massive, and then the iteration straight on to BRM after this, you don't need to screw your eyes up too much to see that as well.
Let's have a look at the car in its beautiful condition. It's immaculate. What is the body new?
Well, the tail is the same one it has that when we bought it, and it's the same nose. We didn't have to replace the bonnet, but we did for more accurate detail. Right. And then obviously the three-quarter back panel is new because it's well dropped. But after that, you're into mechanics of rear axle, all the transmission and all the engine, which is all genuine original. All the swinging arms, the radius arms, the torsion bars inside, they're all absolutely original.
Well, it was lucky that it survived that period as a two-seater Jaguar.
Yes, it was, because they kept all the transmission in there. Yeah. I think they got rid of first and second gears, I've read somewhere. So effectively they had an overdrive. They could have used third and fourth with the ERA box, and then a Jaguar engine and gearbox up ahead. So the world was their oyster. They had almost infinite gear ratios.
Did they muck around with the chassis as well?
No, don't believe so. When we had it stripped down here 2 years ago, as you remember.
Yeah, I do.
And we can see welds from different periods because they use different techniques. And we can say, oh, this is a Gordon Chapman job. This is right back to original because it's been gas welded. Yeah. And we don't think it's ever been crashed or altered in any way, shape or form. And so the history books agree as well.
Is it very different from GP1?
No, I think it's extremely similar. Yeah.
Jolyon, did you know what you were taking on when you bought it?
Yes, I think so. And when you're talking about various iterations, I mean, in 1951, Peter King, a young apprentice at BRM, was told to call the scrap man and tell him to take that car away. And in fact, the scrap man came along and pulled his leg and said, "It's all different materials. Can you take it apart for me and I'll come back tomorrow?" Instead of that, Peter King went to his bosses and said, "Can I buy it with my tool money?" And so they said yes, and so that saved the car. Wow. Otherwise, it would have been scrapped.
Yeah.
And he was 19 years old at the time in 1951.
Did you do some work on it?
Not much.
Not very much at all. He eventually sold it in order to pay for his wedding, and we contacted him 2.5 years ago, and he was very poorly. And when he asked me where I lived, I said in York. He said, "Oh, my daughter lives in York." So I said, "Whereabout?" "1 mile away from where I live."
Wow.
And so he came up to stay with his daughter, and he came to look at the car with his wife, and you could see all the memories flowing back, and that's part of the history of the car.
Yeah. Let's have a closer look. 2-litre engine.
No, it was 2 litre when we got it, but
yeah.
we've put it back to original spec 1500.
Oh, have you?
So we've taken the moral high ground, you might say, but it's genuine 1500. But of course, that's short stroke.
Yes.
So there's
And
a benefit.
Is it a lighter engine too?
Well, it's the same block.
Right.
We put a new crank and rods in it,
Yeah.
which are about the same weight, but there's a lot of modern technology gone into it because it's made by Arrow, and brand new pistons.
Yeah.
But to 7.5 compression ratio, there's no trick bits in it.
No. I mean, Tom says the 1.5 is almost as quick as a 2 litre. It's just out of slow corners it loses a bit.
It's all to play for.
It is. And then transmission, you had to drop the transmission, drop the drive shaft.
That's right. So it comes out of the bell housing, drops down with a pair of bevel gears,
Right.
prop shaft under your bum, bevel gears back up again. So you're picking up the gearbox with the lower shaft.
Yes. Was that the original design? It was.
Yeah. So you're absolutely as low as you can be. The prop shaft is about 1/2 inch under your bum.
Well, you
Very close.
keep your fingers crossed.
Yeah, let's go. It'll get interesting.
Yeah. 4-speed gears,
Yes, that's right.
but not a
Synchromesh.
pre-selector.
Not pre-select, no. Yeah, so it's all in the back there, joined onto the final drive, which is a ZF diff, and then you've got a Didion rear end, so there's a trunnion block in the rear, which is...
It slides up and down.
That's right.
Yeah. And when you took it to test it last week, any surprises?
How nice it felt, to be honest. Yeah. Oh God, yeah. God, yeah. I mean, I don't know how to sort of put into words that you feel you're in something special. It's busy. There's a lot going on. Although it's just a 6-cylinder engine, there's supercharger going round. There's a lot of gears, and you kind of feel the importance of it. You ain't just jumping in a go-kart. It feels like a lot of motor car.
And front suspension similar to our 4D.
It's identical, yeah.
Yeah.
And the same as the C-Type. So C, D and E are all the same.
Yeah.
Torsion bars going across. But of course the E-Type's got torsion rear as well.
And handling okay?
Gorgeous.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
Straight out of the box?
Straight out of the box. We've replaced a lot of bushes and things.
Yes.
So we're kind of not surprised. It's got twin leading shoe brakes on all 4 corners, so the brakes are good. There's a little bit too much travel, that's fine tuning. And we need to move the pedal so we can toe and heel it and stuff like that. But yeah, you can turn into corners, it feels absolutely lovely. It's got suspension, it's got shock absorbers that work.
And hydraulic brakes rather than cable.
Yeah, that's right.
It feels like a big circuit car.
Yeah,
It feels definitely it'd be at home at Silverstone or Brands Hatch or somewhere like that.
So what's going to be its first race meeting?
Well, I don't know. I'm going to HillClimb it exclusively, but James can race it as much as he wants. So
that's all right.
It's up to James.
We've nudged Goodwood.
It ought to be at Revival.
We would like it to be there. It would be lovely. I think it would be highly appropriate, but we're awaiting our invitation. There's VSCC Mallory as well in between. That might be a nice little run.
Yeah, should be. Well, congratulations, A, on buying it, and B, on fixing it. A wonderful job, and I never dreamt that we would see it this year, complete and running at Prescott. What a treat. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
A pleasure.
Thank you.
To the cars as well.
Have you heard of the word CHUTZPAH, Schutzpah? Do you know what it means?
I know what it means.
We need a lot of Schutzpah to turn up at a factory and say, can I see your factory? Well, I don't have it, unfortunately. I'd love to be brave enough.
Well, we did, and we also went to the top 4/5 top hotels in Paris: Excelsior, the Ambassador,
Bristol.
The Bristol. Announced ourselves at the reception, explained where we had come from and the club that we respectively belonged to, and within very swift, minutes, we either had the general manager or the associate manager. We were entertained in terms of coffee and ideas, and they wanted to listen to the exploration of that which we were investigating. We were absolutely bowled over, and they were visibly impressed with the ideas and the project that we have in mind, and we are now pursuing that.
Great.
On behalf of the 2 respective clubs.
When I used to go to Paris on business, when I worked for Dormer Tools, they used to put me in the Georges-Sac. That was okay.
Well, when we started our trip, we started at Claridge's and we had the most delicious morning coffee, and we've been invited back to see the archives. It wasn't quite the same when we got to the Ritz, though.
Not quite. Odd enough, we made contact in Rimini the other day with the Excelsior, which has been owned by the same Florentine family since 1867. And I popped them a note with the explanation of what we're up to. And they have responded back and saying we have a catalogue of who the guests were, who the cars were, the years that they stayed with us, and subject to various caveats, we'll divulge and exercise with you that information to add to the collection of the other respective ideas and project that we
Hold your horses, because on the start line is this incredible Bugatti. What an interesting shape. The Bugatti family were really creative artists, both Ettore himself, Jean, the brothers, and if you've been into the Bugatti Trust, you'll have seen some of the furniture made by the Bugatti family. One of them was a great sculptor, and it's illustrated by the design of this wonderful body that Roland has had the sense to put on this Type 46 chassis. Type 46, great touring Bugatti, Mini Royale, and it's immaculate, lovely both inside and out. I don't know whether the body builder was responsible for the interior of the car, but somebody was, and they've done a most amazing job. It's absolutely beautiful.
Have you seen, isn't it ostrich inside? Because I remember looking at one of the designs of the leather works, the leather where Ettore achieved, because in 1935-36 there was a particular reason why the upholstery was in ostrich, because so many then of the lovely summer dresses particularly were silk, and if you put them on a Connolly leather there was a difficulty of retaining your structure with your bottom on the leather. So the idea was to put ostrich, where of course has got little pimples on it where the feathers, and there's an ability then to be able to rest your bottom on that particular leather and remain perfectly sat, I think is the expression.
Well, I must quickly reupholster my car in ostrich.
I was endeavouring to do that on the Delage, but the simple cost of acquiring. Right, here's the Bugatti. That is magnificent from this distance, I tell you. Bowling down through Paris, down to Lyon, down to Marseille, then across to the azure blue Mediterranean.
And then get stopped on the autoroute for going too fast and your car is confiscated.
No, my cousin Duncan Pittaway regularly comes back in there with the Type 35, and the police are very good with regarding our French car driven by an Englishman.
Richard Scaldwell with his wife Annie drove the incredible 1908 Jap car that he rebuilt, which has a 1908 airship engine, and he drove it all the way down to Monaco, luggage clinging to the side of the car, got stopped a couple of times by the police, and they just wanted to see the car and admire it. Didn't have lights, didn't have mud guards. They said, it doesn't matter, 1908, that's okay. And got to the south of France without any trouble, got all the way back. The British police, of course, what's this, sir? Why do you not have a horn? And where are the mud guards?
Just briefly interrupt. On this morning, the bicycle race, which is always a huge favourite amongst the little boys, mums and dads, and the single cycles too. We also raised, or Mark Parley did, for the David Lee Huntington disease. David Lee, as you know, probably needs no introduction, absolutely none to the VSCs, having campaigned over a great number of decades, 4 decades in fact, but probably the best one we're all knowing about was the Racing Spider, the little GN, which of course, Christopher, you would know as a real Shelsley special, built by Basil Davenport. David, rather wickedly and very sadly and very unfortunately, inherited this awful gene from his father, and was diagnosed with Huntington's disease some 5 years ago. And although he can no longer compete at speed with us at all our events, he's still of course extremely part of the winter trials with us, and has magically and enthusiastically navigated on rallies. So his heart is still with the VSCC, although the competition days that we enjoyed so much with him on Spider, and I mean, what a machine, what a magnificent machine, is no longer in his very, very good hands. So this year we have begged a little money, and there's been a rally in Wales carried out by Mark and his companion. I think they raised something like £3,500. And today I know he was rattling the jingle box in front of you all, and the money is going to be raised for challenging this disgraceful disease. There was going to it was back to silver medal at the challenging MNC's car trial this year. Is that what David achieved? My golly, I entered that 4 times. The very best I did in an HRG was second. I think I got so tired about 3 o'clock in the morning. So that is something to achieve. Well done, David. But more importantly, we wish him huge luck in retaining and keeping a sense of sensibility in this disease, and the very best to you, David. And thank you, more importantly, Mark, for raising your hand and jiggling and getting cash.
Dick, we're in business on the hill. Car number 1 on its way. That's Mark Gold in the Austin 7 Chummy. We're back on the live stream, so if you're watching live stream, welcome back. Do send us messages if you approve of what we do. If you disapprove, well, you can still send a message. We might not take any notice of it. Chummies are such fun. There's some groups of ladies, each with a chummy, and they go off on tours together, do exciting things like visiting gardens. And the chummy, well, the Austin 7 was revolutionary when Herbert Austin produced it with the aim of killing off the cycle car by producing a little 4-seater car that the family could drive or could be driven in. And all of a sudden, cycle cars just died a death. Mark has finished with a 7986. He's followed by Peter Johnson in another one with a much more streamlined, if that's the right word, body. And off the line goes car number 3, Nick Coates, in his version. So it's not surprising that the Austin 7 sold like hotcakes. Really, the likes of GN, well, of course, they specialised sensibly. They specialised in sports cars rather than trying to compete with touring cars against the little Austin 7s. The very early ones had the headlights up alongside the windscreen, but that only lasted a couple of years or so, and then they were replaced where they belong in the front of the car. Times, we got Peter Johnson, well, Mark Gould kicked off with a 79.86, Peter Johnson did a 62.83, Nicholas Coates is still running, as is Thomas Coates in cars number 3 and 4. And off the line goes Hester Marsh in car number 6. So standard and modified sports cars and saloon cars up to 750cc unsupercharged, well, it's pretty much an Austin, well, it's an Austin benefit. It's a one-make challenge, really.
Do you remember, Christopher, 2.5, maybe 3 years ago, we had the 100-year celebration for Austin's, and we had 2 of the wonderful 750 racing Austin's here with us, one of which fired up. And of course, they're going off to Chateau Empty this week, where that particular car, which was bought by the family, resides, and that was a stunning piece of machinery.
Incredibly complicated engine, little twin cam engine, and
why did the 750 racing take off in such a manner? What was the...
Well, the 750 Formula was effectively Formula 3.
Right. So that was what, a UK international or European?
I think it was international, as far as I know, but it was certainly in the UK, and resulted in close competition and some very skilled drivers. K. Peter.
Correct.
Bert Hadley.
Yes, he was very much at the forefront, wasn't he?
He was. Well, he was an apprentice at in the testing department at Austin's, and Herbert Austin saw how he drove and said, "We need this lad to drive our works cars," and that was the start of a long racing career, because Bert continued racing into the 50s, raced at Le Mans a couple of times. It's a nice story, well, it's not very nice, of the BBC broadcasting, the first ever outside broadcast from Chelsea Walsh. I don't know if it was Raymond Baxter, but it was pre-war. And welcome to Chelsea Walsh, where we are hill climbing. Never seen hill climbing before. Anyway, and here comes Bert Hadley, and Bert went booming up to bottom air, spun the car, crunched it against the bank, and in the ensuing silence, there was a very loud Anglo-Saxon word starting with OF, and I'm not sure what the BBC announcer said. I must apologise for the colourful language for Mr. Hadley.
I love it. Well, of course, you and I are on the international today, so we're probably talking to Australia and America and
well, I hope so. We have had some messages, and I think Richard is going to put them up on the screen pretty soon, but we always enjoy. I think the furthest away we've had was Indonesia or the Philippines, and the thought of people sitting up all night in their house in Indonesia watching Prescott is really, it's an honour.
It puts you and I rather on our mettle, though, does it not?
Well, my Filipino is not so good, although having done a lovely Hurtigruten cruise up the Norwegian coast, and most of the staff in the dining room are Filipino, they taught me to say good morning, how are you, but I'm afraid it's gone the way of all my memories.
Oh, I don't know. I think prompt anything on motor racing and you come back immediately with a response, which is brilliant for me.
Yeah, but it's usually wrong.
No, but no one's going to question either you or me.
Well, we do occasionally get grumpy messages. Why, oh why do the commentators not know that the 1932 Alta had 6 rivets along the side and not 8? And I just roll my eyes and yawn. We don't know everything. We do our best. Fiat Balilla is an interesting car. Sold pretty well. It was expensive, but it sold particularly well, of course, in Italy, the little Italian sports car. And quick enough, very attractive body with its little fin on the boot lid. And quite a few came to this country. And here's a nice example of the Balilla in the hands of Dick Patton.
We picked up a lovely story. Laura's just gone to get a drink, but there is a lovely link between some of the fast ladies. 3 of them were sponsored by the Fiat company in these lovely cars, again for very natural reasons. 1, they were excellent lady drivers, and 2, hugely promotional in terms of the Italian audience, who are principally men at that particular time in the 30s.
We've got the J2MG just getting to the finish in the hands of Ian Roberts, and the J2, as I think I said earlier, the first of the MG midgets with the slab tank, petrol tank at the back with the spare wheel hanging onto the back of it, which became the fashion all the way through TA, TC, TD, TF, and then of course out came the MGA.
Even the K3 initially came out with a couple of slab
It
tanks.
did, yes.
Until they came out with that lovely, lovely boat tail, which was a more elegant line, like the one shown at the Bonham sale. They had the most extraordinary number of CCs at once, didn't they? There was 847, 1000, 11. I mean, it was almost, how many CCs can we add to a new car to actually enable more sales to be achieved?
I can give you some times. William Marsh has done a 51.46, which is a good time. Thomas Pringle, 64.99. Ian Robertson, 65.56. Dick Patton, exactly the same time, 65.56. And still climbing, Stuart Sargent, car number 28. That's the Riley Brooklands. On the line, number 34, another Riley Brooklands. And this looks like not a replica, this is the real thing. And what a sensation the Riley Brooklands was when, particularly when Freddie Dixon had his hands on it. Underslung chassis, so the chassis goes over the rear axle, and the trick was, if the car's low enough, you could put your hand on the road alongside. But what a success. It started off with a few built piecemeal. I think they built 9 to begin with, and then it became such a success that Riley realized they had to put it into production.
And wasn't that successful?
It really was. But I didn't know until yesterday that the sensational little Riley 9 engine, which was so revolutionary with its 2 camshafts and a spherical combustion chamber, was designed by Percy Riley himself, Mr. Riley, who was the engineer of the family, and brilliant engineer too. Car number 35 on the line is Fergus Gunn in a nice Ulster that doesn't look like a replica. It bears the scars of age, and let's hope that age goes right back to 1929.
You and I have had the benefit of listening to Riley's son of, have we not, on a couple of occasions, and some of the stories he comes out.
Yeah,
right.
Victor was here last year, and age 90.
You took an interview with him for us, didn't you?
I did indeed. I hear he's not terribly well, sadly, but he was sharp as a knife.
He tells some wonderful stories about his mother and how his father encouraged her to marry. Because she was, one, extremely attractive, but she was also a brilliant driver. He'd seen her competing at Le Mans, so he thought that was a very good catch both for him and for promoting the company.
The history of the Riley family is effectively the history of Coventry, because they started as weavers, then they started making bicycles, which became motorcycles, which became cars, and that is the story of industrial development of Coventry all those years ago.
Absolutely correct.
Well, I think sewing machines came in there somewhere, didn't they?
They did indeed.
On the line, interesting car, 25. It's a GN. It's a classic, the classic GN. In fact, it's called a GN Standard. My mum had one when she was in her 20s. And she also had a car called a Scripps Booth. Have you ever heard of a Scripps Booth? It was
no, you got me stumped on
that one. I know,
one.
and you stumped me, and I said, I've never heard of that. And she said, yeah, you look it up. And it was an American touring car. Why she had it, I don't know. But she suited a GN. She was a flighty young thing, my mum. And I think she probably scared all the locals with her pace in the GN. This one's John Burgess, struggling a little bit to get out of pardon, has achieved it, but going relatively slowly. On the line, car number 27 is the J2 again. immaculate. Look at the engine turning on the dashboard. That's beautifully done.
I've got a few notes on the Vauxhall Special. The Light Car Club ran at the International Relay Race at Brooklands at over 90 laps. One of the drivers, of course, was the GN, was Ted Helford. Ted became the designer of the Vauxhall, of which some 100 were built between 1932 and 1936.
Financed by an aristocrat.
Correct. And the reason it's made a Vauxhall, or on this Vauxhall, is, of course, that's where their engines were.
Yeah. What was his name? Viscount Pellew, was it?
Absolutely correct. Yep. And he used a Coventry Climax engine or a Triumph, and Halford, I do beg your pardon, subsequently joined HRG, and we've got an HRG, I think, in the very next class. Anyway.
But leading the way with car number 31, the Riley Imp of Hamish Batterson, really was Riley's first go at this sort of Zagato-inspired body design, very attractive.
It is. It's got that look about it, hasn't it?
It really has.
Elegance.
Yeah.
We were up to that point and probably a little bit too chunky at times, weren't we?
Yes, and then they learnt. Here, just by coincidence, here is the Vauxhall Special.
William Lowe's driven this Vauxhall for many, many years. In fact, I think it's the only one I ever have tend to see, apart from seeing them in pictures. But this is one that's not only campaigned exceedingly well by William. The two-tone colours work on that car too. It's nice, sort of gunmetal grey and the nice dark ruby red wings.
37 is another scruffy Ulster, which inclines me to think it's not a replica. It's bearing the scars of age, but doing well. Here's on the live stream, if you're watching that, you've got the Vauxhall Special, driven by William Lowe, heading from S's into semicircle, followed by the J2 and Oscar Dobbin in the Austin Ulster, and on the line a Riley car number 40, a Riley Ulster Imp, but it doesn't have the very pretty Italian inspired Imp body. It's making smoke.
Ulster, because of course it was another marketing. You win a race and Monday morning you put out your sales. We've got a new one. It's called a Brooklands or a Ulster.
That's what Frazer Nash did. They were brilliant at it. And post-war, of course, all Frazer Nash models were named after their racing successes, starting with the Le Mans replica, then the Mille Miglia, then the Targa Florio, then the Sebring.
Brilliant piece of marketing, wasn't it?
It really was. But they were too expensive. A Frazer Nash Le Mans replica new was about 4 times the cost of a Austin Healey 100.
Correct, absolutely correct. It's rather nice to see in class records reference to the Diffie families. James Diffie, Austin 7, way back in 1998, 49.13. And William Mahoney, which of course, Mahaney, I beg your pardon, I do beg your pardon, William, and the HRG Le Mans, 47 of which Le Mans, they competed, I think, 32-33, a team of 4.
And tragic how we lost Simon Diffie in a horrible accident. He was such a lovely character. So glad that...
Beastly is the word, I think.
Sorry? What was the word?
Beastly.
Beastly, it was beastly. It was a beastly, stupid accident. But lovely that Sarah Diffie is still very much involved and doing a lot of good works in Simon's name.
She's part and parcel, of course, of the trust too.
Oh, is she really? That's good.
Yep.
Car number 43 continues Class 2. And it's Rufus Flan in an Austin 7 Super Sports with a supercharged engine. And up comes 728, which is Sean Slater. She couldn't sit closer to the steering wheel if she tried.
They're almost flat against it, aren't they? Love it.
They are. Be careful turning that steering wheel.
There was a French lady driver who had a similar accolade for driving, but she dealt with it in a somewhat surgical manner.
Oh no.
Yeah.
You don't mean the spokes of the steering wheel?
No. She went to surgery before she understood that she was quite full-bodied and she required an element of sculpturing, and she dealt with it in a surgical manner to carry on her driving enthusiastically.
That's very brave, isn't it?
I thought it was very brave to say what I've just said.
Yeah, I think so.
But elegantly put, I hope.
The audience is reeling in shock. We've got the GN Standard again on the line, this time with a number 7, so it's Seth Stanbury driving it. It staggers off the line, but it's lovely to see a GN, as most of them were, as just touring little cycle cars, one headlight at the front.
A bit like Cyclops, in other words.
Yeah. And coming towards the finish is Sean Slater in her Riley Brooklands, not impeded by the steering wheel, I'm glad to say. And here comes the GN, which last time up struggled to get going again after Pardon. So it isn't endowed with massive power, and sensibly goes around the outside where it's not so steep.
I think the word sideways is slightly an exaggeration, Christopher. I think sluggishly went round, I think.
I think so.
There was a Frazer Nash that came with us in 1969 to the first raid to Bolzano, and that was called Cyclops, because he very similarly had a headlight right in the middle, and he was the most enthusiastic driver of a Nash. Unfortunately, one day that enthusiasm took him to the great Reaper in the sky.
Says Stanbury, struggling with the gear lever. Quickly a change of chain. As remember, the GN has 4 chains at the back, rather like a Frazer Nash. And as you pull the gear lever, it slides a dog across to engage the next chain. I'm not sure what sort of dog it is, but it's a
dogged one.
It's a very English, probably a spaniel of some sort.
They wag their tail.
And unfortunately, fortunately he does make it across the finishing line. Maybe he's competing with the Otav cycle car for the wooden spoon of slowest time of day. 1:08. His time 1:08.15.
Is that somewhere near his handicap?
My screen doesn't give handicaps. Doesn't believe in them.
Agreed.
Simon Thorpe, Riley Brooklands, another Riley Brooklands, reminding us how popular they were and how successful they were, dominated amateur sports car racing in the 20s and 30s.
Actually, talking about that GN that's just gone up, I had a note here. As an aside, do we ever see a GN which was called Blue Bottle? It was a single-seater owned by Godfrey, who was, of course, part and parcel of the creation of the HRG, which we're about to see with Harry Baxter or Will Mahaney in number 46.
And the GN as well.
Yeah, absolutely correct. Great name for a GN though, Blue Bottle. Like it. Bit like Will Mahaney's Will Teague's The Wasp, isn't it? I like sort of aggressive names like that for cars.
I like the way the Chelsea Specials are all named after insects, and we had to, when the Catipo turned up, newly built a couple of years ago, we had to say what sort of insect is a Catipo, and the builder proudly said it's a poisonous insect from New Zealand. One person has been known to have died as a result of being stung by one, so keep clear of Catipo.
With a scorpion-like tail, no doubt.
Probably. Harry Baxter brings the HRG to the line, Interestingly, this is just pre-war, 1939, but HRG were very clever after the war to quickly get back into production because they had all the parts ready to go, which meant that their sales in sort of 46, 47, 48, 49 were terrific.
They, of course, they were part and parcel of where Archie Frazer Nash and Ron Godfrey, separating from the previous company, set up their own, which was they both worked for GN up from 1922 onwards. Frazer Nash obviously exercised a very singular, specific route. Godfrey had a post-severe illness, but he carried on fettling GNs for a while until between Robbins Godfrey and Halford, coming from Vale in 1935, set up what we now know as HRG.
And they prospered. They were very much a pre-war car, even in 1950, and they had a very hard ride. They rattled their teeth out, but they were good fun and won lots of races, trials, hill climbs, and it's nice to see a just pre-war one. And I followed another one in this morning, and that was clearly a post-war one.
They were very good on the winter trials, weren't they? The Land's End trial and the Scottish or the Edinburgh. That's where they had. And Archie Scott won, competed in the Monte Carlo Rally in 1937, and he actually started from Sweden.
I bet he got cold.
Well, there's some 3,000, I've got written down, 3,800 kilometres in snow.
Wow.
And the two of them arrived, they're looking like bears in their fur jackets.
We've got a very nice Morgan on the line, car number 271. It's an early-ish, I suppose it's the 1930s. Powered by the VAE, the V-twin engine at the front, chain drive to single back wheel, surprisingly good road holding. Now this is Martin Morris on his way. Very early Morgans didn't have a throttle pedal, they had a throttle lever on the steering column, only had 2 gears, slow and slower, but they very quickly got quicker. And if you watch Bill Tour, for instance, racing in vintage racing in his Morgan and duffing up the Bentleys and so on and the Bugattis, you realise how brilliant the road holding of the three-wheeler Morgan is.
One last bit on the HRG, I've got down Prince Beer actually drove one of Brooklands in a production sports car race, 1938, reference GPE 607. I wonder if that's still with us. Subsequently sold to the Le Mans entry, Le Cure du Lapin Blanc. They got 10th place, 59.63 mph.
So Martin Morris in the Morgan 54.39. Nigel Dowding, car number 48, has done a good run just over the 50 mark, 50.69. Oliver Chilton 50.59, so they're all good times. And back on the line is this splendidly scruffy Austin 7 Ulster, car number 737. Which for some reason doesn't appear in the program, but as soon as he's off the line, the screen will describe who it is. It's Elizabeth Alice Dobbin, obviously sharing this car with number 37. Is this a husband and wife combo? If I could turn the page single-handed, I could tell you. Car number 37.
You've got Dobbin, correct?
Oscar Dobbin, yeah. .740 is Reuben Cartwright in the Ulster Imp with its special body. Wonder if it started life with that lovely Zagato type body. It's smoking a bit from around the exhaust pipes. So it's nice and warm, and off it goes. ADU, it's a Coventry number plate.
That's very smart. You recognise number plates, do you?
Well, Bournemouth I do, and Coventry I do, and Sheffield, that's all.
It's pretty impressive.
Car number 50 is a very attractive.
It's a Riley
John
Lynx.
Fletcher Lynx. Now I think the Lynx. Well, no, it's clearly got its original touring body. Lovely open four-seater tourer, Riley, with still only 1500cc engine. You would think it would have 2.5 litre engine, but obviously it's quick enough.
I think it was the case of being previously a bachelor, then marriage, and then children, and you still wanted to have the espionage or the espèce. What's that lovely French word of having style? So you could still have a Riley in your garage.
Now here's the family Riley. This is car number 53. The Webber family, driven by Wendy, bought by her dad in the 50s, been kept by the family, and it's great that although Dad died last year, they are determined to keep this Riley in the family, and quite right too.
Of course, that was the brother of David Ellison we saw earlier on driving the ERA on behalf of Roland. So the two brothers. It is a great looking, bit sharp coming through Orchard there, but she's got pardon right, kept the speed up nicely, pushed out slightly on the top side, kept the speed going.
Who are you describing as David Ellison's brother?
Correct. Who's what? Sorry,
I can't see an Ellison at all on the screen.
Ellison is the family. Wendy is the daughter.
Oh, right, okay.
The senior Ellison was the senior or older brother of David Ellison.
Right, thank you. That puts me right.
Genealogy up here as well as information.
And all free of charge.
Absolutely.
It's standing, Riley Brooklands, 1929, really rapid car. They all were, but just imagine bouncing around Brooklands. It had a terrible surface because the concrete cracked up. It was built in 1907, Brooklands, so inevitably the surface got incredibly bumpy. And John Cobb's record, 143 miles an hour, was mostly in mid-air.
The photographs are absolutely staggering, aren't they? Even though they're in a slow black and white, but they are frightening even to look at. What would there was a gold star for 120, or was it a silver star and gold star for 130 miles per hour?
Don't know. Before my time. My dad.
Unfair.
My dad raced there.
Really?
Yeah. His plaque is up. Richard and I paid a visit to Brooklands and proudly glued my father's name to the bricks in the wall.
Was that in a motorbike or a car?
Both, but particularly in Austin Sevens.
Golly, I didn't know that you've been elevated to the peerage.
Yeah, and just on a whim, I Googled his name, and up came a photograph I'd never seen before of him, age 21, winning a prize in a Devonshire trial in an Austin 7 Arrow, which I'd never heard of. But to see my old dad, who died when I was 19, sadly, to see him as a young man competing, and he was a great competitor.
How exciting.
We inherited, of course, all his silver cups, one of which was very bent. And I planned to donate it to Chelsea Walsh as a prize for the best accident of the year. But unfortunately, they decided that wasn't a good idea.
You mean the committee said no?
Chris Chilcott, Alvis 1250, 1924. That's a early-ish Alvis. We've mentioned before how sensible Alvis were to give up making expensive touring cars and go for military vehicles, and they built a great many military vehicles. They also built an aircraft engine, radial engine, called the Leonides, which powered a number of British twin-engined little airplanes. I'm not sure if the Admiral Anson had Leonides, but quite a few did. And they're all built up at Baggington. Do you know Baggington, Coventry Airport?
Yes, indeed.
That's where they built them. That's where I learned to fly.
So was that must have been supported in some way, but whereby by the military to help them in terms of one exercise, but more only their engineering experience.
I guess so.
Probably a very good MP sitting in the Houses of Parliament to get that contract.
We're going to lose Coventry Airport. It's going to become a gigafactory for batteries, which I think is a catastrophic mistake. I don't think battery power is going to last very long. Look at this car on the line. Isn't that pretty? That's car number 63, Nicholas Lee's, in the Riley Sprite from 1938. Such a delightful body shape.
They really picked up styling, didn't they?
They really did. And Riley were hugely successful, but unfortunately, after the war, Mr. Riley was ill, and he was sharing a staircase in Stratford-on-Avon with who ran? My brain's gone. William Morris. And they were discussing, and Morris said, "How are you doing?" He said, "Not too well." And Morris said, "Well, you better join our company." And that's exactly what happened to Riley. They ended up as part of the Nuffield Group.
Not a good move.
Michael Kershaw in another 1939 HRG, 1.5 litre.
They were Meadows engines, weren't they, eventually, 1500, although they did have a Singer post-war, which I think was 1100 cc as well as 15.
And I think they modified it a lot. Now here's Wendy's brother Stephen in the Riley Sprite. You're absolutely right. The car belongs to C.P. Ellison. JPD12, that's a nice number.
Yes, I met the family. What was the sprint that you and I were entertained at for a couple of years up in Cheshire?
Chumley.
Chumley, that's where I met the family, because, you know, on Friday or Saturday night there was a big party, wasn't there? And we had
the helicopter pilot and their wives came, and they were fun.
Do you remember why?
I do.
Yes. The answer to that is that I went to a drinks party at the Lord's particular castle, and two-thirds through the cocktail party, I said hello to everybody, and I was really wondering, and with another colleague who raced there, some pretty company. So we walked across and talked to two delightful young ladies. I introduced myself and my colleague, and I thought she had been married to the Duke, and she'd recently had twins. And I could suddenly feel my companion saying, "You're dying here, Nick, you're dying."
You got the wrong woman.
Yeah, but then I managed to recover. And we met them both the following day with their respective husbands. One of them was, of course, the senior helicopter pilot. And they're now based in Australia. They've got a little family of 2 boys. And I regularly have a Christmas card from both husband and his delightful wife with suitable comments about early days of having met them, and more importantly, the companionship that we'd respectively given to them at Chumley.
And we had to be very careful not to ask them on air whether they'd recovered from last night. I think I made the mistake of saying, I've got a bit of a hangover this morning. He was waving his hands in case a senior officer.
Because they came in full military uniform.
They did.
Yeah, they were great. They were great. Right up for a party with us.
It was a lovely event. The Chumley Pageant of Power only lasted 5 years, I think. It always rained. It rained cats and dogs every time. Such bad luck.
But we did have fun. You and I had Simon for dinner on 2 of the nights. He was our companion, wasn't he?
Simon Taylor. Well,
Simon Taylor.
And breakfast with Simon Taylor was... he's a fund of stories.
From morning to night.
Final runner in Class 3 is Mary Baxter, sharing this car with husband Frazer Nash Ulster. Nice one too.
It'll be driven with gusto, without doubt.
Can you get gusto in a bottle?
Yes, you can, but it has one of those nasty steel taps rather than the bottled ones that you and I could have. Remember the bottles that was ginger beer?
Oh, yes.
It had that lovely catch that took off.
Here's Colin Pointer in his Lee Francis Ulster Open Seater. Lee Francis gave Norman Dewis his first job. Norman Dewis, of course, became the famous test driver for Jaguar, part of the Jaguar team at Le Mans, and he was headhunted by Jaguar away from Lee Francis for another 2 bob a week, and then spent the rest of his life working for Jaguar. He got done for speeding once, well, maybe more than once, but he got done for speeding and had to attend a speed awareness course which took place at Telford, and Norman turned up fairly early, and the copper who was running the course was waiting there, and so they got chatting, and round the wall were pictures of racing cars, and this cop said to Norman, "Are you interested in motor racing?" And Norman said, "Oh yeah, I am a bit." And they went round describing all the cars, and the final one was the XJ13, the Jaguar, which should have raced at Le Mans, but in which Norman Dewis had a monumental accident at Myra, ended up upside down in the mud, and the cop said, Norman said to the cop, "What's this one then?" And the cop said, "Well, this is a prototype Jaguar, but I'm afraid it had a massive accident. It almost got written off at Myra. I don't know what happened to the driver." "I'm all right," said Norman.
Wonderful, isn't it? Love it, love it. We used to have a sprint at Myra for once, or no, maybe just a test day for the VSCC. Do you remember? A long time ago.
This Frazer Nash that's on the hill now, Jonathan Mellors, has got a works history. Raced in the double 12 at Brooklands, raced in the TT. Scored at Boulogne, celebrating their success in Boulogne the year before. But this is a Pucker works car with the Meadows engine. 1931. Famous car.
4 engines for the Nash, weren't there? There was a Golf, the Meadows, an AC, and then of course the...
Well, they started with the Anzani side valve engine.
Yeah, correct.
Then went to Meadows, the little 1.5 litre Meadows. And then people started putting the AC 2 litre engine, straight 6 engine in. And then...
Did they put a Bristol engine, which was probably more powerful than the AC one?
Well, they put a BMW 328 engine in.
Right, perfect.
And so I don't know if any of them went for the full 2 litre Bristol engine, which was actually a much better engine than the BMW, because it had the benefit of advances in metallurgy during World War II, and effectively the Bristol 401 engine was built of aircraft materials, which is why it was so powerful and lasted so long.
It was probably a slightly higher block there. It might not have fitted into the style of the front a bonnet itself, though, I would think.
No, the engines were identical.
Oh, they are right.
To look at, but not identical in terms of the material they were made from. Car number 74, Class 3, Tony Wood, Frazer Nash Super Sports, lovely. The classic TT replica tail with its curved bum, if you like, and the low down fuel tank.
The class record, of course, is held by a Nash. This one, as we assume from the looking through previous records and knowing the respective drivers, is a Blakely Edwards gentleman. That's his Patrick.
Of course.
44.27 back in 2021. How have we done today?
I don't know is the answer to that question.
No, don't worry. We'll come back to that later.
But when we get to Ian Baxter and the ERAs, then we're looking for a time in the 39s to threaten the course record. Up to the line comes a very nice Lee Francis with the sloping radiator. This is 781 Jeffrey Delaney. Lee Francis hyper denoting extra power and extra performance.
Of course, this car was not handed back to the boys and the family until Papa died in late 90s, wasn't he?
Really? Did the Lee Francis company get absorbed into Jaguar, or did it just fade away?
I think the latter. I think it was FADE.
Oh, it's a shame. Lots of lovely history there. Now, this car on the line is the ultimate Q car. This looks like a car for Granny to drive down to Tesco's in, but you watch it go. It is quick. BMW, little BMW saloon. Car number 82 brings us to Class 4. Richard Gatley really makes this car go. Terrific.
And it's magnificently presented. I think the first time we saw it, it was Silverstone at the Pomeroy, and we thought, wow. And look at how it comes to Orchard. Beautiful line.
Did you do the Pom this year?
No, I didn't this year.
No, nor did I. I got rather miffed. I wasn't invited.
But we're so good together.
Well, the VSCC have been counting the mistakes, and we probably went over the limit.
We're very good at smudging them, though.
But clearly not good enough. Now watch Richard hurling this lovely little old BMW Tourer up the hill. Type 319. So it's nearly a 2-litre engine, but it doesn't have the fancy cylinder head of the 328 engine with its push rods up the side of the engine, then across the top, sounding like a whole lot of ladies knitting. Lots of
as in a Singer sewing machine made in Coventry.
Lots of knitting needles clicking away. But in our family we've had a number of Bristol and Bristol engine cars, and they've all been absolutely wonderful.
We had a Bristol 404 recently, historically, in lovely ruby red with black upholstery. That was a magnificent beast.
Was that here?
No, I'm talking about when I was a boy, father.
Oh, right, yes, a rich dad. Well, if you've got a 404 now, and you want to sell it, you're looking at £250,000.
Golly, that was my father's probably bought it from Bristol Street Motors in Birmingham.
My dad had a couple of 401s. I used to get taken to school in them, much to the envy of my colleagues who didn't like me very much.
I had a godfather, had a silver 402 in silver grey, and he used to pick me up occasionally from Exeat at boarding school.
Do you mean a 402, the drop head?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was a rare car.
Well, he was a dentist, a consultant dentist at Birmingham Hospital.
Wow.
See what private practice can bring you?
Yeah, bring you a Bristol.
Exactly.
Sadly, very sadly, we should have BJ Malia in this class in a 328, but tragically he's here, and so he's not here, so we don't see the
because he was also bringing another machine, was he not?
He was bringing the Sunbeam Tiger.
Absolutely correct.
Tigress.
As opposed to digress.
But I digress, but yes. Now this is, in the Bentley, this is interesting because this started life as a saloon Bentley, and then in 1932, so only 5 years since it was built, that saloon body got chucked away, and this very sporty two-seater body was built by Car Bodies. It's very attractive body. It's still showing the scars of age, and over the line comes one of only 2 MG Tigresses. They only made 5 Tigress race cars, MG, and only 2 of them still exist. No one knows where the other 3 ended up.
It's got a thumping engine, hasn't it? What I always thought was almost 2.5 litres. I mean, that is going to hurl it down the road pretty efficiently.
Very much so. It was a quick car, and had great racing. The 5 of them had great racing success.
Very.
Such a shame they didn't all survive.
This is a rather fun. Not that any others are not, but this is a good class. We've got the Alfa Romeo of Hunter, Alex Pilkington, who always drives, as you and I know, that lovely Alfa Romeo 1750. For the Roche Talbot with Poulton, Bruce in the Bean, and the Bentley, as you say, being shared between Ian Warner and Mark Littlewood.
Here comes Alex on the line in the Alfa. I covet this car. I said to Alex, will you leave it to me in your will? She said, no.
Try again every time you meet her.
Yes, I'll have to. It is
you know you've got me competition, so but if I manage to win, I will share with you.
We'll share the drive, yeah. It's been a bit grumpy this weekend, Alex tells me, but I think she takes it down the road, gives it a good bootful, and it clears its throat. And
she normally drives both to and fro, though, does she not?
I think she does,
yes,
yeah.
She does.
But of course, with the traffic creeping along and endless roadworks, it just all soots up. I don't know what's happened to Andrew Hunter, beg his pardon.
It was in the paddock earlier on.
Yeah, it's here, and it did a run before lunch. So maybe he's giving it a breather. And I'm handing back to Peter Hughes.
Just before you go, what's the difference between Alfa Romeo's 1750 Super Sport and an Alfa Romeo 6C 1750? Because they're both supercharged. What does Super Sport mean?
I don't know. Means it's super sporty.
Okay, John Poulson's just got the roast bottom well and truly out at both Pardon and Orchard. I think he picked up the white line well and truly.
Nick, Peter is looking forward to being amused by you. Here he comes online.
Thank you very much, Chris. Do we get you back before the end of the day?
Certainly.
Good.
Do a couple of spells, I think.
Good afternoon once again then. So Tobias Bruce there in the Bean 1850, making his way up the hill. And Geoffrey Delaney in the Lee Francis Hyper also just heading towards Pardon now.
Peter?
Yes?
Just before we interrupt you, which I know we're going to do, we have an idea that the Talbots had a racing team in the Alpine rallies the same year that the Frazer Nashes, I think 32, 33, had their winning success. But Lara's been digging. Is that, who do you think were the lady drivers?
Sorry, you'll have to repeat that because it was very noisy on the start line, as you were saying.
We're talking about the Talbots,
yeah,
and who was racing them. And I have a feeling in 33, 34, they took out a team to compete in the Alpine trials, where of course the Frazer Nashes were enormously successful. But I think the PR team of Talbots actually took out a team of English lady drivers. And Lara's trying to find it for us.
I'm trying to think if Kay Peter was one of them. They're all in the Debenhams green colour, and I'm just trying to find out who it was. There was a team of ladies, and I'm absolutely sure Kay Peter was one of them.
Well, certainly she would have to be a likely candidate, wouldn't she? But I'm afraid I'm not too knowledgeable on that. Apologies.
Aha! I think it might have been Joan Richmond and Kay Peter, because they did the Alpine Rally, the Alpine Cup, and I think that it might have been her with those Talbots.
Well spotted, well spotted.
I mentioned it because in the public car park there is the Talbot anniversary, and there's 3 of them sitting there in the Debenham green colour, and they're just resplendent in the countryside green that we're surrounded with.
I've always thought they're the most envious car to have, because they're efficient, they look magnificent, and they are really strong, beautifully put together machines.
They are lovely.
Anyway, we're in the Vauxhall boys, aren't we now? I apologise. Have we got to 104 Annabelle Jones? Who's left your launch pad?
Piers Trevelyan has...
oh, Piers, right.
And
home built by Piers over a great number of years, and he was good enough to lend it to us yesterday, was he not, for Friends of Prescott?
Absolutely, and he's just improved on his first run time. It's just in 63.21. Saul Stevens has just gone over the line. He is a second down on his first run time, so his best time still at 64.40.
There's the most wonderful array of these wonderful Vauxhalls 3090 up on the Bugatti terrace, where of course they celebrated an excellent dinner, as they do every year with the VSCC here at Prescott. So I know a few glasses of sparkle were enjoyed by all of you. Thank you for your great support and behaving magnificently. I hear there was no dancing on the table at midnight by you Vauxhalls, so clearly you retreated to your beds.
That presumably because you weren't there, was it, Nick?
No, I have. I think the last time I danced on the table, it was a bar in Switzerland when my children and I were skiing, and I led the dance. I have to admit. I
don't doubt it for one moment. A little bit of a lull. I'm not quite sure. There's no red flags out, but no vehicles coming up to the line just at the moment.
No flag here up at Orchard, no flag up by Semicircle, so you're correct. So what were your favourite cars, Peter, out in the paddock this weekend? Or you can nominate 3.
Right, now you
put you on the spot, go for it.
Certainly, I mean, stating the obvious, but that wonderful Bugatti that we saw going up the hill, to the Type 46, was it?
Correct.
What a fabulous machine that is.
It just looked so right, didn't it? It had the right flowing lines, wonderful engine, beautifully put together. Now I think that's an enviable choice.
And I'm not sure if this is appropriate to say it here at Prescott, but I rather like ERAs as well.
You know, we've got a great history here at ERAs, 35 onwards. I mean, we had some great drivers. We had Dick Seaman, we had Beera, Ansel, and we've had wonderful characters post the war. Nick Topless this weekend. We've got David Ellison, Crab, of course. I'm delighted to see Crab Senior today, back after his horrendous crash 2 years ago down in Wiscombe, and we clapped as he came into the paddock without that wretched stick. So delighted to have you back looking so well.
Yes, I was actually at Wiscombe that day. It was not good.
We don't like incidents like that.
Absolutely not. We're back underway instantly. The Vauxhall 39 of Andrew Dixie has just left the line. And just to round things off, it's quirky but wonderful. I love the maggot. Well, as Andrew Dixie makes his way up, well, here we've got Matilda Jones sat on the line in here at 13.98. You see Andrew going through the S's at the moment. Into halfway then goes the 105 car, as under the bridge comes Matilda Jones in silver coloured 13.98. It's a wide line there out of Baden. Towards the S's. Tom Duffin has just left the line. Andrew Dixie's time is 61.40.
Well, that car certainly arrived with a bit of speed, didn't it?
Yep, certainly pushing hard.
Actually, I'm talking about one on the paddock.
Oh, right.
Caused a ripple of applause from those sitting here and watching.
I'm sure they're getting applause from the clerks of the course if they're in the paddock doing that.
No, that's another word.
Tom Duffin looks like he's pushing on and pumping away as well to get the fuel pressure up. You look at the modern cars that seem to do absolutely everything for you. It wasn't quite like that in the 1920s and 30s, was it?
No, I came back in a modern Mercedes the other day at AMG, and I've just swapped it for another one. And I got out of the car to park to go into the appropriate offices of some solicitors, and it said, "Don't forget your mobile." Yeah, I thought, where the heck did that come from?
Mine does that every time I get into the car.
Angela yesterday showed me how to work the air conditioning on mine, which I haven't bothered with before because the one before had a sunshine roof, but it got a bit hot yesterday. Anyway, what number? Oh, is that Annabelle? Is that Annabelle Jones at the Vauxhall?
We've got 109 Nicholas Morley on the hill. We've got Peter Garland, 110, who's just left the start line.
Thank you. I say that because our screen, although showing, shows me absolutely nothing. Thank you.
Annabelle is actually on the start line at the moment.
Annabelle, I think, is secretary of the Vauxhall Club, is she not? I think.
I'll take your word for that, I'm afraid. I'm not sure.
The one car that'll put the cat amongst the pigeons will be Flack, I beg your pardon, in the Railton Light Sports. Nice to see him back. I saw him in the paddock today. Big smile. Got a very, very adventurous light, the Railton Light Sports 4.2. Handicap, as you can see, is a dead-on 50, so he's going to be up there. Guys,
coming up towards you at the moment, and should be in your sight now, I think.
Yep, got up, still coming around. Up to pardon. Go on, Annabelle, give it a bit of right boot. I think I'm right in that. The accelerator on that is on the right, not in the centre, isn't it, on that one?
I think you're right on those, yeah. Roland User, we saw taking that fabulous Bugatti up the hill before we started the time bunnies this afternoon. On the hill, it was Delahaye 135 down.
They were tremendous cars. Late 36, 37, 38. They were really Grand Prix long distance car with a nice pre-selector box, 4-litre engine. John Guyot has a very similar one, which is, I think his is the S, which is supercharged. I think between, it's John Guyot's coming up later. 116.
Sorry, Annabelle Jones, incidentally, very nearly 10 seconds quicker than her first run. Well, certainly 9 seconds. It was a 61.54 compared to the 70.51 on her first run.
She'll come back with a big grin then, will she not? 113 on the hill, as you say.
Yeah, that is Nolan Moss 113, the Vauxhall 5098 Velux.
Part of the Quartermain collection.
64.37 from Roland Deuce. Not as quick as his first run, but he remains in third place on handicap at the moment.
That'll produce a nice smile as he sits down and has a glass of champagne tonight.
Absolutely. Hamish Monroe is on the hill, just round in pardon.
This is the Tourer as opposed to the Quartermass one, or Quartermain, I beg your pardon, the earlier one, which is the Velox, and then the Tourer and the Winsome. The Winsome, of course, is the body in which it was constructed, which is very different from the Tourer, and most definitely different from the light sports. There's Fact coming round in that lovely Railton light sport. Good colour. Very powerful piece of machinery. Now watch him put down that right foot. Woof!
Yeah, he was actually second quickest on scratch times in the first runs by just 0.03 of a second from John Guyot.
Yeah, he'll be celebrating with John, of course. Both John and both Johns, Fact and Guyot, know this hill extremely well. John, of course, was hugely successful with his lovely partner putting together the ID team, which we brought back racing in great quantity to all our hill climbs, but more importantly on the racetrack. Always wonderfully entertained. Leslie, unfortunately, died last year, and John, we've coveted here at Prescott.
John Pack has actually found very nearly a second to go quickest now on scratch times, but John Guyot is also charging on at the moment. He is quickest over the first part of the hill.
He's just had his right knee done, so he said it's a little bit stiff, Nick. I said, well, in that case you have to keep it absolutely straight then, don't you, John? And he laughed, so maybe that's why his time has improved.
Unfortunately not able to catch John Fack, though. He remains second on scratch times. Graham Figg is on the hill at the moment in the Otos cycle car.
So really those two are going to come through first and second in the Green Farm Racing. Thank you for your sponsor, Green Farm.
VSCC President Roger Collins is on the hill in the Zust.
The Zust Brixia. This is a good mixture of automobile engined Edwardian cars supported by Bonhams. Thank you, Bonhams.
Graham Figg has just found 0.05 of a second compared to his first run, just on a 68.56.
Can I just say that this is Roger's 264th ascent on the hill today?
That's correct, yeah.
We only give them 2 runs a day. Where'd you get that figure from?
Well, this is the second car that he bought all those years ago, and it's the car that he kept. And anyway, it's the 264th.
How lovely. He keeps a very good record then.
Yeah, he was
I'm impressed.
He was telling me yesterday that he'd already been up the hill 260 times. And he also informed me that the combined age of car and driver is in excess of 200 years. And he's just at a 75.47.
Impressive.
Yeah, he's found 0.2 of a second over his previous run. As Chris Crook heads up the hill in the Sunbeam 1620 at the moment. Looking better the 67.11 that he did on his first run. I think he might well do it. He's coming to the line now. Yeah, a 66.56 for Christopher Crook as John de Verve comes up into your sight. That lovely singer.
You had the benefit this morning of an interview with him, didn't you?
I did indeed. I was speaking to Roger for one of our VSCC podcasts that we're creating. We're hoping to launch them in November at the NEC. It's for the anniversary year. So today I interviewed Roger. Last week I interviewed Duncan Pitchaway. And before that was Ivan Dutton. And before that, Victor Riley. So collective, really good, eclectic bunch of people. Yes, indeed.
What little secrets did you manage to extract from Roger? Bits about his driving the Mercedes on winter trials?
I did learn a few things, but do you know what? I would rather you have to listen to it in November. But yes, there was all sorts of shenanigans on some of these trials. But yes, in November you'll hear it.
Good one.
You mean naughtiness on a VSCC rally?
John de Verve picking up over 3 seconds on his second run there. Some people do like to name drop, don't they? You know, oh, I've interviewed this person, I've interviewed that.
All for the
celebrities that they've talked to.
All for the VSCC, all for the VSCC.
Yes, the creme de la creme. Car 126 leaving the line is the Chalmers 17 of Andy Lloyd. Samara Morley from the Lagonda LV45 is further up the hill.
It is in fact Ben is driving the Mercedes that we normally see his father driving in the winter trials. So you'll see that wonderful car. There he is, Ben, in fact. Nice approach to Orchard, into Pardon, yep. Lots of gear.
My screen's telling me that's Andy Lloyd.
134 is Ben. Sorry, 133.
Yeah, Archie Miller has just left the line in the Hudson Super 6. 130 is in front of us at the moment.
That's a lovely colour. It looks rather like the colour that there was a cigarette called not Jetane, what was it called? Du Maurier, that's right. I remember father very, very briefly, even as a doctor, smoking a couple of those. Then he thought, no, but that was the colour of the packet from memory.
I always remember my auntie who was in the civil service in Germany immediately after the war. And she used to smoke these cigarettes, I can't remember what they were called, but I know they were black with gold-coloured filters on them.
You're absolutely correct. I think they called them a cocktail cigarette. Do you remember people with long cigarette holders?
I do.
Was there something else in the holder as well as the cigarette? I mean, did they sort of take in something else, you think?
Really no idea. It's one of the few bad habits.
I'm sorry, I'm being very naughty. I apologise, everybody.
I think we're learning an awful lot about your younger years here, Nick.
No, it was a boarding school or university, I promise.
Of course, yes. Burkett in the Dodge Monster just around in Pardon.
It's a good performer, isn't it, the Dodge? It's the same engine, presumably, as very similar to the Model A, i3.4. The 3.3 is the old Model A, but there's a good, presumably straightforward 3-speed box. Is that a left-hand drive or right? I'll tell you as he comes past. Looks like he put in the centre.
It's the car that's going to go past you next, I think, Andrew Howe Davis.
This is the Straker Squire, isn't it?
That's right, the company that began life in Bristol, I believe.
Correct. Bristol was a good engineering centre there, wasn't it? It started with the boats and the quay and the docks generally, so engineering was important to look after that which came in with shipping and transport and all the rest of it.
Yes, we won't mention Mr. Colston.
That was sailing.
Of course. Well, you'll be pleased to hear that Ben Collins is on the start line at the moment in the Mercedes 120. 13.5 litres of it from 1907.
Correct. I think there were only a small number. I remember looking at it because subsequently this engine, the 4.9, was increased, but this was one of the slightly smaller engines, although you wouldn't necessarily think it looking at almost 10 litres. Here he comes. Well done, Ben. Nicely hauling it round. It was a big machine. Good screech putting that wonderful power down. Listen to that. Boom. Here we come. Just love that rumble as it disappears up to the S's, coming up to Road Corner.
Quick time as well. He's improving on his previous time. He was second quickest in class by 1/10 of a second on his first run.
I remember first meeting Ben some years ago on one of the winter rallies, and he was driving the Bentley with his two small children strapped into the back of the Bentley. And I thought,
he's got the quickest in class by about 1/4 of a second from James Collins, who is on the hill himself now. Needs to find about 3/10 of a second now to regain the overall class lead.
Competition between the boys. Between 14 litres and 6 litres. Who has rights at dinner table?
Up to the finish line comes James, and he has done a 51.59. He goes back to the top of the times in class 7.
Good competition between the two.
Absolutely.
Presumably we've got Hickey coming up shortly. No, we've got one more, which is the...
We've got the Theophile Schneider Aero on the hill at the moment, which is... nice slide around Pardon, and he's leading on handicap currently. Best at this handicap time on the first run by 2.9%.
When was the Schneider Trophy first fought over down in Portsmouth? Has to be the late 20s, isn't it? 28, 29?
I was going to say the same thing, yeah, it has to be in the 20s. I can see the latter part of the 20s. 54.62 for Schneider. It's that's a 1/4 of a second found over the first run. Pino Lombardi and the Luxia on the hill currently.
My probably two favourites are the Berlier Curtis and the Oakland Romano. The Romano, of course, is being driven by Julian today. Julian Grimwade has transferred from what we will see a little bit later, the Albis, which of course held the record here, and motorsport accolade to Julian, and he changed for this machine early in the spring. He certainly likes a challenge with regards to a car, both to drive it, but more importantly to fettle it. And he was telling me, I think he's gone through 3 clutches this year, one at Chesley on the start line. But if there's an engineer that can sort and fettle a car to make it work properly, Julian is going to be one of those.
Compared to his first run, he's a little over half a second up than Julian. He'll go off on the hill in the Chaos IT or the Crit, whichever you prefer.
standing in the paddock listening to these hugely extraordinary automobile engine Edwardian. They are quite stunning, and we've got the benefit of this class getting bigger and bigger and bigger, which is great.
Jeremy Flam,
and they don't, other than hang about quickly.
Jeremy was quickest on the first run by some way, scratch times.
The two that we might see is the Viper Aero, which is nice to see Tony Lee's back with us again, and Jeremy Flan. Between those two, they got the lowest handicap, and I think the greatest opportunity of taking class win, either on handicap or outright.
Jeremy's about to go over the line. He does so, goes quicker than his first run by half a second, 48.86. So quickest on scratch times, not in the top three though on handicap. As Hickey Hickling makes his way up in the Sunbeam 1620.
He's taken off the wedding bows that he celebrated his marriage to a little while ago. Another great trial exponent. So was that Tony Lee's non-show in the Viper?
I believe so, yes.
What a pity.
So Hickey Hickling coming towards the end of his run. Jonathan Miller in the Hudson Super 6 coming out of Pardon. And the time for Hickey Hickling is a 68.44. So he also finds nearly half a second compared to his first run. Jonathan Miller there in the Hudson coming through the S's now. So around semicircle towards the finish line. And his time is a 64.29. Again, about a third of a second quicker than his previous run. Tony Karasu makes his way up in the Talbot 25 horsepower sporting model.
So generally we're seeing a little improvement in everyone's speed and performance against their handicap of this morning, aren't we? Which is interesting.
Yeah, in this class, for example, all bar three of the cars that have gone up so far have bettered their first run times. Mercedes 120 is back on the hill, this time with Sally Benny at the wheel. That is quite a challenging car to take up this hill, Mercedes.
Got lots of support from Orchard. There's a little bit of sticking.
Very wide there out of Pardon. I don't think she actually made contact with anything, I'm not sure.
There's certainly a bit of gravel dust coming up on that right-hand side of the far tree, I can see.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of sweeping to do, I'm not sure, we'll see in a minute. Julian Hindle is starting his run, however, in the MGJ2, car number 38. Sally is rounding semicircle. Not surprisingly, after that moment of Pardon, she's slower than her first run, 66.54 compared to earlier 64.98.
I would put that down to a case of lowering your heartbeat after the potential incident, would you not?
Yes, I think so. Can't even say it. This is an enthusiastic run by Julian Hindle. Charlie Hindle is on the hill as well now in the Austin 7 Ulster. .65 for Julian, that's again an improvement. He currently lies third in class on scratch times. Charlie Hindle after the first run was actually leading on handicap. as away goes Andrew Cox in the Austin 7 Ulster replica.
It's leading your class, and this is a bit like watching some of the wonderful races at the Olympics. You've given best time, or you've thrown the greatest weight, or the javelin, or you've done the best double dive with your partner, whatever, and then you're holding your breath until the others have finished. There was a lovely comment in the diving comment the other day, or diving, the synchronized one. Do you think they could make a mistake? And unfortunately, one of the respective parties did make a mistake, but enabled us as English divers to go forward and be successful regarding a medal. But that picture of the individual who made the mistake will, of course, be with him, her, for life.
Sorry, I thought we entered the Olympics as a British team rather than an English team.
I think we've done excellently on the rowing. All right, we might have missed out on a couple that we thought, but you look at some of the other countries like Romania, who've come back so incredibly strong in terms of their performance, where 4 or 5 years ago, apart from a rowboat, they weren't actually competing in the level of sculls or 4s or 8s.
But we are talking here about the Great Britain team, not an England team. Not that I'm biased or anything.
Nicholas, I'm just wondering, if you were to compete in the Olympics as a gymnast, what would be your specialism?
I suppose I'd have to do something that I've done most of my life. Take the high jump. Is that a not unreasonable response?
That's a good response. I'd like to do the beam. The beam sounds great.
That Morgan has the most wonderful colour. Sharp orange. Black wings, black helmet.
Does look good, doesn't it?
Well, it's not a Hornet, but it's a great colour. Was the most popular engine for those little Morgans the
Jump engine.
The Jap engine, wasn't it? That's right.
Jap stands for. V-twin, that was also used in motorbikes, of course.
Probably not the best colour for a getaway from a bank robbery, would it, in that colour, would it?
No, but I think the car itself with one rear wheel might be a bit conspicuous without the colour.
You've got sufficient room to stuff the £10 notes and the £50 notes, haven't you? And away you go.
Yes.
We don't have bank rates anymore, do we? They just take out the whole thing of the wall these days, don't they? Heave it out.
Yeah. Just bring in a JCB or something and remove it.
And then leap off with a Jeep with a Range Rover or something, I suppose. I haven't organised one for a while.
Well, I was beginning to wonder then, you've probably been putting some thought into this. Oh, I can't do a bank raid anymore, I'll have to go for the cash point.
The concern was that the government want to reduce the amount of cash we can take out, which I think is a fatal flaw in their economic thinking. But never mind. Right, back to, come on.
What is this cash? Is that what we used to use before the plastic cards?
I leave you to commentate for a couple of minutes.
Well, I've been on the Austin Special, the Austin 7 Special, heading up the road. Terry McGrath has just left the start in the Amilcar CGSS.
Wonderful little French racing cars, built like absolute pieces of jewellery, I think. Absolutely beautiful. Normally we have a collection of them underneath the tree just before the orchard. Yes, there are 3 or 4 down there, but I remember some years we've had 5 or 6 of them down there. I suppose the difficulty now bringing them back from France is that we have to pay a penalty, don't we? Or is there not another? There's another fine as well, or an additional export number, isn't there?
Can we not get into the Brexit discussion?
Oh no, I agree. That was a bit tight on that coming out of Orchard. Just nudged the inside towards that row of black sandbags.
Good time for Terry McGraw. It was at 57.63 on the first run, 55.93 on the second run.
That was a bit nearer his handicap, which is a straight 54 dead.
Yes.
David Fennell, of course, tends to come forward with a big grin and win in the toy. That's number 64, and then his daughter will be sharing it, which is Claire, 764. Huge success. David, of course, was part and parcel of the very successful VSCC team. Retired from that, I think, 2 or 3 years ago. Took much acclaim of all the success that he brought to it. Apart from the hill climbing success in the toy, which is a great little machine. Beautifully driven both by father and by daughter.
Yes, and David Fennell is on the line at the moment, in fact. Just basically nothing behind the driver of this car, is there?
Well, there was a couple of years ago when we had a thunderstorm at Lowton Park, and he came down and he was out there and caught the lot. And what the difficulty was that the rainstorm was so heavy that when he came to the start, the marshals had to pick the car up, turn it on its side, and it was like emptying a water bucket. David quietly got in, it was dry again, and drove off and probably got winning in the class.
That's the way to do it, isn't it? Oh, very bouncy start off the line for Oliver Cox there in the Austin 7 Ulster replica.
Yes, there is a bit of a bounce, isn't it? You call it tramp, I think.
I think that is, yeah, that goes beyond tramp, I think, what just happened on the line. I'm not quite sure what to call it.
Do you maybe third tramp and you go, then it gets a grip and goes, a bit like a rubber band.
Home going would be a better term.
Love it.
So David Fennell's time of 56.20, and in fact not quite as quick as his first one.
Number 761 is Ian Patton's little Amel car. Ian, of course, was the general manager of the Bugatti Owners Club for a great number of recovery years, and in addition is a great motorbike enthusiast. I know he goes off to France regularly with his BMW and travels. He was here yesterday. He's also one of the main scrutineers, I know, for VSCC at all events. So thank you, Ian.
Cox not improving on his time on his second run, 65.10 on that run. Malcolm Hills is on the hill. David Weldon in the Austin 12.6 just going around par. David Weldon, I'm sorry.
It does tend to be the Austins that we see lifting the inside front wheel about Pardon, but today they've been quite solid. They pushed out slightly further on the right hand side of Pardon, so I haven't seen any lifting wheels from this. I think the expression lifting their skirts would be probably the appropriate, would it not?
Yeah, Mark Carroll in the Wolseley Lagonda Rapier just coming to Pardon now.
Julian Grimwade, his second was an Amilcar Rapier, which he first assembled in Australia in the late 70s. So he's had 2 Rapiers in his early days, young Julian. 1100cc, then I think they were 1500cc. And I think the very first one, the Amilcar, which he bought, Amilcar Rapier, he sold to those lovely Dutch family who come across here several times. But we haven't seen them this year here in Prescott, or their daughter who drove a pretty little Austin, I think. I think she won very first time out of 3 years ago.
Eleanor Bergman just coming out of Pardon in the Austin 7 Special, car 760, 761. Leaving the line is another of the Amel cars, this time it's Ian Patton, or the same Amel car, but with the second driver, Ian Patton. Eleanor Bergman looking to improve on her 63.21 on her first run. And does so, 62.81, so 0.4 of a second improvement there as Ian Patton comes through the S's. And Dr. Nigel Harper leads the line in the MG J2. Did you have a J2 at some point, Nick?
J3.
J3.
No, J3, I can't remember now. With a long pointy tail, great piece. We took it to Paris for the Delage weekend with the Delage car I had. Driven on here by several people. One of your secretaries of the VSCC, one of the Bonham's boys, certainly not me. Far more fun commenting about my own car and the driver who's using it for me. I'm going to have far more fun than driving it up that hill. No, thank you.
As long as they keep it on the black stuff. Ian Patton has improved his time by over a second on that run. Klaus Peter Mutschler in the Frazer Nash TT replica is now out towards the S's as Gerald Parker leaves the line in the Riley Special.
Yes, in Class 7 I was looking Geraint Owen in the Morris Jap 1995 at 50.28. Geraint was booked today to come into a Nash. He had a Type 35B Bugatti, which I remember he took round Cadwell. It was on, I think, on the trials day on the Friday, and he offered to take me round, which I immediately accepted because I know what a safe and confident driver is, as an engineer as well as a driver, and that was fun. That was really great.
Anyone who can drive a 27-litre aero engine Babs must know what they're doing.
I'd underline that very correctly.
Babs is a car that absolutely fascinates me, as does perhaps more so the man who was behind it, of course, Godfrey Parry Thomas.
Yes, what an extraordinary man. The only thing he missed out on was driving the Brooklands Riley at Brooklands, what, fortnight later after his death on Pendine Sands.
Yeah.
But I don't think we have the family here today, because if Geraint is not here, that he is part of that family. I did sit in Babs when he brought it to Goodwood, X number of years ago, and I was sitting on it at the start line with him talking and interviewing, and alongside came Sterling Moss in the Mercedes that he had won on the Mini Miglia, and as I looked down on him, it sounds like one of those TV programs, because of course Babs was that much higher. I said, I think we can accelerate off faster here, sir. And he looked up at me, he said, I don't think you will.
I love the story about Parry Thomas that somebody told us. A woman who knew him was asked to describe him, and said he appeared to have some movements going into his mouth.
I love it. But what an engineer!
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And Claire Fennell-Williams is now on the hill in the toy.
A bit like Dixon in that period. I mean, they were extraordinary engineers, weren't they? And they fettled and played with their cars, and it was all innovative engineering, wasn't it?
Yeah. I once met a man as well who was a schoolboy when down in Pendine when Parry Thomas and Malcolm Campbell were doing their runs, and the school children used to get the day off when there was a record run, and they would walk the beach and look for sharp stones that might cut the tyres on the cars.
Yes, I've read that story. Isn't that brilliant?
Yeah, and I said to this, by then, very elderly man, I said, so did you meet Parry Thomas? He said, oh, I met him, yes. I said, oh, what was he like? Oh, he said, he was a gentleman, not like that Campbell.
I've heard that too. Oddly enough, we had one of the Campbell family's daughter and her son here at Prescott for an evening dinner for part and parcel. And there's another evening coming up in a few weeks' time when Campbell, of course, went to America, and the chief engineer there is the son of that individual. He's bringing some wonderful photographs and reels of film showing Campbell and the engineering that went on in that particular transaction, and the attempt on that world speed record yet again by Campbell at that period.
I mean, Campbell obviously was a very, very good driver. I think the only difference really was that he relied on, I'm just trying to think of the name of his mechanic who did all the work.
He was Italian, called, gone for a minute. Sir Malcolm, or some Malcolm.
He helped, he worked, the mechanic worked with Donald afterwards, didn't he, as well?
Absolutely, and also Dick Seaman too.
Right, yeah. But I mean, Parry Thomas did everything himself, basically. Certainly he was the big decision maker on the mechanical engineering front, as well as on how to drive the car.
Well, Campbell was vice president of the VSCC in 1930 when Lord Howe was our president. So that was the link up. But what I can't find is that the car that should be here today, the Type 35B, which was his, was going to be here today for me. But I can't find any records that he actually drove the Bugatti subsequently, I-38, 39 here at Prescott. So by then, in fact, by then he might have died, of course. I could have made a huge gaffe in that one.
Yeah, actually, died natural causes, didn't he?
Oh, correct, absolutely correct. Yes, on Windermere. Son died on Windermere, correct.
Yeah, Donald, yeah. Malcolm Campbell made his money, or at least some of his money, from being the first person to offer newspaper companies insurance against being sued for libel.
You're quite right. He was one of the early gentlemen who managed to find what was called sponsorship. Raymond Mays was the other one. They were very good at being able to extract large pots of money to support their engineering and sporting careers on water or on land. Right, sorry, what number are we? Quick. Right, Dennis Bingham and the Riley Falcon Special. James Baxter, of course, holds this class record in the Frazer Nash Tourer back way in 1995, 47.94. And the general one, and a Morgan Riley, John Mowat.
Time for Dr. Christopher Down on 48.07. So he has found over a second from his first one. He was third in the scratch time.
David Morley, or Doctor, quite often takes the special in this. He's got the Morgan engine and the Riley chassis.
Yeah, David Pryke, very twitchy there for David Pryke, but he is going quickly at the moment, coming into semicircle. This looks like it could be a good time. He was quickest anyway, and he's just gone a little bit quicker again. He's found an extra quarter of a second and a 45.43. But once again, not showing up in the handicap top three. And James putting in a good time at the moment in the Riley 12.4 TT Sprite.
Yes, these last four drivers do not hang about.
William Butler is on the hill as well now in the Riley Special.
A good bit of late braking coming into Orchard. Nice line coming into Pardiers. Come on, put down the wheel. I would think there was a little bit of inside spinning, but got it down, tramped way through the S's.
Michael James has just taken the lead on scratch times with a 44.48, with a 46-second run on his first run.
That's swift, that is.
Peter Cundy is on the hill in the MGNA, but William Butler rounding the semicircle over the line with a 51.51, exactly the same time as Tomo Voigt did on his first run. So those two are tied on scratch times in 6th place. But Tomo Voigt is second on handicap. Jack Butler leads on handicap currently. Steve White is in 3rd place. He can come to the end of his run. Does a 54.91. Another good improvement, a 2.25 found by Peter Cundy.
It's a real hunting process in terms of the driver's eye coming through to that bridge, or under the bridge, as you probably hit second, maybe third, more likely second, to come hunting around that left-hand corner and then spot the apex and the actual entry into Orchard. Because if you lose your little bit of speed by then you're going to be struggling immediately in the middle of Orchard to actually get that speed and keep it through Pardon, and to give yourself a real opportunity of going down towards the S's.
201 is Peter Loxton in the Talbot BD75, and also on the hill is car 786, Andrew Oliver in the Riley Special.
I've got one correction for you and I. 208 Jim Catnach in the Riley Grebe. It is it's Riley Grebe. It is a 1991cc Riley, but it has a Dixon 6 engine in it with a crankshaft by Dixon giving some Popert cc I've just given to you. The Dixon engine has 6 Amels on it. Apparently we had confused it with an AC engine, which is probably understandable, being 1991. So thank you for Jim for correcting us on that. That gives you the engine, which is the Dixon famous engineered engine, rather than that which we thought it was earlier.
Paul Tunnicliffe heading up towards the end of his run as Roland Woodley rounds on in the Riley 15 special. Paul Tunnicliffe does a 58.31. He's about a third of a second down on his first run time. Nice looking Riley special. Car 203. Out to the S's. Anthony Norton, meanwhile, in the Elvis 1250 is coming up to Pardon. That's obviously a pretty early Elvis.
See, we've got one nice Wolseley Hornet special, 214 Lawton Green. I saw there was a Seba, one of their fabulous little Hornets for sale recently in the VSCC magazine. A quick 65 grand would pick that up.
And we've got a car off, we're straight back on, taking the grass edge on Duffin in the Frazer Nash Super Sports. Apologies for interrupting, Nick, but a little off-course excursion.
I think the Nash was considering going for a cricket match on the green, actually.
Yeah, I think you're right.
But he corrected it beautifully. I mean, any other car would have carried sliding across, but no, he twitched the steering wheel towards the grass on the left, corrected it, didn't lose any speed at all, and carried on to Pardon beautifully. So well driven, sir.
Frazer Nash is the Frazer Nash Ulster of Dr. Charles Hither.
Yes, there's Dr. Charles, isn't there?
It is, yeah.
That's the first. That's one of the 4 or 5 supercharged Nashes here today in this particular class.
Yeah, the car on the hill at the moment, 207 is Morris Leeson, the Riley Special. He's just coming to pardon now.
Quick touch of the brakes midway in pardon. I think he was considering moving a little further to the right, which steadied the car.
Touch the barriers there, Morris Leeson. He's certainly out very wide. He may have made contact with the barriers. I'm not sure. He's carrying on at a seemingly elevated pace. So Jim Catnash starts his run in the Riley Grieve. That's the car that we misidentified the engine on, I think, isn't it?
Yes, he popped into the commentary box to give me a correction, which I have acknowledged and provided for him. Corner slightly coming into Orchard, and again on the out of pardon. Slight grumble of the engine coming to S's, which I thought might dissipate the speed and his time for this.
Oversteer, I think, through the S's as well.
Is that what it was? Right.
Looks like it, yeah.
And he put the power down now towards after semicircle to go over the finishing line.
Yeah, a 51.23. He's just found very nearly 4/10 of a second on that run.
Yeah, it was very, very good, very swift. A little, tiny little bit ragged, but he covered it beautifully.
Jack Papiet in the Wolseley Hornet Special through the S's now. Edwards in the Alva Silver Eagle is on his way up to pardon.
Of course, there is one opportunity to escape. If you really approach Orchard and you think, I have built up too much speed from coming A to the bridge, I beg your pardon, then I can carry on the long course. Or no, might void my run, but it would stop at any embarrassment or potential damage.
Jack Papiet, another to improve on his first run time with a 55.24. Jeffrey Edwards does a 51.45, so he found over a second. As Glenn Burnage runs pardon in the Frazer Nash TT replica. Newton, this car 213 in the Riley, MG Riley Special. Norton Green in the Wolseley Hornet Special is on the start line.
Yeah, a couple of the Rileys now, I suppose, following the MG, or rather the Morgan engine in it. That seems to be quite an easy transfer, and it maybe give a little bit more power to some of these Rileys. Not that you need any more power, but they certainly seem to improve.
With a little bit of opposite lock coming out the S's, he's now over the line with a 51.01, and I think we'll be handing back to Chris in just a moment.
Jeremy Brewster holds the record on this particular car, a 45.45 in a Frazer Nash Morris. Well, there's an engine that can make anything go fast. And Brian White in a Frazer Nash BMW, 43.30. That's a very, very good record. That's a record. In fact, the general record is over 24 years old now.
Here comes this lovely Lancia of Alex Herndon. Started life as an Astura 7-seater limousine. Steady Barker, well known to us all. He chopped it down, shortened the chassis, and it's now a lovely sports car. But look at the front suspension of this Lancia. It's unique. Sliding pillars, but beautifully engineered And that applied, I think, to all Lancias from the Lambda right through to post-war, the Aurelia.
You could hear the enormous enthusiasm in Chris's voice from Riley's to Lancia. I mean, your
Lancia.
voice, Lancia. Your voice has lifted up the enthusiasm of a great Italian name. I agree with you.
The only downside was when I had a Lancia Beta. Do you remember the Beta? And the engine mountings rusted so much the engine fell out. And actually that killed off Lancia's market in this country. They made the mistake when Fiat negotiated the Togliatti factory to build the 124 in Russia. The deal was they had to import Russian steel,
which was rotten.
It was made of rusty old nails, and Fiat, particularly Alfa Romeo, in particular with the Alfa Sud, and various other things, including Volkswagen with the Golf, made their bodies out of this horrible stuff and expressed surprise when after a couple of years they just rusted away. It was scary.
Mum had a Fulvia 1650 pale blue. Fabulous.
Yes. Such a clever engine.
Very sweet engine. Very
Yes,
sweet.
very. And unique in that it was a V4 with one cylinder head right across the two Vs. I don't suppose you knew that at the time.
I wouldn't have known until you told me 2 minutes ago.
Didn't Mum say, come on Nick, come and have a look at my V4 engine. Compression ratio 7.7 to 1.
My mother bought it because it was pale blue.
Yeah. Well, that's good enough reason. Now Theodore Hunt has just left the line. Hunt family have a lovely collection of Frazer Nashes. I had a ride up Goodwood with Theodore's father in a Le Mans replica Mark II, and that was fun.
That was on the hill then, was it?
That was up the hill.
Got excited.
Yeah.
I went up at the Type 35B.
Theodore nicely hanging the tail out round semicircle to record a 44.58, which is a really good time. Jeremy Brewster suffered severe understeer into Orchard and nearly ended up on the grass, but managed to keep it away.
I think he actually touched it. If you and
I think he did.
Yeah, I think you and I had to put him a wide on that.
But here comes Ian Ferguson in this amazing amalgam of various bits and pieces, starting with a Delage D8 chassis and then a straight 8 Rolls-Royce engine or Bentley engine, a Rolls-Royce gearbox, back axle, I'm not sure what that is, but all of them he's had the wisdom to stamp them Delage. So to the DVLA and anybody else that's interested, it looks as if it's all Delage.
Come to the library to find more.
I'm sure, yeah, indeed. Here's the Quartermain, Vauxhall, and here's the Bentley, the 4.25 litre post Rolls-Royce purchase of Bentley, and I had to go up to the owner and apologise for being rude about the back end of this car. He said, no, you're quite right, it's horrible, and they intend to chop it off just in front of the rear wheels and put an elegant flowing body in. His kids call it the beer bottle car, and you can see why.
Certainly not a Guinness bottle, is it?
Well, it's the right colour.
Then in that case, by changing the bottom, it'll be Guinness and champagne.
Indeed. Talking of which, I've just enjoyed a little glass of champagne courtesy of the Vintage Club. Now here's a famous car. This is SS100 Jaguar, raced pre-war very successfully. Used to call it old number 8. Very, very fast, and it's got no slower with age. Twin rear wheels. I'm told it's not as quick with twin rear wheels as on one, but it looks nice, and it's reminds us of what the car looked like in period.
Well, a genuine marketing car at 100 miles per hour, wasn't it?
SS100. Yeah, you could get one with a 2.5 litre engine, but I think very
They
few.
were a bit slower, oddly.
Yeah, very few people did. Maybe in some countries for taxation reasons they bought them, but the great majority were 3.5 litres. And if you've got an SS100 now, well, the value has just shot up like crazy.
Yes, you're talking really heavy money, but there are limited numbers out there, aren't there, available? That's the problem, I suppose.
Classic car market is doing funny things.
Yes, Bonhams were saying that yesterday when I was talking to them.
Nicholas Finberg in the Jaguar 49.91, so he'll be pleased to be in the 40s. I don't know what our fastest time of day is so far, probably around the 40.2 mark.
Just had the Delage DR70, which is probably the largest engine Delage, wasn't it? The 5 litre.
It's an aircraft engine. I always keep meaning to ask Craig what make of engine it is, and
1928. You and I would know, or you more particularly with your aeronautical background and interest in aircraft, would have to be able to spot what 5 litre of aero engine could pop into it.
Well, it's quite small for an aircraft engine. Probably I think it's a French engine. I'm not sure. I must find out. It's embarrassing not knowing.
Well, let me get your correction. The Schneider Air races took place, was it 29 or earlier?
29, 30, 31, 32. Well, they started in Italy, Schneider Trophy, and the Italians won to begin with, and then the Brits started winning until the final Schneider Trophy was their third win, so they won the trophy, and it still exists, I think, in the Royal Aeronautical Club.
Right.
And of course, it led to the Spitfire.
Correct.
Supermarine learnt a lot about aerodynamics, about engine cooling, because the Schneider Trophy car was cooled by pipes running along the side of the fuselage, which was okay for record attempts, but they quickly realized it just wouldn't do in a fighter plane.
No.
Here's Onno Koneman over from Holland. I should have guessed where he came from by the colour of the car. And it's a D-type. Now the D-type, he tells me, was the slowest of the MGs. So deliberately perverse to choose that to turn into a quick special, but he's done a good job. He raced it at Alton Park last weekend, and this evening, I think, back to Holland.
Good to be able to entertain our overseas clients. They're a little bit, or guests, they're a bit short of German and French, aren't we?
The Mutschler family, I think they're here, but I haven't caught up with them to practice my fluent German. Justin Hart, 48.09, good time. Now, you know the Wolseley Special, one of whose engines blew up yesterday and covered us with oil. Well, he's going to run it again, but he's going to run it on just the front engine.
Wonderful.
So let's hope the front engine doesn't blow up as well.
So question mark, how much oil came out from number 1 and how much potential oil from number 2?
Well, it'd be the same amount, I think, roughly speaking, but it was enough to stop the meeting for a good half hour or so, or maybe more. So yesterday, with 10 cars to go, 10 minutes to go, 2 cars dropped oil on the track.
Clerk of the course gave me a suggestion this morning that the number of red flags over the weekend was up for a bet.
So what's it looking at, about 30, 31 or 2?
Well, I put down 23, so you can't be far off it, but in fact this afternoon, mind you, that is a fatal comment to make.
Here's Nicola Quatermain, again sitting very close to the steering wheel, wondering why the steering is so heavy. But she's off the line nicely and up to the start line. comes a car that I absolutely adore, Slippery Ann. It's a master of the fabric bodied art on a ash frame, and of course the guy who built it is an aircraft engineer, and he's extremely skilled at the traditional skills of applying Irish linen and then doping it to produce a lovely taut tail.
Absolutely great. It is a beautiful piece of machinery he's put together, isn't it?
I don't know if a taut tail is
I think it's
could be misunderstood. Could be misunderstood as a compliment. You've got a very taut tail. Oh, someone's going very slowly, and it's Nicola in the Vauxhall. She's out of S's into semicircle, but it's very slow, which is sad. It's a nice car. Now look at Slippery Ann. Called Slippery Ann because it was regarded when it was new as very aerodynamic, so it slips through the air.
And what time for Slippery Ann?
On a 55.30.
Not
half bad.
No, not quite beating the old handicap, which is straight 55, but that's pretty good. Well done, Mark.
On the line, Mike Fountain in the Gillow Special. And I haven't had a chance to find out more about the Gillow Special and why it's got a little engine with 3 exhaust pipes poking out the side, which I think seems to indicate a 1-litre Meadows engine with its Siamese exhaust for the middle cylinders. George Scully hurrying up the hill in his Austin Ulster. Up to the line comes India Walker in her Austin 7 Special, looking very glamorous with red hair poking out from her crash helmet.
I think she started racing and hill climbing as soon as she got her particular passing graduation for motor cars, you know. Comes from the same family, of course. I haven't got the answer for you on Gillow. I know I have somewhere in my records, but not immediately to hand for you, Christopher.
Well, you used to buy them in Waring and Gillow, didn't you?
That dates you. I went down to Hawks, far more important.
Sadly, we're missing one Amel car. We're missing 262 Matthew Blake, who did quite a severe whoopsie at the S's this morning. He's okay. The car is a bit bent at the front, and the front wheels are pointing in very different directions. So a bit of midnight oil before that car comes out again. But in the meantime, we've got Ian Roche in his Amel car CASS with a little 1-litre engine, and up to the line comes Oliver Tomlin, who normally hill climbs a fearsome hill beam with a 4-litre Judd engine, so we could expect Oliver to be nudging 100 miles an hour in that car as he goes under the speed trap at the bridge, but he won't be doing that this afternoon. His mum is here, she's a great hill climber as well.
But he'll be exhibiting a perfect line, although normally, if he makes a mistake, he'll go for the long course rather than the short course.
I said to Oliver, what are you doing with only 3 wheels? He said one of them fell off. But it's going really well. He's just finished rebuilding it.
It does look smart, doesn't it?
It looks lovely. Mum, I think, advised on the colour.
Oh, good influence. I like it.
Yeah, been admired by all. There was a challenge a couple of years ago by Jos Verstappen, well, by Jos Verstappen's manager, who described someone driving like an old granny. We said, we've got an old granny and she doesn't half go, and you better come and have a match race against her at Chesley or at Prescott. And Max had the grace to say, well, I won't, but I'm sure my father will. And we thought we'd got it all set up with sponsorship and Red Bull support, but of course it never happened.
What a pity.
Yeah, it would have been fun. And I think Granny would have given him a run for his money up Chelsea, certainly.
Most certainly, most certainly.
Because a well-known racing driver, whose name I won't name, was invited to drive a HillClimb car, a modern HillClimb car, up Chelsea Walsh. And he came and he looked at the car and he looked at the hill and he said, no way, there's no runoff. If you go too wide, you're up the bank. He said,
well, you hit the gullies, you're coming through the S's. Oh no, thanks.
He said, maybe it's more than my life is worth. And
those gullies, from a commentator's point, when you're standing, sitting on the other side with a microphone, they really knock you off the line from. I know fractions, but that's the perfect line. But it still looks a frightening way to hit that final part of the hill before you come to the finishing straight.
Yeah, well, Chelsea is much safer than it was. It's got good catch fencing in front of the spectators and the marshals. It's got Armco all the way up on the left-hand side as well as the right-hand side. Because the cars are going very quickly into the bottom S. 134 is quick. 136, I think, is the quickest we've recorded. And when they apply the brakes at 136, they're pointing straight at the spectators. But we've got Recticel and we've got a good fence.
Well, you and your commentary box are a bit like a stalk. You're sufficiently high, aren't you? So
a top box, yes.
Exactly. The only thing that would happen is you'd sweep away your legs and you'd gently descend, wouldn't you?
I hope it will be gently. In Vauxhall on the start line, we framed and put up the famous Brockback cartoon. I don't know if you've seen it.
I have. It's lovely. Really great.
The car out of control, approaching the poor commentator who says, return you to the studio.
I'm escaping. Quick. It's
256 on the line. Is George Scholey in the Ulster. It's looking a bit smart, so it might be a replica or it might be a real one. See where he puts the gear lever, and that tells us whether he's got 3 gears or 4. This is actually car number 56. So for some reason we have to go back a few pages in the programme.
This is always the lovely confusing bit for the commentator, isn't it?
Craig McWilliam, oh no it's not, this is the one that's all gone wrong. 56 is Craig McWilliam's Frazer Nash Super Sport, whereas we all know that this is Harry Jones in 5.6. Ooh-wee. Lovely warm-up swerving by car number 272, which is, I think, the first of our real special HillClimb specials. We call them Chelsea specials, but we shouldn't do here, really.
Oh no, I think that's more because the book is about Chelsea specials. It's a great book. It's got some wonderful machines, many of which have escaped and disappeared, but those that are here have got some wonderful history.
This is John Wiseman in Nat. Nat has existed in various forms since 1919. but it's a rapid machine. They're all named after insects.
I think you've correctly described them in one form or another, because they're specials.
They are.
They have been worked on for 50, 60, 80, 100 years, haven't they?
Yeah. And Spider, maybe the most famous of all, when the Works Auto Union came to Chelsea in 1936, Spider put up a time that was very close to the Auto Union, and Hans Stuck Sr. couldn't believe this scruffy chain-driven thing with 2 cylinders spoke out of the front and a driver wearing a cow gown. Do you know what a cow gown is?
Yes,
Brown gown,
yes.
tied with string. Basil Davenport, he was such a character, but he was an amazing driver. And Spider pre-war won so many hill climbs and broke so many records. And if you see Spider 1 or Spider 2 racing today, they really are scarily quick. Gary Clare, of course, is on Granny. We missed the Eccles Rapier Special, Milk Tons round semicircle, and finishes with a 48.28. That's a good time. Granny going well. Gary Clare has looked after Granny for donkey's years, always beautifully prepared mechanically.
And always driven with what you and I call the word gusto.
Gusto, indeed. That's our new word, isn't it?
The other word used to be enthusiasm, but sometimes enthusiasm suggested there was going to be a problem, i.e. towards the Armco barrier.
The word we banned at Goodwood is iconic, because it was getting overused. And the sentence we banned at Shelsley is neat and tidy. So we kept saying he's really neat and tidy, and I got fed up and said, right, stop that. John Giles off the line in Salome. Now Salome put up a terrific time yesterday. Let's see what John can do. Salome is a mixture of Morgan parts and GN parts. Slightly overcooked Orchard, but it won't have cost him time. He's really quick round Parton as well.
And very smooth.
Yeah. Well, he's been driving Salome for a year or two. Hangs the tail out neatly through the S's.
Car coming on now.
Yeah, this is where people watching on live stream have the advantage. They see these lovely pictures. Now Salome, look at that, 44.84. That is a brilliant time.
It is a smidgen off his handicap. Well done.
Not bad.
So this is the GN Catipo, isn't it? Louis McCare?
No, not yet. Oh, yes it is. It's Catipo. Be careful not to get stung. It looks like a pre-war car, but it's not. It was only completed 2 years ago, and it's been beautifully built by Louis and his team. Absolutely perfect and quick. 47.73, not bad.
Super engine note all the way through. You could hardly hear him lift off in the S's. It was lovely. It was just a slight, maybe 250 revs per second on that, and straight through.
Ben Craven hurling the Little Austin 7 around the S's.
The Eccles Special is withdrawn from both Tim Metcalf and the second shared driver then, must be.
Which car has been withdrawn?
The Eccles Rapier Special.
Rapier, oh has it? They've had a good weekend, Tim and his wife.
It was the smallest engine, wasn't it, in the Rapier?
It was, yes, for some reason Madonna decided to build a little twin cam engine, highly nicely designed twin cam, but only just over a litre, which was fine when it was a little single seater or a little sports car, but they used to shove them in great big saloons and wonder why
you couldn't drag it out of the garage.
Struggled to get to 40 miles an hour, yeah. Nick Leston. Wonder if he's any descendant of the famous Les Leston, who made a fortune in the 50s and 60s.
It's the son, we've checked on.
Oh, is it? There's a
Yeah.
son. Is that right?
Correct. So
he-
Wood, I think he actually waved to his parents as he went past. That
Oh,
was pretty
good.
brave.
Is Les still alive?
We've got the answer for you.
Ollie's the grandson, Nick's the father, Les is the granddad.
Oh, right. So Les probably not around anymore. But he used to sell you, he'd sell you wire wheels for your Sprite, he'd sell you a hard top, all sorts of bits and pieces, and had a really good business for a long time. And he was a good driver as well. I think he drove a Van Wall in an F1 race somewhere, but I could well be wrong.
A quick open of motorsport.
I'm glad to tell you, Nick, that the Eccles car has turned up, Metcalf.
Oh,
This time driven by Jane. That engine makes a nice noise, but of course it's supercharged. It does make a difference. Jane pumps the fuel up and off she goes with a nice start of 2.98. Under 3 seconds is good for a vintage car. And here comes the Norris Special, the first of the two Norris Specials built by the Norris brothers. The other one is the famous Alvis-powered Frazer Nash that's had a terrific hill climbing and race history. It's here, of course, today. But this was the first one, 283.
The one before was the Julian Grimwade successful, wasn't he? He's now
that's
transferred
right.
that over.
And this one has a 1500cc supercharged engine. Was pretty successful, but pretty soon they decided didn't have enough power, so they built the new car on a Frazer Nash chassis with a 3.5 litre Alvis engine, chain drive still, and had enormous success with that. But it's lovely to see both Norris Specials out here at Prescott this weekend.
Absolutely.
Now then, hold on to your hats. Here comes GP2. This is the first outing for this wonderful restoration of ERA GP2, which hasn't run for 18 years. It's gone through a 2.5-year restoration in the hands of James Baxter and the top team. It's owned by Julian Harrison and it's going much better than yesterday. I think the secret is to give it some welling, and it really goes. But if you haven't had a close look at this wonderful car in the paddock, do go and look at the quality of the engineering. Or alternatively, there are I think 13 or 14 episodes on YouTube of James and the team restoring this car right down to the bare chassis, and they've done the most beautiful job. And if you want a really interesting but emotional story, you need to ask him the significance of the white stag stuck on the side of the car, because there's a very poignant story behind that.
He was showing me the little bonnet catches that he had made correctly from replicas
Aren't they lovely?
of photographs. I mean, the degree of care from them both, and I admire that hugely, because if you're going to undertake a task of that magnitude, then get it right. I know right means a lot of money, but at the end of the day, the opportunity of us being able to ignore such a magnificent machine and have the enjoyment of seeing it is worth all that, isn't it?
It is. Julian did a 54.39. Remember, this is a shakedown for the car. Steve McAvoy in the Bellevue Special, which he's really enjoying. He hasn't had it for very long. 48.79. Now Simon Blakely Edwards, he's driving the Bolster Special, Richard Bolster's MG powered Special, with a huge blower on the front and an even huger carburetor, SU carburetor, with twin float chambers. And the tragedy is that poor Richard I think he was a pilot.
Correct.
Died in the war.
Well, their survivals in the Air Force were about a casualty of 55-56% of it, weren't they?
In Bomber Command, yes. Now here's Nick Leston in the RIP Special, which we've seen often being driven like crazy by
Charlie Martin.
Canvas body, weighs about 300 weight, goes like hell, and Nick is enjoying it, no doubt. 49.67 is a good time. Tom Hardman, AJM1, Tony Merrick built this car from a whole pile of ERA bits that he had, so it's probably got more genuine ERA parts than the so-called genuine cars, but it's 1.5 litres rather than the 2 litres of the majority of the ERAs. But Tom told me it's not actually much of a disadvantage. The engine is lighter, which makes the steering easier. The only time it suffers against the 2 litres is pulling out of slow corners. Yesterday, Tom discovered the limits of this car and did a very neat and tidy spin in the middle of the S's. And when his heart stopped thumping, he got out and was mighty relieved to see that it hadn't touched anything. 43.73. Good run by Tom.
And it's pretty narrow through there to make that mistake.
It really is. It's not much wider than the length of the car, but thank goodness Tom emerged and the car emerged unscathed.
That's an exciting class. Have we had Dick Smith out in the Frazer Nash Nürburgring?
I saw him getting ready to come out in the car. He's complaining because it's lost its supercharger. He says it's really slow.
You mean it's been stolen by one of his sons for another Nash?
Well, maybe. But what you've got to do in a week or two's time is look on HillClimb.TV, because yesterday I recorded a long interview with Dick about how he acquired the car, the Nürburgring 1915 German Grand, not 1915, 1925, 35, beg its pardon, German Grand Prix Nürburgring.
He tells 2 stories. You know, one of them was he is a professional dentist, and a certain individual couldn't afford the dental treatment that he had, but there was a car that he thought he could give. So I think it was taking molars out in exchange for a Nash.
Well, don't give the secrets away.
No,
those people won't watch my lovely interview. Bugatti on the line, quite right too. This is the home of the Bugatti Owners Club, and it's lovely to see an original, patinated, not over-polished Type 35, making all the right lovely straight 8 roller-bearing noises. 2.3 litre engine producing about 120 horsepower. Then when it was twin-cammed, which we'll see coming out very shortly, it was up to about 150. But on the line again is the McAvoy. Is it the McAvoy? 88. It is. MGNA 6-cylinder engine. He hasn't had the car for long, but he's raving over the road holding and the enjoyment of racing this car. Tom Harmon himself raced it at Goodwood, I think on a number of occasions in the revival, and it was always up there fighting with the ERAs. Now on the line is the Morris Special, car number 300. Look at the shiny tail. It's made out of a headlamp reflector that Rob has brassed, if you like. He's converted into brass and polished it like crazy. And I always think it's a very erotic car. Austin 12-4 Special. He's a coach builder himself, built this bodywork, did a great job. 301 is Roy Tubby in GN Glowworm.
were trying to work out where the name the glowworm came, and Peter and I were reminiscing about Wales and golf and glowworms. We don't see glowworms anymore. Well, not in this country.
Well, that's because you don't go out walking in the evening.
Oh, I still do. I take the dogs, or used to, up to the top of the hill every night. But now it's morning walk, so glowworms have gone to sleep.
Yeah. When I lived in Dorset when I was a teenager, we had a nice garden, and it was a mass of glowworms. It was lovely to walk out. Try not to tread on them. Here's my cousin Bob. Bob drew it in maggot. 14 chains, all doing their job.
Thank goodness it's not 13, which would be an unlucky chain.
I know. He had a row with the scrutineer who said those chains are dangerous. If it breaks, one of them is going to go whipping up and slice somebody's head off. He said they don't do that. When they break, they go down, always. But the scrutineer in question was a drag racer, and he didn't believe him.
Well, you and I know, having watched races at Cadwell and Donington and other places, the amount of chain left on the track.
Yeah,
it's quite extraordinary.
It is. Now here's a lovely car. This is the ex-Chris Jakes Bugatti Type 35 unsupercharged, driven with great success by Rob Newell, now acquired by Yushan Ung, who will look after it. Well, he is looking after it, and it's absolutely perfect, running on thin beaded edge tyres, which Yushan says gives it lovely road holding and steering, nice light steering.
It's nice to see Yushan driving rather than being underneath the car for once.
Oh, I know, yes. Now here's Caliban on the line. Now Caliban has four, I beg its pardon, it has two square four aerial engines, so it's an 8-cylinder car. The square four was a motorcycle engine built by Ariel, which wasn't terribly successful because it wasn't all that powerful, but they're geared together to agree with each other by chains both forward and across the frame.
I mean, how complicated can you make life underneath your bonnet?
Well, the more complicated, the more fun it is.
The more some frustration.
Yeah, I think so. So here's Yushan with a 54.11. Rob Newell raced this Bugatti at the Monaco Classic on many occasions. He's followed by the Ariel.
The Monaco Classic, that was set up, you know, by Angela's father when they lived in Monaco.
Over Hooker.
Absolutely correct.
Yeah. Tragic, the story of the number of racing drivers, French racing drivers, British racing drivers who got involved with the resistance in France during the German occupation, and how many of them were captured and executed, including Frazer Williams, who won the first Monaco Grand Prix in a Bugatti Type 51. Robert Benoit.
Type 35. Green.
I beg his pardon.
Don't worry, it was green because you and I have the trophy in the trust.
Oh, right.
Because his wife, his widow, subsequently gave us that, and also the Grand Prix that he won in Belgium, the Belgium Grand Prix in 1932. Both of those wonderful trophies are tucked away in the trust. If you'd been there today, you would have seen them.
And Grover Williams was a family chauffeur, wasn't he?
And what was interesting, he was a family chauffeur for a very good painter in Paris. And the painters, I beg your pardon, the owner's model, Muse, I beg your pardon, Muse, Grover Williams fell in love with her and married her. And on his wedding day, the gentleman concerned gave them the Rolls Royce as a wedding present.
Wow, why didn't that happen to me?
Maybe that's a discussion not on such open telegraphs between us both.
To be fair, Jenny's dad gave us a Mini as a wedding present.
Oh, well, that's generous.
That's all right.
My father gave me a silver teapot.
Useful. Now, why has David Ellison been retreated from the start line in the RA?
We had a problem with oil pressure yesterday. They have played with it to make sure it was...
He's going right back to the paddock, and I have a horrible feeling back into the paddock. This car's been a bit grumpy today and yesterday.
And yet, last year and the year before, when she was exhibited by David, they came out at Lowton Park on the first day of running and got FTD. So its success is proven. We now need to provide it with more energy for other events.
And I'm told that the owner is planning to drive it here at the long course meeting on in September.
Correct.
Which would be really good. He's spent a lot of money and a lot of time and trouble getting this car rebuilt. He definitely deserves to have a run in it. But it's a shame to see it retreating from the start line.
Colour is great, isn't it? Lovely, soft.
Yeah, it's a great,
green.
It's a nice colour. And it's suitable for a pre-war car, isn't it?
Absolutely correct.
Whereas purple with pink spots wouldn't be right.
I think you and I used the word vulgar.
My dear chap.
Actually, I have a list of all the respective colours that, I suppose you could say I was a bit geeky in this, but I think things like that are, I've got a colour chart of all the respective colours that the individual ERAs had throughout their life.
Now I've got good news for you. David has resurrected.
Good, started. Well done, David.
And he's up to the start line. It's a labour of love of David and his mate building this car. It's got a proper ERA engine that came out of R4D. It got blown up at, I think, a Goodwood race, but it's been beautifully rebuilt. The tail is original. Various other parts are original, but the rest is beautifully engineered. It's a two-room copy. But it hasn't been given a number yet, has it?
No. We have two others that have appropriate numbers because of their history and their pedigree. I imagine it's under consultation with the ERA Club. And I think if they're suitably generous...
Oh dear, now Ed... he managed to stop. He stalled the Type 51. But he managed to stop before the back axle went over the start line, so he's perfectly legitimately allowed to have a rerun. Yesterday, the marshals were very kind. The Octave, my favourite cycle car, stalled just after the line, and they said, go on, have another run, which was very kind of them. Now, this Type 51 Bugatti, which has just had a bumper start backwards in the hands of Ed Burgess, holds the long course Bugatti record here in a record that had stood, I think, for 18 years. And last year, Ed put in a monumental effort and managed to beat the record by a few tenths, which was a great thing.
You, of course, see him at Chelsley in a single-seater as well, do you not now?
Yeah, he's got a Gould GR55. Talk about contrast. I don't think Ed is really giving it all the beans.
No, it hasn't. He's got a few hiccups. He has a feeling that that and the Gould have not been performing the last few weeks in the manner normally, so... As you see, he's taking it quite...
Well, there's no point in going crazy and damaging the engine.
Precisely.
And here's the rib special again. God, it makes you laugh. Canvas body, no weight at all, powerful engine. Just a crazy machine. But it stops and goes like a good one. Harry Leston. Great that the Leston family is here today. They will tell me, or they might tell me, or wave and signal, that Grandpa Les had a works drive. I think it was for Vauxhall, but I could be wrong. It might have been for Connell. But if they're listening, they can either put a thumb up or a thumb down if I'm right or wrong. Can you see
I think you've correctly spotted it, but which of those two cars I couldn't identify because you take me post 1939.
What did Ed do? He did a 55.33. That's take it easy, and quite right too. Now then, R2A, ERA. Someone's nudged me in the back.
I heard the word Connaught.
I've been advised that Les had works drive in Connaught, Aston Martin and Cooper. So he had got plenty of F1 experience. Nick Topless has gone in R4A. I'm not sure how many A-series ERAs were built before they went on to the B-type. B-type had a slightly modified, slightly stiffer chassis. Nick, brilliant driver, chucks it through the S's. Touch of oversteer on the way up to crossing.
I love the way blip, 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 blip all round, semicircle and over the finish.
42.15, that's a good time. R4D, the most famous ERA of all, the X-Works car, Raymond Mays, great success at HillClimb. Lots of people drove this car racing. Had a huge supercharger between the driver's legs, which must have caused them a certain anxiety. Producing massive amount of power, owned for a long time by Mac Hulbert, pioneered the independent front suspension, trailing arm front suspension, which you can see, and which GP2 has got as well, pretty much identical.
First ran here in 1946 with Raymond Mays, R4D, 51.70. Second was Whitehead R10B, R4A by Gerrards. How about that for a race?
And Ben Fiddler, 42.36, slightly slower than Nick Topless. Is 42.15. Now, if you're interested in, Ian Baxter might go for faster time of day.
He might well do.
Alta with its massive blower and properly built now. Altas were always very fragile because Geoffrey Taylor used to use the cheapest steel that he could possibly find. 41.47. Now, is that the best time of day? We don't know. Now, if you're interested in aircraft engineering, look at this GN Gypsy of Tom Richardson. Engine out of a Tiger Moth, but in the Tiger Moth it would be upside down with the cylinder head at the bottom and the other way around, because of course it drove a propeller in front. So Tom's done some clever engineering to turn it the right way up and enable it to have the drive out of the back to drive a clutch. Air-cooled still and keeps cool very effectively. And Tom, mid-40, 44.9, that's okay. Now, we were talking about the Norris Special, and here we are with its 3.5 litre Alvis engine on a Frazer Nash chassis.
The Type 59 coming out of Auction, it's got a brutal amount of power because he tried to straighten it up, just tickled the old accelerator, and he could see the back end going towards the grass verge very quickly.
Isn't it wonderful? Now, it's called a Type 50S, although it's a Type 59, but it's got a 5.4 litre engine out of a Type 50. Meanwhile, Robin Harcourt-Smith, remember Julian Grimwade having a lot of success. And here comes the other Type 59, driven by Tom Waterfield. This has got the correct 3.3 litre engine. Meanwhile, Robin stops the clock in 44.02. How is Tom getting on? This was Bugatti's final Grand Prix car. And got a fish for the right gears and off it goes again. But of course, it was old-fashioned when it was new, with cable brakes, a separate chassis, 2 seats. It really was a Tory's idea of a big Type 35. And of course, that year, 1934, when it was introduced, out came Mercedes with their revolutionary new Grand Prix cars.
By then, the might of Germany had started to rattle its economic cane, and money was being delicately shoved into 2 major German companies. Here's the Monasco, lovely sideway, well done, Robin.
Robin Toulouse is a brilliant engineer. He's freelancing now, offering his services to all sorts of people, including MotoGP. Has revolutionised the design of MotoGP bikes. For a time there was a director of Bentley and brought in all sorts of improvements to the Bentleys. And the great news is that Monasco are still in business. They built aircraft engines during World War II and World War I, but they still are in business making landing gear. And indeed, I'm pretty sure they built the landing gear for the shuttle. And here's a Bugatti Type 35 we've never seen before at Prescott. I don't think it's been here before. It's a unique colour. It hasn't got a silencer, so it makes a lovely noise. And Charlie Martin is really enjoying it. It disgraced itself yesterday a bit by dribbling a bit of oil on the track. But I think it's got a nappy now and it's behaving itself. Now then, here's the Wolseley Special that disgraced itself yesterday by the rear engine. It's got 2 engines, 2 gearboxes, all arguing with each other, and yesterday the rear engine exploded right up by the finishing line, and so Martin has decided to disengage the rear engine and just run it with the front engine. So he's not going very quickly, but he's having lots of fun, and we just pray that the front engine sticks together and doesn't blow its cylinder head off like the yesterday's and cover us with oil. It seems to be okay at the moment.
I think that requires a note of admiration. That wouldn't happen in other formulas.
It does.
You'd have gone home in disgrace.
I know, and I said to Martin yesterday, couldn't you have made it more complicated? 2 engines, 2 gearboxes, connected by chain, disagreeing with each other most of the time. But he's made it up the hill. Okay, 67.43, but that's okay.
It's going over the hill.
Now, I don't know if that's our last competitive run, but I do know that Ian Baxter has got faster time of day and is going to have a Tour d'Honneur, well deserved, in the Alta, which you've just seen go up the hill.
He will enjoy that because, of course, next week starts harvesting. Looking across the fields where we are way up here looking across the Torres, we've seen one of the combine harvesters working on a field 3 from us. So Gloucestershire's been harvesting. He thinks another 5-10 days on his, and it'll be winter barley in about 4 weeks' time, but wheat next week. So
if you look on YouTube, look for Harry's Farm. Harry Metcalf does a series both on cars and on farming.
Oh, right.
So a nice wave, please, to Ian in the Alta. He's done a brilliant job. Not sure what his fastest time of day was. He did a 42. I've lost it.
Well, a couple of years ago, do you remember, he's also bought a very interesting single-seater from America with great history. And that was a result of the excellent farm. Well done, James.
Harry tells us on his YouTube video that food production in this country, since all the eco rules brought in by the DEFRA, has just about halved, which to me is a really scary statistic. We mustn't rely on imported food, and yet DEFRA insisting that farmers farmers grow flowers and leave fields fallow. They've cleared the upland sheep farmers, and I think farmers are very worried for their future, quite understandable. But in the meantime, we'll enjoy Ian having his well-deserved tour d'honneur in the Alta.
Your comment is absolutely correct, but what a very similar event took place in the Second World War. I.e., how did we supply the UK when America hadn't got into it with us?
I know.
So why don't our politicians just reflect briefly on history to show, not a war, I'm not suggesting, but to the manner in which DEFRA, as you say correctly or incorrectly, which side of the stand you're standing on.
Well, it's this woke obsession with eco, and they don't like farmers. They wish farmers didn't exist, and they wished we all ate vegan food, but they're not going to win. I'm told that vegan food is losing market share hand over fist, A, because people don't like the taste, and B, because they found out that it actually isn't all that safe. Anyway, on that note, I'm sorry, we've had a wonderful weekend here at Prescott. Thanks are very much due to our hard-working marshals. We've got the young team on the start line, and they do a wonderful job, as do the team in the office, both the VSCC office and Gemma and her team here. Thanks to my co-commentators Nick Upton and Peter Hughes, and anybody else you can think of has made this weekend so enjoyable. We're back here again in a fortnight's time for the British Hill Climb Championship, not to be missed. If you've never seen top-class hill climbing, be here on the 17th or 18th of August, because the speed of these cars will blow your mind. Thanks for coming. Have a good journey home. If you're watching on live screen, we welcome your comments. They might not go up on our screens, but we will read them all with interest. And we hope that wherever you are in the world, you've enjoyed it as much as we have. Safe journey home, everybody. And we'll see you hopefully in a couple of weeks' time. Good night.
Thank you, Christopher, for the richness of your commentary and the informative information. Thank you, Peter, for your delightful Welsh accent and your involvement here. And I echo everything that Christopher has said with regarding the marshals, our two respective offices, that's the VSCC, the BOC. Thank you for Bonhams to come and exhibiting some of your wonderful cars. I wish you success in the weeks ahead in terms of nailing those, and let us hope those cars remain in the UK, and more importantly, we will see them at VSCC events rather than being tucked up in somebody's private garage. Again, safe home. Thank you for your picnics. Thank you for encouraging food at the restaurant and cups and coffee and Prescott cider. So, from myself too, happy days ahead. Enjoy your picnics. Enjoy your birthday party next week under the auspices of Stratford-upon-Avon. And we look forward to seeing those back here for the September meeting on the long course here at the Bugatti Owners Club. Thank you and good night.